Nice shot! Nice shot! Nice shot! Nice shot! Nice shot!
Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
If I was listening to the stream, I would play it, but I wouldn't be able to hear it anyways. But you know what? Screw it.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ, I heard that one.
Was it loud?
It's louder than the video I'm playing right now.
Oh, God.
Which is hilarious. It took me by surprise for a second. Like, what the fuck?
Honestly, that sound effect should just be in every video ever made.
It should. It really should.
And I can't wait to accrue like 50,000 J-Coons over the weekend.
God damn it, man.
I'm going to reach 200K here before long.
I'm going to need to start thinking of some
like
high roller rewards. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what we could really do that wouldn't just completely break everything.
Right.
Because like there's a lot of funny stuff we could do, but I don't want to upset anybody.
Exactly.
Like the like uncabbaging, like uncustom cabbaging someone sounded really funny but really mean at the same time.
Yeah.
I have not looked at the themes at all. Didn't do
you're
any
not
of the
gonna like
voting.
them.
So I'll just wait until I see what the theme is, because at this point, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But are they even worse than usual?
They're pretty bad.
Oh no! It's all right. We'll figure something cool out. I'm sure.
Yeah.
What's pretty bad?
The themes this year.
Oh no, I haven't looked. I haven't looked at all.
I've been so busy.
That's
I haven't
probably
looked
the better call to do.
Single time. So at least I'm going in just hopeful right now.
Yep.
See how that goes.
I'm trusting us more than I am the system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, we have a new stream layout. Check this shit out.
Oh, do we? All right, I'm getting on there.
I'm looking. Stream is a bit delayed, so it might be a second.
What's just showing the different games that we've made down below?
Yeah, it's just like the Ludum Dare layout, and that's all that it is.
Sweet.
Oh yeah.
It took me a while to cut out this granny right here, because we don't just have a sprite of the granny. She only exists in the cutscene.
That's true.
I know. I probably could have done that quicker for you if you asked.
Oh well.
It's all good. Oh, Dalbus is here. Wait, who the heck is Dalbus?
I think he changed his name. What up,
There's
Dalbus
the
G?
Dalbus G.
What's the
Jared.
G stand for?
These aren't in order. They're
I
random.
know. I was originally just going to put the horse there, and then I was like, I think I can get one from each of these.
I think we're missing one.
I was saying Dalbusa for the longest time.
I mean, it's what it looks like without seeing like Dalbus live or whatever it was supposed to actually be.
Yeah, you could have put an underscore, maybe. I don't know if Twitch allows that.
Just make it Dalbus Dumbledore.
I actually would have liked Dalbus Dumbledore.
Announce on your Discord.
All right, fine.
No. We only want the real homies here, the ones who have notifications on.
Jared waiting room. Oh, my bad.
Oh, he posted that he's going live, trying to steal our audience.
I see.
My baby boy. Just keep your notifications on.
Yeah. If you don't have notifications turned on for us, we don't want you to watch anyways.
You're not really our friend. They don't want to have their notifications on, then they're not really your friends. That's what my mom said.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't know if you know this, Pomo, but you're gonna miss out on some Always Sunny storytelling this time around because we're not gonna really be around for ratings afterwards. We have a wedding.
At least for that first weekend, and then
the first
everyone kind of dies
but
off after that. But
we'll see. Like when we come back, we'll try and see if anyone wants to like do it.
Oh, Pomo's cabbage is like
time,
blending into the.
Oh my God, he's turning into Dr. Charles Stanley.
Have you guys been seeing the comments for the post that we made for the announcement?
I saw the one that Dan said.
Oh, so that was, I was going to ask you when that was from. I don't know why I assumed that was from Last Jam or something.
Oh boy, someone is
fucking Mahorth over here.
Mahorth.
Looking forward to the shenanigans.
Oh, I miss Mahorth. Just
that'll go down in our Ludum Dare history as the greatest thing that's ever happened.
Damn it.
I'll never forget the
honestly
time that Jared butchered our brainstorming.
I'm gonna miss draw.chat because it made for some
so
dumb
bad.
shit like that.
Well, the fact that we had to zoom out.
Oh my God.
We wanted more space.
It was so desperate because we took a screenshot of the stream to try and get our brainstorming notes back.
Our older brainstorming is terrible.
It wasn't the only way to preserve it would be everything that you do is immediately pixels on one canvas.
Oh, here we go.
JoJo character. Doesn't sound like something we would do.
We're gonna bring out
Bassmasters
music.
I'm not parsected, so I won't hear it. I don't think we have a reason to
Parsec's not
parsec.
even open, yeah. So
yeah, okay. I was just making sure.
I just got tired of hearing ba-na-na-na-na for like 8 minutes.
It started out funny, but it slowly became annoying.
Wait, were people already dropping?
No, I just had my movie playing on loop.
Oh, what? Why would you do that?
He's a madman.
Oh, you guys are already in here. Sweet.
Yeah. Board owner, why do you have a sweet lightning bolt next to your name?
Because I made it.
Bastard.
And I also think... God damn it. Hello, Mastiff. So, hang on. I think there's a way... I think there's a way that I can share this board with the chat without them being able to... They can like look at it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, interesting.
So if anyone would like to check out our Miro board as we go.
You're trying something really scary because we don't know.
I want it to be like that. I want it to be like that Google form that was editable by anyone who had the link and people were just putting in random shit.
Yeah, let me Hey, it works. Cool.
Oh.
I hope you did that, Andrew.
I did. That was
not... let me see if I can find that Google form again.
What does smart drawing mean?
I have no idea.
Oh, if you draw a shitty shape, it'll make a good shape.
Oh. That's
so if I go like this, it makes a circle.
Massive. Oh, do not tell me that somebody actually did that. Was that you, Andrew?
That was me.
God damn it.
Wait. Mahorth?
The whole gang's here.
Hey.
Hockenberry.
What up, Hawken? Oh, here it is. Here's the form that I accidentally made public to the Twitch chat. The keyboard Cowboys played this fucking R.
This is the editable version.
Fucking Rick Astley thing. Credit card number.
Literally, our first attempt at streaming Ludum Dare was the most chaotic thing.
I love how quickly everyone just started trolling
dogpiled. Yeah. Roka put his game in here. Divine Drifter.
Yep.
Crappy music.
Relentless.
Mother's maiden name. It written in like the worst font possible. Like you can't even read it when it's this size on stream.
Yeah, like the shitty cursive type font.
You sent the editable version. Big mistake. God damn it. Huge.
Or was it a mistake? Maybe it was on purpose.
God damn it. Lord Almighty. Oh, this is nostalgic. Bassmasters classic music, baby.
The good shit.
Did I zoom into that, or did somebody make the waiter bigger?
It's also locked there, Jared. I can't move it.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you have to long press to unlock it, and then you can use stuff with it.
There's a little icon over here to like move it around.
No,
get that over here.
Steven locked it. Yeah. How do you? Where's the make permanent option?
No.
Wait. Now I can't unlock it. Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go.
Y'all making a fishing game? Now there's an idea, Ninja.
Listen, if the gods demand fish.
Also, let's all try to have the same zoom percentage. I'm at 100%.
Oh, where does it say? Okay, we're gonna work
100%. It's like taking up the whole fucking screen then.
Well, then you can
I made it bigger. Like it didn't start that big.
That's because I had the tab away for a second. I come back and fucking these idiots are like on the screen.
Okay, we've been ruined by draw.fart because we assume that everything is locked into the pixels and we can't have any control.
And also, hang on.
Like the beauty of typing in here is that you're not typing in pixels; it's in vectors, so it won't get like blurry.
I can move it after I type it. How about that shit?
Well, and it says who typed it.
Oh, does it? It doesn't say for me, I guess, because I typed it.
It does.
Huh. Well, there we go.
Or it's just when you're moving it, it shows who's moving it.
Oh, Steven, what are you doing?
I was seeing what the frames did. This is the tablet version.
You'll see that there's you'll see there's like sticky notes that we can use.
There we go. Yes. We're making a waiter app.
Oh, that's a tiny ass sticky note. Whoops.
Why is it so small?
Because you have to drag it like a text.
What percentage are you on? I can tell this is already going to be terrible. Steven, can we make waiter sticky notes?
I got one for you right here. Poop. Oh, great. I'm glad that we're using this tool to its fullest extent.
we're getting the creative juices flowing.
I have to play with things. I can't not play with it.
No, this is so professional.
Mm-hmm.
Can we go back to draw?
That's a booty hole.
What is that? Oh, you can make pie charts. What?
Quality content indeed.
Thanks, Hockenberry.
Let's see what else we got here. Oh,
you could do emojis. Oh.
Wait, is it just like a list of?
If you go down there, like the arrows at the bottom are like additional things.
Oh, stickers
get
and
more
emojis.
apps. I'm gonna go and download something that I could put in here.
Careful now.
Video chat inside this dice. Oh my god, it's got everything.
It's got dice.
We can video chat in here. Wait.
No, like I have to like download it as like a like a separate app thing.
Google image search embedded. What? Oh, it's temporarily unavailable.
Oh, the dice app literally just takes a sticky note and just turns it into like a randomizer like number thing or something.
It's interesting.
Really dumb looking. Give me all the plugins.
What else we got here? Oh, I like this guy. Huh? Hang on.
Oh my god.
Wait, Jared, did you just do that permanently? I can't move it.
Fuck. Huh.
Oh
no!
Just like a. Oh, I can draw an arrow from him.
Oh yes! Finally, we can start to connect the dots.
Who's waitering me right now? Roka! I think our brainstorming is going pretty well right now. Our pre-Ludum Dare brainstorming. This is an app called Miro.
I've actually used Miro before. It's a like a typical creative brainstorming.
Yeah, a lot of people in my cohort use it, and I'm also, for my MBA capstone, I'm researching it as a competitor to a different company that I'm working with right now. Not using Microsoft.
Another one is Figma.
Yep, Figma's another one that we're researching.
That's too long.
These fucking Control Z stickers. Lucid Spark, yeah, that's another one. Is that the one that you used, Albus?
Lucid Spark.
Thank you for the sub, by the way. Sorry, I missed that.
Give us more of your money.
Are you sure? What the fuck is this right now?
What? It's some sort of monster. Ew.
What the fuck? Oh, you use Miro for your capstone? Nice.
You missed a lot. Everything.
I wish I could tell you, Hawken. I look away for like 2 seconds and Andrew's just
My dick is uncomfortably erect.
God damn. I just read this pie chart, you assholes.
What?
Team Viewer. I've never heard of Team Viewer.
You've never heard of TeamViewer?
TeamViewer is like a remote desktop thing.
Yeah, remote access.
Oh,
Remote
shut
access.
the fuck up, Andrew.
I made it bigger so you can see it.
It's an assless. I'm glad you were able to put some sort of name to this ninja, because I have no idea what this fucking like dummy thick ass.
An assard. I like the nipples on this guy.
Can we
He's got
can we put like a little like
nipples.
can we put like a little like highlight sheen on one of his ass cheeks?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And he's actually got like a little seedling growing out of there.
There's 15 people watching us do this right now, by the way.
Why? What are they even doing here?
Well, they're probably just here to steal our ideas.
That's true.
I think it's
They
a
know-
masseuse.
They know we're secretly geniuses, so
I'm now a bit concerned as to the skull sticker here that I've just put. Now that Andrew's like drawn what it's looking at now.
What?
Oh,
Oh. Oh.
Mom! Mommy!
my mother.
Well, this is what happens when we unlock more freedom, Ninja.
It's true.
We were given the tools. What we do with the tools is up to us.
Do we deserve the technology?
Tara, this website keeps trying to give me tutorials and I don't like it.
Just keep
Delete.
clicking X. They'll go away soon. I had to do the same
but
thing.
It's stupid.
I understand. It's not as stupid as not being able to move text after you write it, though. That's stupid.
It's true.
Or just, oh, look at this shit is still on Patrick's forehead. Great.
Oh no, we need to upgrade to get the premium features.
What are the premium features?
We can have voting, a timer, video
Voting?
chat, presentation mode. Oh, what happened?
Oh,
Now,
I
it
can
would,
hide
it
your
would be
instructions.
funny
Nice.
if over our brainstorming, since you shared the link, if other people, they can't edit, but they can drop comments or something in there.
Oh, yeah.
They could even vote on like
Steven
an
raised
item
his
if we
hand.
write
What's up,
something
Steven?
down.
Question.
What's up?
The man.
Yes,
the,
Steven.
The hot boy.
Whoa.
Or he's not here.
Elden Wrong, my favorite. Oh, you want the ass lizard to be a new background in front here? I'll zoom in on it for you. There you go.
I just don't like how he's using his tongue hand to caress the other man's shoulder.
Shut the fuck up, Teasel. Sure. I'll screenshot this first, and then maybe I think there might be a way for us to like export the thing as an image. Maybe I could take a look at that. I'm just gonna dump this.
Listen, if y'all actually just want ass lizard to be a thing, we can just make one later.
Easily do that.
New mascot.
Yeah, this is what I think apple bottom jeans are.
Oh, that's the apple bottom part.
Well, they're
that is premium. What else we got?
Oh,
apple bottom.
I see.
Oh, okay.
Genetics. It feels like we're already brainstorming a game right now.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, let's just make Lizard Man game. I don't care what the theme is anymore.
Let's be like the other teams that were already. We started making the game already, and then we'll figure out the theme once we know.
Jared's over here censoring the nipples.
He's trying to control Z everything.
No,
you can't undo this.
You can't control Z me.
all right, it's 6:57. I just want to make sure that we don't accidentally work into theme.
Oh.
We need a timer. Does this thing have like there's no reason that this would have a timer. Wait, I see.
Great deeds.
Uh-oh. Roka's in here.
Wait, what?
Get over here, Steve.
Oh, he's a viewer.
Yeah, so people can be a viewer. So we won't see his cursor, but he can like browse around.
He's probably trying to figure out a way to mess things up right now.
Oh, I know. That's me. Of course, that's what he's doing.
He's hacking into the mainframe.
But there's a
Guys,
reason
there's a
that I had
search function.
to. There's a search function.
Yeah, you can search for the things that we typed.
Bring Steven to me.
Not the drawn things, obviously.
Sure, but if we type things, that's a neat little feature.
A useful feature.
He's requesting access to your team and board. No, Roka. No.
I love how he's using the appropriate channels to try and get in. He knocked on the front door.
Oh my god.
Let me in.
No, under no circumstance will you be allowed into this room.
Dear God, no.
This is a distinguished professional brainstorming board. We don't need you mucking it up with your nonsense, Roka.
Yeah. This is serious.
All right. We're
down to it.
We're down to it. We have 1 minute left, so I'm just on the Twitter page now waiting.
All right, here we go.
And we have the Wrangling a Don music playing right now.
Oh, perfect. Let's wrangle a Don.
Oh boy.
The crunch, it's beginning. I'm so nervous.
Let's try and make something that's not as big as Pop Shove It this time.
Are you sure?
But what if I want? We can do whatever we want. You're not the boss of us.
All right.
Yes,
Peace,
yes.
Roka.
See you
Good
later,
luck.
Roka. Good luck with your brainstorming, buddy.
Small scope. Yeah, right.
Girl, that's a booty hole.
We've gotten better about knowing when it is too big, but there's still some things that it's hard to know until you start making it.
All right, we got it.
It's in? It's in? What is it?
Delay the inevitable.
Okay. What were the options, just so I see what we're picking from?
There was like folklore, garden. Oh shit, the site's down because everyone's looking at it, so I can't really see
it. Fair enough.
That's really tiny.
So there you go. Delay the inevitable.
All right. Let it begin. All right, we'll try to stick with typing because I like the idea of being able to search for it.
There's a Control F? Oh, I'll be damned.
Yeah, I was just saying that. You weren't listening, obviously.
Sorry, I heard it, but I didn't really register it. You got it, Hockenberry. Good luck.
Later days.
Yeah, it's not
Is
great.
is this a really bad one?
It's
I
it's a pretty bad one.
I don't like this, but I wasn't. I like that I don't know what the others were. So
I don't. Yeah, I have no.
about it.
I didn't look. This is the one time I never looked at any of them.
Let's see here.
Penguin from Toy Story 2.
I can read them off. I found them again. So we have delay the inevitable, fragile, make connections, mutation, teleportation, a single
Why is mutation in
resources.
every single one?
Mutation.
Right?
It's and shelter. There's
Yep.
shelter.
A single resource, folklore,
Overgrown.
shelter, infestation, road trip, tunnels, overgrown, out of order, spaces limited, combine, and garden.
Space is limited. I'm glad we didn't get something like that where it literally just tells you the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one's might be tough.
All right. Well, just put off the first things that come to your head then.
Delay the inevitable, death.
Yeah, like what are some inevitable things?
I'ma live forever.
Oh.
Like Clooney.
Like Clooners.
Clooners. The penguin from Toy Story 2. What was that penguin's name again? Like Squeakers or something?
Squeakers.
Yeah, Squeakers.
Which is a really mean name if he wasn't squeaking like when he was born or whatever.
Right?
Yeah, what a cruel name.
Ooh, different font.
Inevitable.
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 Is
Inevitable.
Garbage. I just liked it because it was called Bangers.
Want some bangers and mash.
Bangers and mash.
No vets here.
Inevitable.
Let's see here. So, delay the
No, that's
inevitable.
here.
Dalbus was saying something about like ping and lag as well. So, like delay in that regard.
Or was he saying that we were lagging?
No, he said a game about ping and lag. A game about an old person. You have to find ways to get younger, or you die of old age. Yeah, so age and death are definitely things.
Yeah, like the whatever, like the end state.
Those
is.
are the obvious.
Inevitable.
Yes.
Yeah, things that
have like a direct end to them.
Yeah.
Are there? We could think of like things that like conspiracy theorists or like crazy people think like are inevitable, like Zorp.
Oh, Hail Zorp.
Hail Zorp. So what sorts of like there's the rapture, what other sorts of like apocalypse conspiracies?
I feel like I don't know a ton. Like what do Scientologists like believe that?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Like I know there's like some sort of spaghetti monster or something. I know I've heard of that, but I have no idea.
Right.
Anything else involved in it?
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely, if we want to just go down that rabbit hole, we could just start researching different types of world-ending scenarios.
Pomo's raiding with a party of 2. Hey, Pomo.
Whoa!
Thanks for the raid. Biggest raid we've ever seen.
Let me push some chairs out of the way. Being dumb is inevitable. Yeah.
Like we're trying to delay a stupid decision.
Taxes. How quickly we write abortion on the... That was inevitable. We did delay it for quite a bit.
We did
true.
delay it.
Yo, Kappa Mangoes. Long time no see.
Kappa.
Teens getting pregnant.
That is inevitable. Yeah.
Teens getting pregnant.
Honestly, that's pretty inevitable. Like, what sorts of things are inevitable if, like, you have a big population of people? What is absolutely going to happen to at least one of them, right?
Oh, well, but honestly, just war.
Yeah.
Like
let's maybe not make a war game right now, though.
Yeah. Something about Ukraine.
No, let's make a Will Smith game.
Oh, current events. It's shocking to me. I didn't even know that was a thing, and then suddenly all over YouTube, like every single other video thumbnail was a Will Smith thing.
I didn't watch the Oscars at all, but like somebody dropped that shit on YouTube
like
it was that night. So I saw the video like 12 hours before the rest of like Twitter and everyone on YouTube got a hold of it. I was like, I was ahead of the curve. COVID is inevitable.
Yeah, Ninja wrote that one down.
No, she did not. Oh, okay. In the chat. I'm just like,
No.
Yeah, I gave Ninja permissions. Is that okay?
Good God.
Let's see.
What else is sort of
Dead dogs.
That's true. Everyone loves games about dead dogs.
Dead pets.
Oh,
I keep hitting and I keep trying to hit enter to like confirm the thing, but it makes new lines. Like, stop it. Get some help.
Stop. Do. You are already like in a similar mindset to me right now, Steven. I'll just put this right next to Michael Jordan.
Yep, that's what we're thinking of now.
Puberty.
Listen, chaos in the Windy City was inevitable.
Fucking hero. A game about love and a broken heart.
Windy City?
Question mark?
There's no good way to break up. Bam.
Oh.
It's inevitable.
Incalculable.
Everything ends.
Thanos is
really sad. True.
He even said, "I am inevitable."
That was his catchphrase. Everyone loved it.
That was his thing. Everyone was like, dang it, Thanos, you're all right.
Delayed race. Delay the inevitable.
Not like instead of a relay race,
a delay race.
Delay race.
Where the whole goal is just to fuck up the people who are running next to you.
Well, no, you're just trying to finish last.
Yeah, who can last the longest?
So it's all like it's like an automatic thing where you're going through, but you're trying to. It's like Mario Kart, but the power ups are to delay yourself instead of other people.
You just throw a banana peel right at your fucking feet.
It's like, come on, but it's really hard to hit.
Oh no! Oh no! I was wondering why you typed Limp Bizkit for a sec. You asshole.
It's inevitable.
Coming is inevitable.
That's what she said.
It's inevitable that, like if you think about the Will Smith thing, it's inevitable that the internet will get a hold of it and turn it into a meme, and it will spread.
Yeah.
Nice guys, am I right?
Because they last.
Nice guys always finish last, but that's because they want the girl to finish first.
That's true. They're just being respectful.
They're just being gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Delay the inevitable. Fuck, man. It's rough.
What other inevitable things? Inevitabilities.
After it's heading to destroy Earth and you have to protect it. Yeah, we have something like that with like the end of the world here. There's also
the sun rising and setting.
Yeah. Decomposition is inevitable.
Yeah.
So maybe you're like
Stuff's
a mortician
spoiling.
or something, and you're trying to preserve a body as it's decomposing at like a rapid rate.
That's gross.
I don't even know how to spell mortician, but there it is.
Mortician, please.
Could I have some mortician, please? Oh, spoiled food, yeah.
Because you're eating the bodies as the mortician.
Oh.
Nope. We never do.
My
Cuomo.
dinner is getting moldy. The theme sucks. More titties.
More titties.
It's titties for morticians.
Is that a morgue joke?
That sounds like a shitty like charity. It's like we would like to help sponsor Titties for Morticians.
More titties. It's like a breast cancer research specifically for
morticians make people uncomfortable. So if we give them titties, then they'll be a lot more likable.
At least like 5 titties. I think that's probably like the optimal number to like maximize comfort. You know,
what's the titty to mortician ratio we need?
The golden titty.
The golden titty.
Titty com.
That should be good. Cool.
Laughing it apart.
Or like
Pooping.
Diarrhea that you just cannot hold in, and it's gonna come out, and you just have to hold out until you can get to a bathroom.
Yeah, like that. Potty troubles.
Get him to the toilet. Holding that shit, yo. Trying to delay Dude Ranch 2. Listen, we've been putting it off long enough.
Everyone's asking for Dude Ranch 2. Nobody asks for Higher Desire 2. Which you'll notice there's maybe one game that's missing a mascot on the
I
bottom
pointed that out earlier,
and
it got quietly disregarded.
Oh. I just couldn't find the monk for some reason, and I gave up trying to find it.
Well, and also it's the one game that we're okay to forget about.
Yes.
Honestly, I didn't even think about that at all. I didn't hear Andrew say it, so
nobody asks for Knitworth 2 either. The game that put us on the fucking map.
Yeah, come on.
True. That is true.
That's where Alicia Griffin discovered us.
And it has been just straight downhill since.
Her opinion of us has only gotten lower.
I don't think anyone after meeting us has ever gotten a higher opinion of us.
Oh, delaying the inevitable. Getting to know me.
Oh, yeah, like you're desperately trying to avoid small talk in an office.
Yes.
Yeah.
And inevitable. Inevitably, they'll realize that I don't like them.
The inevitability of a fish being caught on a hook.
Fishing game.
Fishing game. That's, you know what? I think we could spin this.
Well, 100% we
or
can
maybe,
spin,
well, hang on.
We can spin anything.
Hang on now. What if you're a worm on a hook and you have like limited mobility and you're desperately trying to avoid all the fish that are trying to come in for a bite?
Oh.
The inevitability of being eaten by a fish, and we're delaying that. Well, yeah, because the inevitable implies that it will happen.
It's gonna happen. There's really nothing you can do about it.
It's either going to happen now or it's going to happen later, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, choosing where to die. Worm on a hook. You got some burps, little baby boy?
Someone need to come burp you?
Little Mormon boy.
Oh, lactose intolerance.
Oh.
Hang on.
Getting fat.
Yeah.
Getting fat or old.
Being ugly. Dying alone.
Dying alone, because you are going to die. Like, even if you're together with somebody, someone's gonna die alone.
The chances of you dying simultaneously with another person.
Well, murder suicide.
Oh well, but even that, like, it's not to get like they died and then you died.
Jared doing laundry, putting it off for as long as possible.
Jared doing laundry.
Or maybe like the inevitable could be like, well, you guys don't put your clothes away, so that's not a thing, actually.
We never put them away. So we have a way.
There's separate area. I guess I delay, but that's not inevitable because I never do it.
That's the second half that we're missing.
It's either in the dryer, on one of the chairs in the living room, or on a pile in my room.
Yeah, it never gets folded.
It never gets folded.
Booking a flight.
Yeah.
That's true. Spending money in general.
Oh, spending money for sure.
Yeah, Ninja brought up something about taxes earlier.
Yep. Waiting to the last minute to do taxes. That's a classic Jared thing.
I still have to do it.
Do you really?
Yeah. Yes.
You've got 2 weeks, man.
Exactly. I got a whole 2 weeks to do it.
A whole 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You wait till we get back from Wisconsin to do it.
Pretty much. All right, let's see here. I'ma live forever like
Clooney.
I forgot
Getting-
this is where we started. We're just going around the chaos.
We're going
that we make
around
the games.
the stuff that has nothing to do with
Yeah, no stream
the
next
feed we're
weekend, Homo.
brainstorming. No.
Was there anything that was like inevitable and like
Wait, why is there a line from Will Smith to being ugly?
I don't know who put that there?
I didn't.
Huh? Weird.
Wait, so have we been penetrated?
No, I did that. Was there anything as like a kid that you didn't want to do?
Oh, that was at some point in your life you were gonna have to do
I
it.
guess like
Yeah.
growing up is
Yeah,
in general.
growing up. Getting a job,
Mm,
yeah, responsibilities.
y'all were scared of some very adult things as a kid.
I don't know. This is my adult brain trying to
Yeah.
remember what it was like to be a kid.
I remember just being like, I don't want to grow up.
I do have a distinct memory of I hated doing homework. So I guess this is something I looked forward to. I wasn't trying to delay the inevitable. I wasn't trying to like not. I wanted to. I remember thinking of seniors in high school and being like, oh, how great would it be to be a senior in high school and then never
Yeah.
have to do homework again.
Getting the chores done before the parents got home. Look at Mr. Goody Two Shoes over here.
Mastiff.
Trying not to laugh like a
Making sure that dinner is prepared for Mummy and Daddy.
Me? Try not to laugh in church. It's a very us. It's very us specific.
It's very specific.
Let's see here. Trying to hide the infinite stones from
Yeah,
Thanos.
laughing at inappropriate times, of course.
Yeah, just across the board. No matter if you're not supposed to be laughing, it's the funniest shit ever.
It
Oh my
only makes you
God.
laugh harder.
Yeah.
Hang on 1 sec.
Oh,
Whole body. Whole body.
There we go.
There's a specific memory.
Yes. What that Jared wasn't even there for.
Was that just you and David?
Yeah, it was me and David in biology
Biology.
class. Doing a weird thing where our biology teacher recorded lectures, but we watched them in class while he was just there. Like, couldn't you have just talked to us in class? But no, we just sat there in class while he was there watching videos of him. So then, of course, we went to YouTube and started watching The Office.
Naturally. Oh man,
We
I
already
just
broke Thanos Pomo, so get out of here.
I just zoomed out to max.
Homo.
I just zoomed out to max distance, and we're running out of space.
Uh-oh.
No. Oh, God. 5%.
We absolutely are not.
I think
I'm gonna start typing really big so we actually do run out of space.
force us to run out of space.
Yeah,
I think it will expand the canvas.
it probably will. It's like helping someone move.
That's a good one.
Or inevitable things. trying to think of stuff that's inevitable in my life right now.
Yeah.
God damn it. Mastiff just played Bustin' makes
Bustin'.
me feel good.
Busted.
Bustin' makes me feel
That-
good. Oh, well,
That is inevitable.
That is.
yeah.
Humans gotta bust to live.
Orgasms.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make an
Sex.
edging game,
Oh.
an orgasm denial game.
That actually would make kind
Dude,
of a
let's-
funny Steam game.
Let's make a porn game. Let's do it.
Let's make something that we 100% can't share with our parents.
18 plus only.
Oh, yeah. It's inevitable that we will disappoint our parents.
There we go. Yeah.
that how you spell disappoint?
I think there's 2 P's.
That's what it is.
What are
Oops.
you doing,
A capital
Step-bro?
P.
My B. I was on caps lock.
Doing
Oh yeah,
step.
parents embarrassing their kids.
Mm-hmm.
Teen angst. Grandma being racist.
Grandma dying.
That's inevitable.
We're just
Dead relative.
we're just putting it off.
So that is net worth 2 then.
That kind of is net worth
Yeah.
too.
The after years.
Oh my god. What do we do with the money once
the game
she
just
dies?
starts with like a smash cut of just like 2 needles just like shoved up her face, and she's just like laying on the ground.
Oh my goodness.
And the son just like, what have I done? What have I done?
Well, at least in this world, he's remorseful.
Well, he's remorseful because now she's not alive to write his name in the will.
Oh yeah. Oh, he fucked up. He
That's
doesn't
all.
even get
That's
his
all
name
he
on
cares
the
about. Yeah.
Be relative.
Hospice.
Hospice.
Hoe spice.
Yep.
For all them hoes.
That girl got some spice. She got some hoe spice.
Or is it like spice to keep the hoes away?
Depends on how spicy your hoe is. Bustin' makes me feel good.
Bustin'.
Bustin'.
Sleeping in your bed.
Bustin'.
Let's see here.
Falling asleep.
Oh yeah.
And trying not.
You
trying
can't.
not
You
fall
can't
asleep.
help. You can't prevent
But
that.
you're trying to stay awake.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. What dreams?
Can't delay that forever.
And then we'll go here.
And then to here.
There we go.
Orgasms.
Orgasm.
Yeah, you must choose a side.
There's always a them and a me.
Yeah. Us versus them.
Wanna become famous?
Heck yeah. It's like failure in general.
Yeah.
Failure is inevitable.
We could go for making a wayward 2 if we want.
Oh my god. we go serious again. / funny.
Yeah, a
Stacking
funny
paper
series.
like Jenga.
Now that's comedy.
A real grasp on the gravity of the story we were trying to tell.
Oh man. I'd like to draw your attention to this entire board.
Yes. How did the penguin from Toy Story 2 get up on here?
Oh, you don't. Well, you've never seen it, so. Whenever I hear the word inevitable, I just think of that penguin when he's like being held in Woody's arms. And he says, "Why prolong the inevitable?" So so a toy ending up in a garage sale. A toy ending up in the garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, like kids growing out of things.
Yeah. Aw. There's another Toy Story 2 reference.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't want to play with you anymore. I would. About like a longer fuse.
True.
So like we're trying to give ourselves more time for the thing.
Yeah. Is there like some cartoony way that you could prolong like a physical fuse of a bomb and you just keep trying to prevent it from exploding? Like you're like suturing extra fuse on top of it or some shit like that.
Like maybe you're drawing out the fuse and it's like slowly like coming after you, and then you're trying to like dodge like I guess like gunpowder, like piles or something that would make it explode.
Yeah. The half-life of radioactive material.
Oh.
Can you delay that? I guess we put it in water or something, right? For some folks, I'm very
I don't know.
uneducated.
Yeah,
in
you're
that field.
asking the wrong people.
Ooh. Back pain.
But just any kind of
Or if
pain.
you prefer
Aches.
the case of the David knees.
When you get the David knees.
Yeah. And that could apply to any David we have in chat currently.
that's true.
Something about Davids and their knees.
They're just weak in the knees.
Bunch of weak-kneed men, those Davids.
Let's see here.
Was there anything that we've said that we want to latch onto and then just like brainstorm around?
As dumb as it sounds, I did like the pooping idea quite a bit.
Like just needing even if it's like peeing, like you
Yeah.
have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Like you gotta get to a bathroom.
Yeah. It's like some sort of obstacle course, and it's all stuff that would make you like shit if you touched it.
Or we
trying to avoid all that.
can also go like super abstract with it as well. Like holding in shit like this can often be like a mind game, especially if you're like stuck in a car or something. So it could be whatever's going on in their head to try and prevent this from happening.
Yeah.
I also liked the something to do with the mortician.
The mortician, I think.
More titties.
What up, Dirty Frank?
Hey,
Not the
Dirty.
not the
Dirty
mortician
Frank.
part.
I still remember when we raided Dirty Frank
Yeah.
a little while ago.
All right.
Well, this is about to be a much different stream than what we normally do. So
Yeah, sorry. This is.
going good,
It's
going
going.
good. We just got announced a theme for a game jam that's going to be happening over the weekend over the next 72 hours. So we have that amount of time to think up and make a game.
Word. And Jared's not going to sleep for 72 hours. He's going to be streaming the entire time.
That is
100% work mode.
Incorrect.
A mortician that needs to poop.
But I liked the idea of like the mortician for some reason eating bodies before they decompose.
Yeah, like they're spoiling. So yeah, he's
Right.
like, oh, well, I
He's
guess
like,
it's
oh,
going
fuck.
bad. I might as well go do something.
Yeah, what's inevitable from the mortician's point of view?
Is food going bad? I mean, he's always going to
Decomposition
get
is the-
bodies coming in. Like that's inevitable.
What if the
But I don't
mortician
know
was
Or
a
is he just,
zombie?
or is he just not looking forward to visiting his mom?
It's nothing to do.
It has nothing to
Just
do.
mortician. It has nothing to do with him being a mortician. That's just part of the backstory.
Yeah, he's just trying to delay like seeing his mom, and then he walks into one of the rooms in his office and looks at the table. He's like, "Hi, mom."
Wait, is she dead?
Yes, that was the joke.
Oh,
Oh my goodness!
I thought you meant like visiting her, like
No.
like for.
No,
she's still alive.
he's been putting off visiting his mother for so long that
Oh my
inevitably
God.
she just ended up on his slab.
No.
Oh my
But
God,
what
that's
if,
dark.
So you're a mortician, and there's a body of like someone you know that comes in, and you're just trying everything you can to work on anything else but that body.
Oh my God,
It's really dark.
that is like
For how goofy the premise is, the motivations for the character are so sad.
Diesel says bodies can blow up if you don't release the gases. Farts?
oh, we have to force a fart from dead bodies.
Well,
So
we're
what if it's
trying
like
to-
a platformer
it's
and you're like a
releasing
bouncing
air from a
mortician,
balloon.
and you so you have
You're
to
a
like
small
jump on
little
all these different
mortician
bodies.
jumping on the bodies.
Yeah, the bodies are constantly inflating. We have to bounce on them so they fart.
Oh my goodness. But it's okay because the tops can't hurt you.
Swim over the not under.
Swim over, not through. Or no, swim through it, not over it.
Over it. Oh, whatever. Same fucking thing.
You can't catch me.
It's like hop on pop, but much different.
Very dark.
Gas the cadavers. That actually sounded bad.
A gasoline.
Gas the cadavers. Well, yeah, gas them all you want. They're already dead.
Yeah.
Already dead.
Are there any interesting premises that could come from Mortician being a zombie? That way he would actually.
Like the mortician is the
that
zombie.
Sounds like iZombie. That's already been made.
Oh shit!
Oh my goodness,
is that
is
a
a
character?
thing.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Well, she wasn't a mortician. She was a like autopsy
But
person
she
at
worked
the
with
police.
bodies though. Okay.
Yes, but she was a zombie, so she would like take their brains and eat
Gotcha.
them.
Aha.
Well, that makes me think like vampires now, like a vampire delaying the inevitable of having to like suck someone's blood.
Yeah.
Like like you're a first time like a new vampire, and you're trying to not do it the first time.
Something like that.
Now the mortician is interesting. This like is it too on the nose to go down the death alleyway?
I think like it's the focus. What I like about the Mortician is that the focus isn't on like the death itself, right? Because everyone's gonna be making a game where the objective is to not delay dying for as long as possible, which is boring.
That's just how games are, though.
But exactly.
That's just a video game.
Yeah.
Yeah, just you're gonna die.
Exactly.
It's an endless runner. You're gonna die.
Let's
So
make Elden Ring because I'm trying to delay dying in that.
I'm sure there's gonna be a bunch of games where like the player's life total is on like a counter, and you have to keep getting pickups to like refill that counter so they don't, their
Oh
HP
yeah,
doesn't hit
kind of
zero,
like
stuff that.
kind of like those streamathon things where
Oh, the subathon thing? Yeah.
subathon, yeah.
But what I like about the Mortician is I feel like we could do some goofy shit with it, and it's really only like tangentially related to death, just because that was sort of the route that we went. But making some sort of like morbidly funny game about corpses in a mortician.
I'm definitely into the morbid
Like
side.
And like decomposition is like I think a unique sort of inevitability of just like shit's gonna go bad like eventually. But I also did kind of like the idea of just jumping on their like bloated guts and gassing them out.
Well, it could be like one of those like kind of cooking games where you have all these things you have to do, but like the timer's going and like the people won't pay for it. But you're a mortician, the bodies are slowly decaying, and you have to like put all your like the types of makeup and shit, like do all the mortician things on them, and you have like recipes on what each person wants for their dead family member.
Turning into strain of Masusi loose.
That you have to do before. Well, it'd be more of like yeah, I guess it is kind of like Masusi.
Well, that was kind of where we started with Masusi Loose before we turned it into just the tools. We de-scoped it down to that.
Yeah.
I do like I like this idea of what you do as a mortician to delay the inevitable. Like there's interesting things in that.
Yeah, overcooked for dead people, exactly.
What does a mortician do?
Need a job description here.
I also misspelled mortician. There's a C in there. You wouldn't believe it.
Oh. I spelled it right.
I did not.
Golden titty to mortician spelled correctly ratio.
Let me just make sure that I don't accidentally show a bunch of dead bodies on stream.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
One of the dead people has a bomb in them.
Depending on the need.
Classic dead people.
So we're a mortician / bomb diffuser, bomb squad guy.
Mortician by day, bomb defusal by night.
Well, we had to get 2 jobs because of the economy. So we chose mortician and bomb squad.
Depending on the needs of the specific situation, a mortician's duties can include retrieving the body, counseling the family, handling paperwork, making all the funeral arrangements, preparing the remains, cleans and dresses the body. If there will be a viewing, the mortician arranges the body in the casket, does their hair and makeup. If the family has chosen to have their remains embalmed, the mortician does the embalming. Okay, so everything to do with a funeral, not just handling the body, essentially.
Yeah.
And this is from Olive Tree Mortuary Incorporated.
So
you can trust them.
You can trust them.
Morticians are also known as funeral directors.
Oh.
And are involved in every aspect of what happens to a person after death.
Funeral director doesn't sound as cool as mortician, though. Fast food, but for dead people.
Oh,
well, I mean, what if this morgue operates like a McDonald's? Like it really is.
It's like discount funeral services.
Like it's got window service.
You go, it's rapid pace drive-through funeral.
Chuck your dead mom through the window. Yeah, so I'll get a number 5. You want embalming fluid with that? Yeah, extra embalming fluid.
Can I get the embalming fluid on the side?
Ooh, that's gonna be tricky.
How would putting embalming fluid on the side be tricky?
I don't know.
I'm just the concept of a drive-through mortician. Bring out your dead.
Bring out your dead.
Well, not dead yet.
Feeling a lot better.
Oh God. Wait.
What?
What have you discovered?
What the fuck? All right, hang on. Get on Discord, or I'm gonna start sharing my screen.
Okay.
I found a YouTube video called "Drive-Through Funeral Home in Memphis, Tennessee Can't Keep Up with Demand."
What?
Keeping up with demand?
Yeah, hang on. Oh shit, I need to share my screen. Hi.
Share it to me, daddy.
There we go. Go live.
Oh.
Wait, hang on. I need to turn the music off. Yada, 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 yada. Shut up.
Honestly, that music with this screen was kind of crazy.
Well, to be honest, when my dad first told me he was opening up a drive-through funeral home, I was like, you're gonna do what?
They actually just display you in the window?
Owner and
I guess so.
Arbonard Funeral Services here in Memphis, Tennessee.
What?
I wanted to start the drive-through visitation.
Oh, so it's a visitation thing.
Yeah.
That's still weird.
It's so weird. Yeah, it's not drive-through, like drop your body off and it'll be done in 15 seconds type thing.
Disabled, they're maybe lacking in mobility.
Ah.
Well, if they're dead, they're really lacking in mobility.
Right.
I've had people that they don't like coming inside funeral homes. You know, it just spooks them out, gives them a bad feeling.
So looking at the body through a window from your car.
Say, hey, we don't want to see your.
What if you have like a you're in like a pretty low like small car and you can't see over the window?
Family didn't even know they were there, so works out in a lot of good ways.
Family didn't even know they were there. Oh God.
Oh, this is strange.
That's so weird.
My name is Michelle Hines. I'm the sister of Patricia Walton, who is now deceased.
Oh no.
Patricia was an outgoing person. She
serious.
Oh Jesus.
She never met a stranger, so she made her presence known.
Alrighty then.
It's getting personal.
So that exists.
All right, that exists.
That's
a real thing.
That is fascinating.
Ooh.
Well then. Sorry, that just threw me for. I just wanted to like type drive
No, that
through,
exists now.
mortician, or drive through funeral home just to see what that was.
And it exists.
Wow, that got real
Making
quick.
drive-throughs out of everything.
That's inevitable.
Yeah, automation.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go to Memphis twice in the next 2 months. Ooh, you should stop by the
You
funeral.
know where
home.
to go. Just pick out, this.
Just take a
you could tell
picture at the
Ninja.
funeral home. Just like go up to whoever's in the window, and just be like, and then
Get a selfie with them.
you'd be like that meme of that dude. Like,
how'd you know the
posing with
deceased?
grave.
I was just driving by.
Oh, I found you guys' place on YouTube. I love the idea.
The idea for what?
Have you ever thought about a drive-through like body drop-off service as well?
Sorry, what?
Can this
Like,
whole process be drive-through?
How quick can we get this done?
Like, I drive in on one side, drop off the body. By the time I make it to the other side of the building, it's ready, and I just look at it, and I'm off.
You're just like, yep, that's a corpse, and then you just
That's
leave.
corpse. All right, see ya.
Well,
I mean, I guess it could be like if you're cremating them, you just drop their body off. It goes like a conveyor belt through a building, and then it comes out as just a jar of ashes on the other side. And you just drive up,
You
pick it
play as the jar, and you're trying to catch all the ashes.
The jar.
up. You're a sentient jar in a drive-through
there's these
cremation
bodies that-
factory, or whatever they're called.
These
The
bodies that are
crematorium.
just sliding into the furnace like a goddamn wood chipper.
This is a horrifying.
Oof.
It happens so fast that there's just ashes being mixed in with like themselves. You're not getting just one person.
What other sorts of things happened?
Let's think about the word delay for a second. Like, what are some just things that come to your mind with just delay instead of the inevitable?
Video games.
Like, what things get delayed? Yeah, a
Announcements
game
made.
release.
Yep.
Yeah.
Synonyms for delay: detain, hold up, make late, set back, bog down, hinder, hamper, impede, obstruct.
Yeah, like my food comes late at a restaurant because like the chef is too busy or something.
Or the mortician is running behind.
Yeah, there's
Flights.
a lot of people in line for the drive-through crematorium.
Mastiff
So.
was saying flights get
yeah.
delayed. Yeah.
Oh, delayed
definitely do.
flights.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Sorry, I just had a really dark thought. I
Oh,
don't know
you
if I
were
should
thinking
share.
9/11, weren't you?
Whoa.
I was. You're like you're like where you have you're like a future like time traveler, and you go back in time. You're trying to delay the flight. For 9/11
You're a
as long as
flight.
possible.
Oh my goodness.
Going, oh no, there's weather conditions. We can't fly at this.
You're an FAA. Like,
Yeah.
flight controller.
Well, since it's time travel, you can't stop it. It's going to happen no matter what. So all you can do is delay it.
God.
Oh my
Oh my God.
Not stop it. Delay it.
Delay it. Yeah, well, there's nothing you can do. It's inevitable. Goodness.
Ooh, postpone is another.
Oh.
Did you say Post Malone?
Postpone.
Like after you pwn someone?
Yeah, there's prepone, there's postpone. Postpone marriage.
Maybe
And postponed.
you gotta fire somebody and you really don't want to do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Delivering like bad news.
Yeah,
Michael Scott
bad news.
style.
True.
Can't stop inflation
Can't stop that month.
of bodies.
We're gonna always come back to the dead bodies.
It is the thing to beat right now.
It is.
That and pooping.
That and pooping.
Oh my goodness. I can't in good conscience make a poop game. It's too below the belt.
That's exactly where it belongs.
Maybe that's where we thrive. We just haven't tried it yet.
We thrive right at belt level.
I wouldn't want my poop to be above the belt. Just saying.
What if you're upside down?
Oh, well, that's all.
You're hanging upside down, and you know, if you've ever seen the Human Centipede.
Oh God.
Oh, you're trying not to eat, so you're trying to delay having a shit to someone's mouth.
Well, yeah, the guy in the front is like trying. He's like, "I'm so sorry." Like the first time it happens, he's like, "I'm sorry."
Yikes.
Definitely prefer to be the front guy in that situation.
Oh, he had it made.
He did.
He full use of his mouth. He's getting eaten out all the time.
The conductor.
Choo choo.
I'm gonna go grab a Gatorade. Andrew, I'm gonna grab you one if you want.
Oh yes, it should be cold by now.
It better be blue flavored.
Oh, it's obviously blue flavored.
I got my Albanese gummy bears. I'm all good.
We got Gatorade, Albanese gummy bears, and then our like panic dinner is frozen chicken nuggets or strips and pizza rolls. The classic.
Hell yeah.
You're not naked in here. Ooh, please, thank you.
Gatorade is happening.
The extinction of the dinosaurs.
When dinosaurs ruled the earth.
Or maybe so. What if there was like ancient Greek mythology? Whenever there's like a prophecy that's going to be fulfilled, like Hercules or something.
Delaying like the prophecy.
Yeah.
I like that. Trying to stop the prophecy.
Or you're the guy from early edition. You're trying to delay the thing that happens in the newspaper that's from tomorrow.
Well, yeah, like he was stopping things because he got me. Oh, the early edition.
Oh, what a great show.
Oh, a PAX original. The early edition.
What about
you're like some sort of psychic, so you know what's gonna happen, but you can't stop it.
I'm already ahead of you.
So
that's so Raven.
Thank you.
Future.
She can see, but you can't change the future. You can only delay it.
Yep, that's me.
Can we put on the That's So Raven theme song for everyone real quick, just so they remember who That's So Raven is?
Can we just embed the YouTube video of the That's So Raven theme song into this?
And it just plays on loop.
You can paste iframe code in here.
God damn it.
I think there's something fun about like a prophecy.
Yeah.
Especially like I enjoyed what I was picturing in my mind with like the mythology, like Greek times or something, or even that's where it comes from, but it's modern day now and the prophecy is coming true.
Yeah. Like you've already delayed it for like millennia, and then now you're.
But it's gotta happen eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of like a Stephen King short story about like there's this portal. There's always like some portal to another universe, and the stuff on the other side is always heinous. But it was like someone always needed to put this rock in this certain place to keep like a perfect circle of these rocks. And this one guy's job was to always make sure that the rock was put in place, and you had to check on it every day, because if you didn't check on it and it wasn't perfect, the portal would open and like hell would unleash from this world. It was a story about obsession. That's a classic Stephen King multiverse thing.
Yeah.
Pompeii, that's true. Delaying, the erupting of a volcano.
Events.
You got to keep throwing virgins down into the volcano to keep it from erupting.
You have to.
Have to. Gotta please the gods somehow.
At some point, you're gonna run out of virgins, and all you got left are sluts.
If they don't have a hymen, I don't want them.
Well, Do you think if you throw enough sluts into the volcano, it would equal one virgin?
That's true. Is there like an exchange
What's
rate?
the virgin to slut ratio? Like what's the exchange rate for that?
Hang on, I need to grab another drink and gummy bears.
Gummers.
What did I say about gummers?
What's it not to say it? Gum.
Gummy.
Hey, gummy.
Game. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Something in the mortician realm and just like defining what the inevitable thing is. I think we have. Maybe we're at the point where we can start talking about just mechanics that are inevitable and see if that starts to either spark new ideas or mesh with.
That's true. We don't necessarily have to find like a story type theme of like the mortician. We can just see like
we could start to go down. We see what Jared thinks. You know, if we're at the point where you want to start just thinking about specifically just mechanics that are delaying the inevitable, and then see what that starts to yield. Like thinking less story, more mechanical.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's do that then.
Did we want to move to another part of the board, or I guess we did.
We'll just shove it over here.
Over here-ish. Mechanics.
Yeah, so what things do you think about when you hear like either inevitable or delay?
Like avoiding
inevitable, like a timer.
There's gonna be like end of a level.
Right.
Like the game has to end at some point, obviously.
Dying in an endless runner.
Yeah. Or even if you flip the endless runner on its side, like hitting the bottom of a pit that you're falling down.
Yes.
Doing something scary in a game, like Jared's always trying to delay the inevitable of having to go down dark hallways and shit.
Oh yeah, like eventually you're gonna have to go down into that area.
Like you're always gonna have to follow at least some sort of path.
Doing the main quest. We are not making.
That's a good one.
Yeah, let's make an exploration game. It's all about side quests. If you do the main quest, you lose.
Oh, running out of breath underwater.
Ooh.
What if it's like an endless runner game, but you're building the level as the person's running? So you're trying to delay them, and if they reach the end of like what you've built, that like they've reached the end of the game or whatever. So like that's like the end of that. You're trying to delay them from reaching the end by trying to add more stuff onto it.
Constructing new level or like path in an endless runner.
Yeah.
Like inevitable implies that something is just sort of automated, right? Or is there interpretations of inevitable that wouldn't be?
Yeah, it's like either automated or it's just like it wouldn't be the thing without it having this.
Like is that just the nature of it? Like something has to be automated, something has to just be running without your control for this to be inevitable?
Yeah, I feel like.
Or is there a version of it where like it's inevitable where you're going to do it even if like you are the thing that makes it inevitable?
Like you're inevitably gonna hit a button in a game.
Like the game doesn't.
What if we make that table game we talked about where we don't touch anything?
That's what I was saying. Like the game doesn't force you, but you are compelled.
Yeah. Oh man, imagine making a VR game where you have to be completely still, and if you move at all, you lose. But it's like the whole game there's just stuff trying to like. I guess it would probably be more of like a scary game. So it's just trying to make you like
they've actually
like
done
flinch
something
or
like that
whatever,
before, yeah.
and like look around.
Oh yeah, like you have to hold keys. It's
Or
like
it's
in a
play-
certain
it's-
way.
There's a
It's-
game that was
it's-
exactly like that actually, where you had to hold F and J and just look around and shit would happen to you.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even just holding like your mouse, I guess it would be easy to take your hand off of it, and like noticing any movement in the cursor would trigger something.
Unless you force them to like hold down the buttons.
You have to hold down the buttons, yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Fuck you, Michael J. Fox.
You just tape them down.
Michael J. Fox. We'd have to put a warning that Michael J. Fox can't play this game.
Yeah, no Michael J. Fox is allowed here.
No Parkinson's allowed.
Parkinson's and back. The lid was frozen onto this dang Gatorade.
I know, it was really on there. My hand's raw from opening it.
Well, we have these soft, like,
What up,
soft computer hands.
How you doing, man?
I don't do any hard labor.
How's the theme going for you?
I always feel like when people that I know are doing jams come in here, it's because they already like locked down what they're making, and they're like, "Oh, I'm working now, so I'll just go join a stream."
We are not that way.
It makes me feel self-conscious. Boots.
Damn it, boats. Don't come in here and say that.
Give us a little bit. Game Shock can go do a reaction, yeah.
I like the idea of like you reacting in some way. That's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually you're gonna react either. Maybe it's not even the wrong way. Like eventually you're going to react. It doesn't have to be like a scare thing, but just what happens around you and the way that you like. Eventually you're going to do this thing. Like it's kind of like psychological.
Mm-hmm.
What would be good ways to like force someone to react to something though? So if they know, I feel like that's kind of hard because if they know they don't have to do anything, then they just won't.
Yeah, you just keep your hands away. Well, yeah, you have to tell them. There's something that isn't inevitable, similar to the idea of like you have to hold these keys. Like there's a function that you have to do, or there's a task that you have to do, and so, like inevitably you will react in some way to what's happening that will force you away from that task.
I have an idea.
Jared just had a wet idea.
A wet idea. Actually, yes. So.
How wet is it?
Imagine if you look at your keyboard right now, and imagine it's like the wall of a submarine, and there's holes of water that are slowly like peeking through, and you have to like hold all these keys like finger twister to try and keep all of the water from like leaking out, and you have to try and see how long you can manage that before your submarine fills up. So you're like using your fingers to like plug holes, literally.
I think the plugging the holes is kind of funny. I'm even thinking now of a mortician where you're trying to like plug
like holes in there's body. Blood coming out of the body, so you're trying to plug the like there's it's a gunshot victim. You're trying to like full of formaldehyde and it's oozing out. You're trying to stop it.
Or you're filling them with foam. Oh, you're doing like taxidermy, and all the foam is like coming out.
Make sure you plug the butthole.
Yeah, you definitely have to plug the butthole.
You have to like mash the enter key to like stuff it back in. Like so there would be some like holes that would pop up where like you'd have to hold it down for a certain amount of time. There would be other ones where you'd have to like mash it in or something like that. So like you're constantly trying
we have to be careful. It's becoming a little Masusi-Lucy.
Maybe a little bit, but I'm just thinking like.
Is there something happening besides just the holes? Like you have to like plug the holes, but is there something else kind of going on maybe with your mouse that you could be doing?
Maybe. I think that's moving more in the direction of Masusi-Lucy.
Is when you start to combine those tools.
Because I think the novel thing about an idea like this is just like you have to like keep the finger real estate working, right, and like keep track of everything that needs to be touched, and like. I'm assuming ideally you'd get into a state where like your hands are like overlapping each other and you're trying to keep all of these holes.
It's kind of, well, so you mentioned before, you can answer this maybe, isn't there a limit to the number of inputs that the computer will accept at once?
Yeah.
Or at least when you're in Unity.
Yeah. I'm curious. I might be able to. I could experiment and see if I can like swing something of like, it can. The keyboard recognition it's tough to like recognize multiple keys at once. But what I might be able to do is like you can recognize like a key down and a key up event. So if I just keep track of all the times that a key has been pressed down, it doesn't matter if like, and I'll keep like a list of it in Unity, right? It doesn't matter if the keyboard's actually registering it, but if it registers like a key up event at any time, then I can just like take it away from the list. So maybe.
Oh, okay. So all it needs is that the key went down, and then it can forget that input until a key up happens.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay.
So I might be able to do something like that.
Interesting.
And I think that's
just
like,
taking a submarine into a body. Yes, yes, perfect. Now we're talking. Yes.
We just marry them all together.
I was waiting for it to happen. And the body is a dead Arnold.
The body is it's a dead Arnold.
But I just like the idea.
Miss Frizzle.
Miss Frizzle's suddenly the mortician now. Oh, she somehow outlived her student.
Oh my god.
She's
immortal.
She is the one thing that is inevitable.
The prophecies we're talking about here.
Now we're bringing the prophecy in as well.
And then a Limp Bizkit was involved somehow.
Not in the classroom, Steve.
Oh, sorry. That's an after-school program.
It was consensual.
Bo says
it was a consensual
there
biscuit.
Was no doubt that Miss Frizzle outlived her. But what I kind of like about this idea is like it falls in the same vein of how we make some of our games where like we just want some sort of novel control scheme, right? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So I think that's
I dig it.
Some way that we can do something like that. Plus,
I like this path. It sounds interesting.
And another thing that I like, it's also like a simple thing and it's like a small scope because I think I forgot to bring this up to you guys, but my opinion has changed on polish these days. After in a good way. After Pop Shove It, I view polish as more of like, polish is what turns your game into something that is parsable by players and not just the people who made it. And I feel like we should treat it like that, to where like it's not like an optional thing of if we have time. Like we should probably
polish
make
is
sure
a critical part of a finished game.
Critical part. Like I'd like to try and experiment with that sort of mindset for this one.
I'm fully on board for that.
So that'll mean that we'd have to keep the game, whatever game we make, like pretty small and focused in scope, something akin to like Knitworth more so than Pop Shove It. I feel like.
I definitely I feel that. I think you're 100% right too. Oh, Etriel Jr., our Portuguese or Brazilian friend.
Wish you a good luck as well, Etriel.
Yes, good luck.
Oh yeah, I'm assuming since you're good luck to everyone else.
I'm assuming since you're in here that you already have an idea. In which case, fuck you. But
well, it's one of two things. They either have an idea and are here to flaunt it in our face, or they don't have one and they're pretty sure that somewhere on this board is a magical solution for them.
Good fucking
luck. I
luck.
wouldn't look at this board. I wouldn't look here.
Even no matter how far I zoom out, the word poop written on a sticky note is just the first thing that I see.
Yeah, it's critical.
We spent a not insignificant amount of time talking about poop.
We did.
That's true.
Probably more so than any other brainstorming sessions we've. What?
Is there a fuck you hiding down?
You found it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Damn it. Okay, so I think the whole plugging feels simple.
Yeah.
Like as that is like your core toy mechanic.
Yeah.
Is pretty interesting. Let's noodle on that for a second. See what can we do with that. So let's assume that this is like a no mouse situation.
Yes.
So like what can we do with this?
Yeah. So that's an interesting thing to sort of mull over, because like if the mechanic is plugging a hole or holding down some sort of key, right? how many different applications could that have? Like, what can you do with that? How many different scenarios could that come in handy with? So that might be some way to try and focus it a little bit. Because essentially the definition of like an elegant mechanic is one mechanic that has multiple uses or can be used in different interesting ways, right? So key combination simultaneously. So that's a good point, actually. So we can have like some sections that are like, you know, hold the key down here, hold the key down here, or whatever. But maybe there's some sections where it's just like hold these 3 keys down at once. Like it's like a sort of sequence sort of thing. So you're doing the same thing, but you're keeping track of more of them at once. I'm not sure if that makes sense.
Like it's like a bigger hole or something, so it requires more keys to be held down in the same area.
So maybe you have to hold like KOIL all at once to plug a big hole or something. And you're not going to completely plug that hole unless all 4 of those keys are pressed down. It's not like a partial thing. But you're still doing the same. You're still doing the same thing, right?
If it's since the idea is that this is inevitable, right? Like water's going to come through no matter what. So it's selectively choosing which holes to plug. Right.
So maybe there are bigger holes than others. So you're like, those are the ones that are going to fill up your space longer.
The hole management.
Exactly. Yeah. So at certain points, you're going to have to.
That's how we describe our game.
We got our design pillar, boys.
Hell yeah.
But no, that's a good idea of like at a certain point in the game, you're going to have to start unplugging some holes, right?
Yeah, you'll never. Maybe at the beginning you can actually completely seal whatever the surface is.
Yeah.
But eventually, water or things are coming through.
But Jared was like, "Oh, hold K, I, O, and L all at the same time." I'm like, "Oh man, that's even hard with just like."
Yeah,
just
one hand.
Just one hand.
Yeah. So although I guess you could probably put your fingers like in the middle of them and do it. But,
but you have 2 whole hands.
That's true.
One thing that
what if there's a bunch of other plugs?
If we are going to do something like this, just from a technical perspective, one thing that I'm going to have to be aware of is that this is a European game jam, and a lot of people have that
with different
keyboard. The Infinity keyboard.
Screw you guys.
Is it possible to make 2 versions? How hard would it be?
I'm not sure.
Like,
but I can look into it. I don't think it's like I don't think it's like 100% necessary, but it would be a very nice thing to have if we do something like that.
Now, are the placement of the keys themselves the same? It's just like what each like letter is different, or is like the entire layout completely different? Where like
no, it's just the letters. I think
it's just the letters are swapped around in different areas.
I think so. Let me see here.
Okay.
Because we don't want to disappoint our boy Pierre Van Der.
Pierre Van Der.
Yeah, it's the same keyboard, just like instead of QWERTY.
It's just a different arrangement of the keys.
Yeah.
Zerdy? Okay.
Fuck Zerdy.
A Zerdy. So it's QWERTY for us.
Fuck
and then
a Zerdy.
Q is where A should be.
Oh.
Wait a minute. I think this keyboard is actually very, very similar, except for like 4 keys.
Is that it?
What's the fucking point then?
Yeah. Wait, hang on.
Can you pull up an image on the stream?
Yeah. Hang on. So like the whole right half. Oh wait, never mind. So it's some of the punctuation marks on the right hand side, and then.
Oh, M moves up.
M moves up, and then A and Q swap spots. W and Z swap spots, and then it looks pretty similar.
There's like it looks like the core, like the middle, is the same.
Yeah.
So like if you stick to those boundaries, like you stop at E, S, and X, and then you stop at K, N, and P. Honestly, it's all the same.
Yeah.
Or even L is technically the same. Like you could stop at N, L, and P.
I mean, another thing that we could do is that instead of mapping this to like an actual keyboard, if we don't want to, we can just have each hole pops up with a UI element that says what letter you need to hold to plug it.
Yeah.
Right. So we could do something like that as well, and that way it wouldn't matter what keyboard is being used. I kind of what's up?
When I first started imagining it, I almost imagined it like where the holes pop up is visually associated with where they would be on a keyboard.
Yes, that is the only thing that we would lose, and I kind of like that. I
kind of want that. That way you're not thinking about the key that you're pressing. You're visualizing it. It also just makes it feel like you're working with a physical thing instead of a keyboard.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that complex both. So I think it's something that we can definitely do. Whatever the fuck foreign news you said, I realized we were.
So like
eaters only.
Because he sounds foreign.
Yeah, that was going to be the idea. That would just be Welcome to the stream, boats.
Glad to have you here.
We say it with love, like when my Czech great aunt calls people with Asian descent Orientals.
Oh yeah, I have some uncles that still say that. There was one of my uncles who was trying to connect with me about the fact that I had studied in Japan. He said like, oh yeah, like one of. He's like, yeah, one of my buddies, he married a Chinese. I'm like, oh.
A Chinese.
Oh man.
Chinese.
A Chinese woman.
Hold it up and then Chinese.
All you have to do is add one more word to that,
just
and it's fine.
More. Right?
One more
How
word.
weird is that?
At least they didn't say like a Chinaman.
That's true.
You said that right as I was taking a sip of my drink, and that's what all of my keyboard.
This is like us playing Magic all over again, but this time my cards aren't sitting on the table.
Wait, fuck you, Jared.
That's so funny.
And then,
well, actually, he spit it on me too, but
I don't know. It was directed at Steven because Jared and Steven were sitting across the table. I was sitting kitty corner to Jared.
Yeah, I know. Jared spit all over me, but the fuck you was directed at him.
My fuck you was directed at Jared for thinking he was getting away with something. And then when he was taking a sip, all smug, I turned and said fuck you, and he immediately emptied his mouth of its contents.
I think that's the first time that I've ever like legitimately had a spit take.
Did a spit take? Yeah.
It was
honestly
an actual mist that filled the air.
Yeah.
Boats that makes sense, but I don't know.
Something
it's just
feels
different.
wrong about saying that though. Like, yeah, married an American doesn't sound that bad. I don't know.
I think, but like Chinese, I don't think that's.
I don't know.
That can't be right, because.
Well, I guess maybe it only sounds bad with Chinese because like I married a German or like I married a Brit.
I guess I was just assuming that she wasn't actually Chinese. I was assuming that she's like Filipino and he called her a Chinese.
That would be bad.
That's just where my head went.
Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Words are weird.
It does sound weirdly offensive though. Yeah. Anywho.
I feel like we're referencing The Office when he says, "Is there a term you like besides Mexican?"
No,
something less offensive. Something less offensive.
Why is Mexican offensive?
Why is Mexican offensive?
Well, it has certain connotations.
What connotations?
You know, like let's be respectful.
Not today.
Honesty.
Not today, Oscar. Honesty, empathy. Fuck. What does it take to be a hero? That's a good Office.
Respect and keeping an open heart.
Aha. Open-mindedness. It's open-mindedness.
Open-mindedness. Yes. Okay.
So honesty,
all right,
empathy, respect.
Back to the keys.
All right. So.
Well, let's write that down really quick.
It's important information.
Bow body. Yeah. So. Thank you.
Oh no, it's not fitting right there, guys.
That was upsetting. Respect is nice.
Open-mindedness.
There we go. That's what it takes to be a hero.
Good.
Thank you. This is very necessary.
Okay, so holding down and letting go of. So I guess there is two actions, right? There's holding down and letting go.
Yeah.
So are there any interesting interactions of letting go of a key that we could ponder?
Well, with holding down, right? Is there any version of just like tapping, or is it always holding down? Like
we could do tapping.
Like I guess there's like the length.
What if the liquid's coming out in like a weird rhythm and you have to like tap along with it?
You're somehow submerged completely underground and the water's just coming in like. Psst, I wish there was some sort of like tactile thing where you could like press a key down and then like wiggle it, you know?
Oh yeah.
Or if there was like some the amount of pressure would be really interesting.
Yeah.
Oh my god, pressure sensitive keyboard.
This can only be played by like a dozen people around the world.
Yeah.
This is a real elitist game.
Let me see here.
What other things can we do? I put like the timing of when to press a key and like the timing of when to let go, like on top of just like holding them.
Yeah, I like the idea of like holding down and plugging a hole for a certain amount of time and then letting go. The only
what if fire starts coming out of one of the holes, so you have to let go, otherwise it'll burn you. Don't ask me why fire is coming out of the hole; it just is.
Or like a little piranha's like nibbling or something.
Yeah, something bad comes in a hole, but you don't want to be putting your finger in it.
It depends on what we're plugging, right? Are we gonna be an actual submarine in a body? Okay. So,
oh, sorry. I just heard submarine, and then you added the body part. And like,
body.
I mean,
I kind of like
do that. Yeah.
I kind of like that.
Yeah. So the only thing about like holding a key down for a certain amount of time and then it's safe to let go is then would we still have moments of like strategic hole selection, this underlined thing here, where like you're gonna have to keep some holes open in order to plug different ones?
Well, maybe if you hold down the space bar and hit the key, it's like you have a glue finger. Right. But you only have limited uses of that glue finger to plug the hole, and
I think we should definitely, like, no matter what, because again, the idea is inevitability. So this submarine is going to fail. It's going, and so it's a matter of how long you can kind of stay afloat.
Yep. I
do kind of like the idea of like the water level in the submarine just like going up to the top, and then that just like a really good visual of.
And as the water's going to the top, it becomes harder to find what holes are actually open and what need plugging and stuff.
That's
like
true.
that.
Like there's some like bubbles and stuff, but they're maybe subtle, or it's just harder in general.
But yeah, Steven, I was also thinking of some sort of idea of like having some limited use power-ups where you could plug a hole and then set it and leave it for a while before it like starts leaking again, right? Like some sort of like super glue.
Yeah, like what Boat said.
Like
you have to hold the thing. You have to hold the tape on there for a few seconds before it sticks.
But then the tape will eventually come off and you'll have to do it again, I guess.
Yeah. Right now, we're talking about mechanics and stuff of an idea that we like so far, which is
it's all right here in these 3 words here.
Strategic hole selection.
That's the game.
Read into that what you will.
Yeah.
Take that back to your team.
Make whatever assumptions you want.
Wait, you're working with a team this time, Pomo? Who are you working with? Thought you were more of a lone dog.
The lone wolf.
I'm a one-man wolf pack. What are you giggling at, Steven?
It's just whatever the fuck foreigners like boat scenes. Laugh. Same people, some friends. Gotcha. Same people as deep sea trip.
We expect great things from you.
Terrible.
It's great. We will be watching your career with great interest.
So that like bunghole stuff, it's whatever you want it to be.
I'll give you. It does take place in a body. Maybe
you're a mortician and there's a bunch of bodies, and you know how like dead bodies are like, well, I guess when they die, a bunch of poop comes out. You gotta plug their buttholes as the poop's coming out.
And you just have like a wall of corpses.
A
that are
wall of
just...
anuses that are just sitting there.
What do you think of that, Andrew?
You like that?
That sounds pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Strategic holes.
Strategic hole selection. Don't touch the wrong hole. Ah, there's a hand coming through the window.
All right, let's see here. Oh, good. I almost forgot what it takes to be a hero. Whoops. All right.
It's important information.
Yes. Okay, so I think one of the things that's going to make a concept like this interesting is like the finger twister that's involved with it, right? Like you're gonna have to keep track of all of the keys that you have pressed down and somehow figure out a way to
This almost starts to feel, I know it's not like a rhythm game, but it almost starts to feel like the heads up that you get that like pressure is coming, so that there's like you're doing it kind of like a little more often than not, you know?
Right.
To just kind of keep the energy up with the game, so it's not just kind of like sitting holding keys for like 10 to 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Like being able to switch up at like a decent rate would actually make this, I think, more entertaining, more of like a skill curve to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I almost imagine, like when I'm thinking visually of like how we're communicating stuff, like I start to get visions of.
I didn't even realize that you were drawing up here. All right.
Oh yeah, he's drawing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here now.
So I don't know like how we feed, because again, I do want the locations of the holes to represent locations on the keyboard. So we'll play with that.
Yep.
A decent amount.
Agree.
But however, if it's like a hole has, we've done this a lot in the past, you know, like a closing in circle or a growing circle out from the hole. Just drawing holes here.
That's a tit.
That's a butthole.
Girl, that's a booty hole.
Girl, that's booty hole.
But like when I started to lay this out, it almost feels kind of like a keyboard too. Like maybe you actually have things like feeding down into it, or maybe they're from like the bottom or something. Like it could be interesting. I'd like to come up with a cool way to communicate.
Well, do we really need to warn them that the water's coming through one of them?
Well, it'd be great to be like
So I kind of like the panic of just like you're holding things and another one pops up. You're like, then you got to go get it, type thing. Like, I think the only thing we would need to visually show is if like one of them is a higher pressure one than the other ones. But
yeah,
we would
cool.
really
We want to be switching up. At least in my mind, I want to be switching up holes. So it's not that just like you at some point you just can't cover them all. Like the need should be jumping to other places.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would be driving them to jump to other places? Would it be like you cover a hole for a certain amount of time and then it's like fixed and then they go to another one? Or how can we facilitate that or incentivize the player to jump around the keyboard? Because I agree, like once you're clogging up enough holes, then like all they're doing is sort of like waiting.
It can't just be the game is over once you've plugged enough holes.
Yeah.
So so we want
because then you can just hold down your entire keyboard and then tape the whole thing.
So we want to be jumping around. Holes be
needs more flex seal.
Flex seal. Is there any situation where I'm just gonna put where fluid because we don't know what it is. Stops coming through on its own. Yeah, like the amount of pressure.
Yeah.
Like how much, like if it's pouring in versus like trickling in.
Right. I also like the idea of just having some sort of non-copyrighted flex tape-esque product where like you just like hit one key on the keyboard and it covers like 8 of the keys on screen for like 30 seconds or something, where it's like this half of the wall is going to be fine for the next 30 seconds or something.
Oh, yeah. Would it be random, like, or is it just based on regions, and then you just, and you choose the region?
You could probably like, I was imagining like maybe you hit a key and then like the 6 keys around that or something get sealed off, but that's just some random idea that I had.
Okay, but like possibly tools to cover larger areas.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm still trying to think about like what would stop a flow or get you to jump around. Like what would get you to jump around?
We also want to de-incentivize people from just holding down like holes that aren't there yet.
I mean,
so,
we
like,
could punish them for
you
like
probably
hitting the
could
wrong
just
key.
just because you probably could just hold down every key and then not have to worry about it.
So
what's the punishment for covering up a hole that doesn't need it?
It could be something as simple as like if we're keeping track of like a score or something, or like maybe a time of how long you last. Every incorrect key adds like 10 seconds to the time or something like that. So, oh wait, no, like subtracts 10 seconds from the time. Sorry, because you want a higher time is a better score.
Right, you want to last longer.
I would also like to tie some points to this, so that the game isn't just like whoever just has the most time, unless we make it where it's really hard. Like most people die in a minute, right? Like maybe it's something like that.
We don't want the game. We don't want the player to stop playing the game because they're bored and they've had enough, right?
Yeah.
So that's
either it's crazy hard and you die in a minute, so like anyone that gets above that is like insane.
Yeah.
Or
is a nick.
Most people last a decent while, but like the real trick is the points that you get in that amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, we could do something that's equivalent to like a kill screen in an arcade game of like once you hit a certain time limit, then the holes just start coming at a rate that you can't fill, and then the game ends.
It's absurd at that point to be able to do it. Like you're gonna fail.
Right. So yeah, we'll definitely have to make sure that the reason a player stops playing the game isn't because they've already mastered it and it's not getting any harder for them. Friends we made along the way. Yeah, I think a solid time limit or just like play time to aim for that we generally do is something in the realm of like 2 to 3 minutes of game time per round.
Yeah.
Right?
Ooh, can we do some punishments where like it disables like the number of keys you can hold down? Like number of inputs that it'll actually accept?
Maybe, yeah. So like if you try to plug up a hole that doesn't exist, you just like stub your finger on the wall. You're just like, "Bah!"
Yeah, and
sometimes use it.
You can only plug up to a certain number of keys.
Yeah. And maybe that's a permanent thing. Maybe you fucking break your finger when it happens, and now like you can't be filling up these holes anymore because like there's a limited number left. So like maybe you have like 10 mess ups,
and then you can only like cover up one hole at a time. So eventually,
I mean, you start breaking like at like 3 broken fingers, you're already basically fucked.
So that could be some way to do it. Or maybe those fingers can heal over time, but it's like a significant drawback for a long time.
Yeah. If there's like dead body eels that get plugged up in the hole for you, like if you're smart enough to not put your hand there to block it, the eel actually, like while it's stuck, plugs the hole for you. But if you put your hand there, it'll bite your fucking hand off.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of giving some reason that this hole plugs itself or whatever. Like you should making it a quote unquote bad key, and then if you hit it, I like the punishment of, and like you said, making it almost permanent too, like slowly reducing the number of keys that you can plug.
Yeah. We'll just have to make that clear somehow.
That way, like Steven said, we can't just mash the keyboard.
Yeah.
We would just have to make that clear somehow because like
communicating
they're gonna try and be bending their brain to figure out all the keys that they're holding already. I'm sure they have no idea how many they're holding at once at any given time.
That's true.
Oh, absolutely.
So we'll have to make sure that if they hit a key and it doesn't get plugged up, that they know exactly why.
Very true.
We'd either have to make it like clear or we'd have to think of something else. But I do like the idea of some sort of significant punishment for just like mashing the keyboard, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just the idea of making bad keys, I think, is important.
Mm-hmm. Like danger zone spots.
Yes.
So maybe if you hit like a danger zone spot, like let's say there's some sort of electric thing that happened and you touch it and your whole body just goes like bzzz, and all of your holes just get unplugged, and you have to like put them all back on the right keys or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it won't change until you let off the. So it's not like you could just go like.
Yeah, you have to let off the keyboard.
Yeah, let go of the keyboard or you're gonna die because you're getting electrocuted or whatever, and then you got to put your hands back on there and.
Well, I think we'll just like flash like a warning, hands off, and you have to like you can't touch anything or else you take like considerable damage or whatever.
Even if it forced you to just like you have to take all your like this, it'll be the same number of keys, but they're gonna be different keys, so you have to take your hands off and put them back down. Like even just forcing that, like that moment of confusion, having to do it would feel like you're getting shocked, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so like the screen shakes, now all of a sudden these holes are all scrambled up.
It shakes and all the holes change and then start blowing out of different places, and you have to get your hands out and like, replace them.
Yeah,
that's a cool urgency.
It's
moment
like and then you're looking at the keyboard. It's like, all right,
yeah, exactly.
Shit. Q.
Q.
Why is the Q where the A is supposed to be? What if what if there could be like some negative thing? So we have that scramble thing. Maybe there's a different negative one where it swaps your keyboard settings. So now QWERTY users are using AZERTY keyboards.
Oh my god. That's pretty good.
Well, but I like it tied to permanent locations because if we have. But I do like these. You got to think differently now sort of situations.
What if it turns your submarine upside down? So like the key places are always the same, but visually it's upside down. So you have to like either turn your head upside down,
or maybe that could just be like an event of just like we're going down a waterfall, and it's just like for 10 seconds it's just flipped around and shit.
It can always have just like some slight sway to it, but then we hit some sort of like body turbulence that just like flips it over. You're just like I don't know what to do.
Yeah, so we could also like build in these sorts of like visual events or mix-ups that force the player to change their strategy, right? So it doesn't just happen. It doesn't always just have to be connected to a negative input.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that we're building this around what it takes to be a hero. Just going right around it. So small.
Beef it up.
Powerful.
I'm a hero.
Okay. Yes. So we have something like that. Are there any other ideas that sound interesting with that?
Think about what would be fun to do on a keyboard. Like what would feel rewarding and fun to do? Because there's obviously the frustration of this. What sort of things would feel good to do on the keyboard?
My first instinct is any sort of like mashing thing, but I'd like to try and challenge ourselves to not incorporate any sort of a mash, any sort of like arthritic inducing inputs this time.
Yeah, we could try.
We're
already like mangling people's hands.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't add any more.
Let's see here. So I mean, there's some things of like if you just like you see the top row of the keyboard and you just like slide your finger across it to do like a tape job or something. Like that's how you would like apply tape or something.
Apply the tape.
That's interesting.
That's neat. Of just like wiping your fingers across the keyboard.
You have to like tape something. You have to hit like that key plus all the ones surrounding it.
Yeah.
You have to go left and right as well. So you have to, like if it's D, you have to go SDF to tape it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some things that feel skillful to do then. That's what I'm thinking, like something with like timing where you feel something coming and like you got it, like you let off at the right moment could be satisfying.
Sure.
Similar to like a DDR type situation or a Guitar Hero situation.
Yeah, some sort of like rhythm type thing.
I mean, if you had an idea of
it
like
doesn't need to be a song, but like just matching up to a thing that's happening and being able to do that at the right time.
Yeah, if you have an idea of like the body eel or whatever, if an eel is coming up on a hole that you're currently plugging, maybe there's like a circle that's slowly like closing in on that
creeping
hole,
up on it.
And then once that circle reaches the hole itself, then an eel will come in. So you need to know to like let off the key at that point. And you can let it off earlier, and the eel will still come, but you'll take in some water if you're.
Yeah, you'll have extra water going.
So there could be something like that where you have to pay attention to what holes are about to be like auto plugged, and you have to like let go of that one.
Yeah, and if you hold it too long, then your finger gets bit.
Chomp chomp. Let's see here. Yeah, mashing a hole to permanently plug it is still an option.
Yeah.
Of just like some holes just take like multiple hits to clog up rather than holding it down.
There's some interesting things where, like when you talked about like sliding keys, you almost kind of like have to lift your hand up off of other keys to do that.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like that's kind of interesting because then you have to like get them back down and kind of plays into the inevitability. Like if you're gonna start to seal things off.
Yeah, it's another one of those situations where like the player has to decide whether or not keeping their current holes plugged. I could have worded that better.
It's strategic hole selection.
Strategic hole selection.
Strategic hole selection.
Did we already get the name of our game?
Oh my
Strategic
god.
hole selection.
Strategic hole selection.
Wait, it's SOS because we're stranded.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Uh-oh. Did we just make a game?
Wait, S hole S?
No.
Because what does the O stand for then?
The O just is a hole.
Oh. Wait, or maybe it's
hole selection.
I already have an idea for like.
Why is it so small?
Right.
This whole S.
Or it could be something along the lines of like, hang on. Fuck. It's SOS horizontally and then we
hole.
Can... SOS hole.
And then we could make like a lifeguard buoy out of this. That's pretty
goodness.
great. I hate that I like this. S-hole.
That's so stupid.
It's the dumbest thing ever, but you know.
Write that down.
Oh, it's there.
S-hole S. Perfect.
All right. Yeah, so we were talking about like the tape and then letting go of holes to do things. So I initially saw the tape over the top keyboard thing as like a limited power up that they could use, but could there be a different context that the player has to do this
when
action?
They tape.
Yeah,
when
like
they tape
have
versus
to do
plug.
this. Right. So like maybe maybe we would have some sort of event where like the whole top row bursts and all the holes are leaking, and then that would just be like, fuck, I gotta do this. Rather than just be like a strategic move of just like, let's put this tape here so I don't have to think about it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want it to just be like boarding up windows. It needs to be specific use.
Yeah, we could do that with any of the 3 rows of keys, right? Or even like on a vertical section too.
Is it something that you should kind of earn, or that you have limited supply of?
Maybe you should earn it. That way, like a skilled player would be able to keep going rather than just like run out of tape. Everyone runs out of tape at like the same time, sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I also, if we want this to be some sort of like high score game, the events that, so maybe not necessarily like the keys that they're holding, but the events that happen might have to be consistent, or maybe not. I don't know.
They could be kind of random.
Yeah.
But
that's getting too into.
I guess there would be like, oh, I got an easy seed or whatever, so now I'm gonna be getting a high score on this, or
I don't.
But that's kind of how it goes.
I think that's getting a little too nitty gritty. We can think about that later.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll come up with a Nick mode after we get the core gameplay.
An anti-Nick mode.
By golly, we are going to find a way to do it this time.
Somehow.
We won't.
Well, let's just cut off Nick's hands
There
beforehand.
we go. Yeah.
And boom. Can't even do it.
Well, Nick's whole thing is speed, right? So
so we hit him with the precision instead.
Yeah, speed and so if he has to actually, it's not reaction time, it's actually having to go to the right spot in that reaction.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's good at that too, though.
I know he's good. Well, he works on systems all day, so he's good at keyboard and stuff.
You know what else I just realized is that this game is going to be a fucking nightmare for Zach.
No, he's good.
I think he actually learned how to type on a keyboard by now, but yeah, like when he was doing IT, like started IT, I think he learned.
Like
2 years ago.
Yeah, just recently.
What was he doing in that keyboarding class that we had to take?
Not
peeking underneath the curtain. That's what he was doing.
Kept lifting up that orange silicone cover.
The keyboard condom.
This might be the game I finally beat Nick at.
Who knows? Big words, Pomo. Big words.
Yeah, that's a bold statement. I really hope that's true for you, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Have you seen the name of our game yet, Pomo? It's decided and finalized.
That's whole S. So dumb.
It's catchy though.
It kind of is. It's the name to beat for now.
It is definitely the name to beat. Whole S. Okay, squeeze what we can out of these the key pressing.
Yes. Squeeze them out.
So down and up, when to press, how long to hold, the timing. What else is there? Combinations.
Yep.
Like the swipe, so basically like what choreography or what order in time to press.
Yep. Yeah. So there's like ordered sequences essentially, but we'll keep them super simple, just like lines, right?
Yeah.
Tapping is still always an option.
It is.
Because there could be something of just like, you need to hit this hole 3 times to plug it up or some shit, rather than just like,
you're like
keep hitting
banging it closed,
right?
Like trying to hammer if it's metal, like you're hammering metal back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that could happen, and trying to do that while plugging up a bunch of other holes could be interesting.
That's true.
It's gonna be like a secretary, like court reporter nightmare.
Yeah.
Or they're going to be the best at it.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if Nick's tiny hands can play this game.
Tiny hands. Me with my large hands. I don't know how easy it's gonna be for me either.
Yeah, my fucking piano.
Are there situations
fingers.
where we want them to have to like type in a word?
We just
Like,
turned it into a
like,
typing game.
Like if they do it, you know, it's almost like in the context of the game, like it's S whole S, so they're sending like a message.
Oh.
But they have to do it in Morse code.
Oh yeah, there's a Morse code thing that you have to do like long presses and short presses. And because the people up top, the people above the surface are listening to like radar or sonar or whatever, and they're listening for like the changes in the water.
Don't know if it's water yet.
The blood.
The fluid.
The fluid.
Just calling it fluid because I don't even know if I want this thing to fill up with just red blood.
It might be pretty gross, yeah.
I'm imagining like stomach juices or something.
Like bile.
Yeah, like
just yellow, like
yellow.
greenish liquid. Ugh.
We'll have to be very careful to make it not look like piss.
It could be piss. Piss and shit. Yeah, like you're in the intestines, so the piss is coming through,
God.
and then the turds will come and plug the holes for you, but you don't want to touch them.
We finally incorporated poop into the game. We done it.
Finally, we did it.
Thank you. Yes, there could be.
Does this need to have rhythm to it?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think
I'm
so.
still trying to imagine I want like there to be like a good rewarding feeling whenever you're successfully plugging and unplugging and moving between them. Like I want there should be some skill and discomfort to like getting it right, but it should feel good, like in your hands and stuff. Like, and maybe it's some of the polish that just helps it to feel good, but just even in the action of doing it with your hands.
So how about what if a hole just opens up and there's liquid coming out of it? If you hit it, if you plug it up like quickly, you'll immediately plug it up. But if you're like slightly late, or if that hole's been open for a while,
you have to hold it.
It takes a little bit before like you actually get your finger pressed up against that hole. So like you're still taking in water, or whatever until you plug that hole in. So like there could be a nice little like pop sort of thing if you like plug it immediately, whereas the other one will just be like a sort of thing.
Well, yeah, like maybe like the holes just slowly get bigger over time, so it's harder to plug them up like as easily. So if it's when it first comes up, it's just small, so you plug it up really quick, and then the hole gets bigger. So it's kind of spilling out as you're trying to do it.
I don't know. Does that kind of address what you were thinking, Andrew, or is it on the right track?
I think so.
You want plugging the hole to feel skillful in some way.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it is just like you imagine something like this, right, where you need to get to a point at a certain time, or you need to hit the right thing. We're asking them to do that. So like, what makes since this is kind of like Twister, like I almost want to think what makes Twister satisfying. Is it the being able to hold it like physically is what Twister makes. What makes Twister good?
Pretty much
putting your body next to other people and touching each other.
This is true.
It's like like the stretching and like getting a spot.
It's the gymnastics of just like trying to get that to work. One thing that we could do is similar to what we were talking about with like the eel or whatever, but the opposite. So like maybe there is like a shrinking circle indicator on one of the holes for when it's about to pop, and if you hit it at the right time, you won't like get punished and no water will come through. Like, but you have to hit it perfectly, and then if you miss it, then you'll intake some water, but you'll still be able to plug it up. But you'll at least have an indicator of just like, oh, this hole's about to go. So now I'm gonna look at my keyboard to see how the fuck I can manage that, and if I can hit it in time, then pop. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's good to have basically the negative version and the positive version of timing.
Yeah. So that
Yeah,
could
definitely.
be
Like so now I'm definitely thinking in the realm of Twister now. Like this, what makes this game fun is like what you're doing. You're basically hand twistering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there any like benchmark of this in like other games?
Not that I'm aware of.
Hand twister.
I'm gonna Google image search hand twister. See what comes up.
There is hand twist. Wait, is this real? I think this is like a little hand. There is finger twister.
Finger twister.
Quick start, gotcha. Oh.
Bop it.
Twist it.
Shove it.
Bop, shove it. Okay.
Twister, I hardly know her.
Oh, fuck.
Twister, twister.
Never knew how much I missed her.
How much I miss her.
The name of our captain be Tamia or Tamara.
Or Tamaria.
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 So I'm playing a game here that's basically kind of just like, get these 5 keys, and then you'll get points for it.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is pretty fun to try and get these things all like this. Oh God. Oh fuck. You do have some pretty interesting moments of just like, how the fuck am I gonna get to that?
That's cool.
So I think there's fun here. There's definitely fun here.
Yeah, this one even says it has an Azerty.
Yeah. Azerty. Oh god. Z. It doesn't make a difference. I can still hit him on a QWERTY keyboard.
That's
okay.
Good.
So how does I'm glad that this exists. Like you can basically test like this type of game where it's skillfully twistering on the keyboard.
And it's pretty fun to sort of like figure out. You sometimes put yourself in a bit of a bind where you're just like, how the fuck am I gonna do that? So like we'll have to play test and see if it's challenging enough just to keep your fingers in the right spots. And then if it's
without
not,
the other things that we're adding onto it.
Yeah.
Like, would you worry that this is too easy what you have now, or do you think that adding things on would be too hard?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Do you think that this game is too easy, or is it potentially too hard already?
It's a little too easy. Mostly just because it's like a 5 thing, and then I can let go of my keys and then do a different thing. So I think if we try to get the player to hold more keys, we could see if that works. But otherwise, it can get pretty tricky.
Yeah, the second hand is when it gets interesting.
So I'm curious. Oh fuck. I'm curious as to how much extra mechanic, because I also think that we have a good idea with like the visual shenanigans that could go on, like flipping the screen around or like randomly changing all the holes that you need to plug.
Right.
And those are pretty simple things to do that don't require like additional gameplay. It's the same gameplay but with a different like twist to it.
A twister.
A little spice.
Ooh, I see.
So
like the Host Spice.
the Host
Ooh,
Spice. Host Spice body wash. Yeah, I think the second hand will definitely add difficulty. So yeah, we'll have to see what kind of shenanigans we can get away with. And like another thing that I would love to see if I can figure out is if I can programmatically make intentionally tricky twister positions for the player.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, that's well, because we're not going to tell them which finger, like we can't control.
Nope.
No.
Which finger they put where.
So they might, I mean, they might just fuck themselves over with how they decide to plug holes, and that might just be part of the game,
honestly,
right? Planning ahead.
Like you'll try your best to just be like, all right, I'll just lay my fingers out, and then if whatever's closest to that one is the one I'll press. But then if there's more on one side than the other side, then you have to start like moving fingers across, like
and
on each hand.
As you're trying to figure that out, though, like the holes are filling up. So
yeah, so I think that's pretty cool.
Do we want like this makes it similar to a rhythm game, but do we want to, anytime a new hole comes, it's always within like a beat, like it's on a second? It's always on or is it random in the time in which something would appear?
I would probably say random, just because the times we've tried to do beat things have always been difficult / time consuming.
Well, it would just mean that things only ever happen on like a tick, like every second. Like they don't happen in between or every 5 seconds or something.
you're talking about when a new hole pops up.
Yeah, when a new hole comes or goes away, like is always on some sort of time.
Gotcha.
It's not in between. It's the intervals, or like the intervals for when it can happen are constant, but the time in which something happens is random. So like it may skip a couple of those beats, or it may do 3 beats in a row.
Is there a particular reason why you would want to do something like that?
No, I'm just asking.
Sure.
Just trying to understand how things work.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably do something like that. That could probably.
What's the alternative?
I feel like if we have things on a beat, people are going to expect that beat to line up with music, and I think that's just not something that we really need to force ourselves to do.
Okay.
I know, like even like in Network, people were expecting that to be like a rhythm game.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Like it had like the rhythm game qualities to it, but
it picked such a bop and beat for it.
It did.
Okay, so what's the most basic version of this game right now?
Yep.
What's the MVP? Like, what does that look like?
It's holes will open up and you plug it with your finger, and it just keeps
randomly
opening up randomly.
Maybe I can put in something where like the holes will start opening up at a faster rate as you go in longer. But the MVP is definitely just like holes open up, you gotta plug it with your keyboard, and there's some sort of meter that I can have that once it fills up to 100%, it's game over.
Yeah.
Like that's the Mist of MVPs.
So does this game open with all the holes? Like I'm trying to imagine like a gameplay, like all the holes open up and then you see that like some of them start to squeeze off and you're down to just a few, or like are the holes starting off all closed and then they slowly start to open and then they just go from that state?
Yeah, I think they'll start all closed and slowly start to open, and maybe even in the beginning we could have like 2 or 3 open at the same time just to start it off, and then after that like 1 or 2 more
like
holes
we slowly ramp up. Okay.
But yeah, like maybe like the holes, like you could see them like that, like I guess you can kind of see before they open up, they exist already there at the beginning, but no water's coming through them. But you know that water will come through it, but if you have your finger on it, then it's like decay or whatever is paused. So it's just trying to like, first you're trying to make sure no holes open up, but then new holes open up, but then you can take your finger off some of the holes that are existing because you might have a little time left on them before they open up, and then you can cover other things and maybe have to go back to those once they do. I think, or at least at the beginning. Because I mean, after a while, all the holes will be open. That's
so,
or at least not at the same time,
right?
Probably, but just in general.
Maybe game over state.
Just all holes. Yeah, and
like
if there's
will be filling with fluid.
If there's ever like a reason that you don't need to hold a hole anymore, like we need to make it pretty like clear that like, oh, I can take my finger off this at least for a moment.
Yeah. So yeah, that'll be another thing is like plugging up holes after holding it for a certain amount of time. And then we can talk about what sort of parameters we want around that in terms of like how long is the hole plugged up, how long do we have to hold it down, and stuff like that.
And then how long does that plug last before it bursts again?
So that's what I would say would be the MVP stuff, and then the extra mechanics that we would want to add would be
like
stuff
the events
like
happening.
the events happening, and then the tape and things like that. Getting resources to get that tape and all that fun stuff. How you would earn that.
Like the submarine flipping over, the shock where like you have to lift your hand up and just replace all of them. Like those feel like strong, exciting things to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like fun little moments. But in terms of just like the raw gameplay, like this is what the moment to moment game is. It's just gonna be like holding those keys, plugging those holes, and shifting your fingers around the keyboard.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So like that's the thing that we need to make golden.
Yes. Golden crispy. So yes, that's what I'm thinking there.
Okay, so we're at a good point to ask like, what are our biggest fears with this, and what are the things that we think are the strongest parts of it?
So I'm definitely going to be looking into my little keyboard hack idea to make sure that works. That's going to be the very first thing that I'm going to do is see the maximum number of keys that we can hold down at once. If the max is something like 5-ish or something like that other Twister game, then we'll just have to design the game to probably be a little bit faster paced. So like they're constantly moving those 5 keys around, because I was still getting in some pretty tight spots with those 5 keys. So I at least know that's possible. But I would like to see how many more that we can do. That's priority number 1 for me.
Okay.
In terms of other yikes stuff, though, let's see. We're going to. Thankfully, this is going to be a fairly simple game, because I think we're going to need to do a lot of play testing to make sure that the curve feels right. For people, like we don't want the last thing we want is for it to be too easy, and then just have it be boring.
People playing for like 20 minutes and nothing's really happening.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I'm on board now.
We have to find some way to make sure that this stays like a 2 to 3 minute game, which Nick will inevitably turn into like a 7 to 8 minute game. But that's
his problem.
Yeah, exactly.
He could do that. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't want the skill to be how long you're willing to play. Like that's the number one thing I'd like to avoid.
It has to be how long you're capable of playing, not how long you're willing to.
Yep.
Or how skilled you are enough to play, not capable, because anybody can be capable of playing a super easy game. Another thing,
if you only have one hand though, and they're not really able to play our game.
That's true. We'll have a one-handed mode. That sounds sounds
we
dirty.
could if
Let's
we
have
had
a one-handed mode for our game S-hole S. So another thing is going to have to be readability in our game. How were y'all expecting the fluid coming out of the holes to look? Is that going to be like a 3D effect, or is that going to be a 2D animation?
We could definitely get away with a particle,
probably. Okay. It could be just like a 3D tube with like a moving texture on it to kind of look like water, but that might not look very good.
Well, maybe if it has my blobby texture on it.
That's true. So yeah, like some sort of like shader thing would be interesting.
Definitely can't do like water simulation stuff.
No, we're not going to do any like actual water simulation, but like a fluid looking particle we could probably do.
Okay.
Yeah, and the particle can have, I mean, at least I've never made, well, we have made particles in Unity. You can have the particles have acceleration down, so it'll.
Yeah, you can have them have physics. So you can just have gravity on them. So it'll just, so the flow part of it isn't a problem. It's just like, how do we make it look like water without it just looking like pixelated blue water?
Yeah. Because like this is, it is going to be the thing that the player is going to be looking at the most, definitely paying attention to the most. So we just gotta make sure it looks good.
And then I want a really interesting way of showing like the water level rising. So like, I want that to be kind of like flowing and animated almost. Like it's not going to be like based on where the water. It's not going to be like fluid or anything. But it's just like a
I know
little
exactly
animated like top level thing, but with like blue tints on it.
Put a post process effect as well.
Like a
camera effect.
So I definitely
like sort of like refraction or something on there would be really cool. It have some like little bubble particles.
If given enough time,
I mean, we would obviously have like tint on there.
Yeah, if given enough time, which I feel like I will have for this project. I am familiar with a couple of like shader things that could like put a wavy effect on something.
Okay.
Because a post-processing effect, right? Like that's going to happen to the whole camera, right?
Yeah.
So I might be able to make something that will make it so like just anything that's underneath whatever fluid level we have is doing a little wavy thing.
Okay.
That'll be the trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, to like kind of make it look like water actually going up would be dope, but definitely takes some looking into.
But yeah, so from a technical perspective, really the only thing that I have doubts about, like just an unknown in my head, is like the max key like being held down. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I do have some ideas as to how we can probably cheese it, and hopefully I'll just have to spend some time making sure that cheese works. But I think we will still have a solid thing to work off of, even if the max is something like 5 keys. We can still make an interesting game out of it. It'll just have to be a little bit faster.
Yeah. Which, yeah, that's fine. Because like if things are happening really quick, you're gonna have to move your hand at some point. So
how's that sounding, Andrew?
It's sounding good. I want to be like super critical. I think the scope is good.
Yep.
I don't think that we're crazy out of scope.
No.
The only things that will put us over scope are the polish things that we are inevitably going to come up with that we know will make this thing just better and better and better. So we'll be careful about that as long as we know what the MVP is. So the only other thing that on my mind is just being really critical with ourselves about the fun of the game.
Yes.
Like always.
Yes.
So that's why I was really curious how you felt playing that little 5-finger twister.
It was actually kind of fun. I played it for longer than I expected to. The moments when you have like your fingers set and there's some key that's like right underneath your palm, it's like fuck. Like the mind games that you have to think of just trying to like get it to work like that are pretty great. And also, one of the things that I didn't really anticipate until I played that game is when you have certain keys pressed down on the keyboard, that hand is obscuring the other keys. So you have to like peek around your fingers to try and find where that key is. Almost like feel it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's some trickiness in itself as well.
Okay, so the twisterness of it is already good.
Yes. That is definitely fun.
Like, so we're like
the very base level of it is
Twister alone is satisfying.
Yeah.
So that's why I kind of want to focus on that just for like the MVP.
Agreed.
Yep.
If we find that that's like, sufficiently fun, we'll see what else we can add without compromising or complicating that aspect too much.
So here, let's a quick little exercise.
Answer, I don't exercise.
None of us do. So the MVP is Twister. What's the next level of functionality that you would add to this? Timing?
Maybe.
Or what would be the next thing that you would consider on top of this toy to expand it?
Yeah.
So this is just, you can see where you need to put your fingers and you put them there.
Yes.
Yep.
So what's the next level to that?
It would probably be something like would it be something like timing?
Well, it's already inherent that you will have to readjust consistently. So but I guess that's still like embedded in the idea of Twister.
It is. You're right. So it might be something along the lines of like timing. I think to start, just when to put your finger down rather than when to take it off is probably going to be easier for the player to understand. And then we can experiment around with like, are they going to pay attention of when they need to take their finger off? Like, we're really going to have to test the limits of how much information can the player keep in their brain at any one time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It may be true that Twister alone is already enough.
Because they're already gonna be like bending their brain just to make sure that they can hit the right keys under time pressure as well, right? So
yep.
We'll see how that goes.
Well, maybe the next one isn't timing. Maybe it's a little bit of that, this idea that the inevitability, like you're not always going to be able to hit every single key. Strategic hole selection. So,
yeah.
So
of course,
being able to identify which holes are worth letting go. So so it's like the hole quality.
Yeah, the quality of the hole is more important than where it is.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the next thing.
Yeah, I think so. Just like, because that's not even like
prioritize.
Yeah. Because that's not even like a major game mechanic, but it's more of like a system and an important decision that the player needs to be making constantly.
Yeah, because I think ideally I don't want it to be like, all right, I have all 10 of my fingers placed.
Yes.
If I just leave them there, like it's the same as if I move them, so I might as well just leave them here and just let the water fill up, and that's my high score.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair for sure.
But I think again, built-in inherent to the Twister is that this game will not persist on once you've found a key, you're good.
Right.
Like keys will come and go.
Yes.
Naturally. That's part of the Twister.
One thing remains the same.
And that'll lead you to another hole.
The status hole.
You mean she was a hole?
Maintain the status hole.
The status hole has changed, son.
The first thing the builders would have done was to build a secondary hole.
Secondary hole.
Right.
National treasure.
So now we're trapped
here
in the treasure
at the hole.
Here with two E's.
Spelled with two O's.
Oh, it was spelled with two O's.
All roads lead to national treasure.
That's true.
I'm amazed how I'd never grow tired of that movie.
Save these and use all of them as level names. Oh boy. Okay.
Does that make sense though? So Twister, everything built into Twister, and then the strategic hole selection. Because right now there is no strategy besides just how to twist your fingers, I guess.
Yeah.
But the hole selection is the next level above MVP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I feel like after that we'll have semi-random events like the shock scramble or the flip around sort of thing.
Yeah, like the visual like events and like just kind of switching things up.
Like surprise shakeups of some sort.
I really like those. That will, I mean, if we can really fit that in, I think that's going to make stuff pretty interesting.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because Twister almost implies that it'll still like things will change, but it'll kind of be like maybe one at a time, or like we'll kind of decide all that. But having to like lift your hands up because something happened and then go back again in like a semi-quick manner.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because especially if it like swaps all the ones instead of the ones you're holding. It swaps the other ones. It's gonna fill up pretty fast if there's a lot of holes already.
Oh yeah.
So you're gonna have to be real quick about it.
Dude, I want to see a fucking Rain Man go at this where like he's not even looking at the keyboard. He's just like BCOFP, bam, just like immediately throws them all down.
I mean, maybe there's some keyboard wizards out there.
Right.
It's even higher than the Cowboy.
We will find out, Pomo, for sure.
Like the whole point is that inevitably you're gonna fill up with water, so we don't really need a delay because the faster you are, the higher score you're gonna get. So that's like the whole point of it. So we're probably not gonna have any like easy parts to that. But we'll see. We'll see how it feels when we're doing it.
Like that's almost probably even it. And then within the whole quality, I would even just say like there are some holes that you don't want to touch.
Like the little holes, you know. You don't want to touch those.
Yeah. You don't want to touch those. You don't want to touch the holes that haven't been cleaned in a while.
Right. Yeah.
Good holes and bad holes.
Like the rusty hole, you might get tetanus.
Exactly. Not every hole is a goal.
I ain't having a shot.
There's some good holes and some bad holes. Which hole ain't you in?
Well, actually, I almost think it breaks down kind of this way. Like, there's good holes and better holes.
Yeah.
That way, you're like the strategy of it.
Yeah, for sure.
But then there's also bad holes.
Holes that'll break
Because
your
if it's because if for points maybe we're measuring the amount of liquid pouring in or liquid that you've stopped from coming in, so the amount of time that something's open or how much is if it's the amount of flow coming through a hole. So certain holes pour out a lot more water, and if you're plugging that, that's better than plugging smaller holes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Like some holes will just
I would
be
imagine
like
that
little leaks.
where the strategy comes in is just covering up the most water that you can.
Yeah, that's mostly what I was thinking in terms of like hole quality. Or like
Okay.
hole prioritization or whatever.
Got it. Okay.
Pomo nuked himself.
You gotta do at Pomo the dog.
Oh, did it not work?
Didn't work, did it? Probably not. I would assume not.
Rats.
Rats.
Wild again.
Okay. Does that like
I think that pretty
does that
much
make- does that make
encapsulates.
sense?
Yeah.
That is the mechanic, right? Like the
Yes.
core mechanic is Twister. Then we add quality to like the decisions that you make, and then we add random events that shake it all up.
Yes. And if y'all have any other like additional ideas for random events as we're going through this, I'm all ears. Because I do think that those are going to be like the
those will
interesting
be cool.
moments, right?
Yeah, it's what keeps you kind of awake in the game. And those can be, like happen whenever, and maybe there's a select few that it could choose from to happen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, so that eases my conscience of the fun, knowing that the Twister alone is satisfying.
Yep.
And we can still add to this mechanic. Like it's not over at Twister.
Yes.
You can make the holes more appealing, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can make more inviting.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, we're gonna make the most fucking inviting holes in this entire
Yeah, we were talking about some sort of eel type creature coming through a hole.
You were assuming that this takes place in the deep sea, Pomo. Slow your roll
You would be wrong.
No, blood leech, like inside your body. There's leeches
good
inside
Lord.
the bloodstream.
That's horrifying
So-
if that actually exists. I guess blood parasites are a thing, right?
Yeah.
And don't forget, we're still playing as a mortician.
Yeah, nobody forget this.
That's the most important part.
That's MVP. The M in MVP stands for mortician.
Mortician viable product.
I don't want less titian. I want more titian. Classic.
Glory be to the whole.
All right, what are the strengths of like other strengths of this game? Like, what is its strongest quality? The Twister. Like, is it the skill of Twister? What makes this game good?
I think it's going to be it is going to be like the mind bendingness of trying to fit your hands on the keyboard, but also the quickfire decision making that comes with figuring out which holes are worth plugging and which ones are worth leaving open, or when it's okay to like switch. So it's the slow, methodical part of Twister mixed with the rapid decision making under pressure of switching holes. I think is going to be where the fun is. It's like we'll know we've done our job well if the player is just like panicking the entire time they're playing it.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is like there's a pace that this game needs.
Yeah, for sure. They should never feel like things are under control.
Yep.
Betty Jetson is rating with 4.
Party
Hello,
of
Betty.
4.
This is going to be a very
We're doing
different
something
stream.
a little different.
This is a very different stream than you're used to.
You may regret this. Well, although we are talking about holes, and maybe you have some opinions on what constitutes
good holes, better holes, and bad
versus
holes.
a bad
What-
hole.
We're strategic hole selection.
We are currently participating in a game jam called Ludum Dare.
Hope you like holes.
Hope you like. Wait, we haven't made any holes references this whole night.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Wait,
All right,
is
I'm
it-
ending stream.
Night.
Okay, can we
Yeah.
just shut this down right now?
So
We're
Betty,
I'm ashamed at us.
how this
I
works,
am
Betty, is that like
surprised.
we have this theme that was assigned to us, delay the inevitable, and now we have to think of and make a game about it over the weekend in 72 hours. Here's an ass lizard. All right, and
And
now
that was
back to
done
the
pre-theme though.
pre-theme.
This was pre-theme.
Yes. So now, our game is currently tentatively titled S Hole S. To be continued is disabled. Diesel. I'm sorry.
Nice try, Diesel.
For this weekend. We don't want anyone bothering us.
Well, we don't want it to be continued Jared's progress.
He's in the middle of like coding something, so team 2 continues to like, oh shit.
Steven, I like how you're just hanging around by this fuck you over here.
Yep. Oh, no,
He knows
I'm off
he
on
knows
my
where it
other
is.
monitor,
Oh.
so I guess it was tracking that. Oh, Betty, does your wife know about Ludum Dare?
Fan of game jams,
Or just
specifically
likes the
Ludum
idea
Dare?
of it in general? Just like it sounds neat.
Yeah.
Stop touching Andrew's cursor with yours.
Get over here.
Not in this hole.
Wait, where's
No.
the good hole? Whoa.
Okay. Any more fears that y'all have? Dig down deep and
Do you
really
guys-
ask yourself the hard questions.
Do you guys have any, maybe, I mean, this might be a bit too premature to ask, but like, do you have any concerns about like visual clarity or what the aesthetic of the game is going to look like? Or is that something that you and Steven are going to hash out in terms of like, what's going to be like the main...
I mean, first impressions are that it's going to be fairly simple, aside from like getting the particle like stuff looking good.
Okay.
Like everything
It
else.
makes-
We won't.
because we're in a bottle. It's kind of like net worth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where we are locked in one kind of frame, like one camera. And so that should present the opportunity to really just make those things really nice. I think my concern for the visual quality is going to be, again, making those moments really nice. Something that I noticed even in the little 5-finger twister game that you had played is even simple things like the click down on that keyboard, like telling you like you hit this key. That's just going to be crucial. So how that then translates into a game like this, where you plug a hole, like knowing that you've plugged a hole. I think just communicating these things, not just in a clear way, but a really satisfying way, is not a challenge, but it's just a little, like, it needs attention.
It's going to take
So,
like specific consideration. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
another thing that we'll have to be pretty conscious of, and what was probably one of our biggest missteps with Pop Shove It, is like teaching the player how to play the game, right?
Yeah.
So we'll have to make sure that the players never really, they're panicking, but they're never confused, you know?
Yeah, how do we teach the player. And as always, I would love to just build it into the gameplay, so it's not. Like hopefully, if we do this right, you see the layout of the game, and like we'll have to have some sort of funky cutscene to like introduce all this stuff. But when it all settles down and you see the final game screen, ideally what you see there immediately tells you I'm looking kind of at a keyboard. And
like, do we need to have like the keys like on there somehow?
I think so.
The actual letters. Oh, Pierre Vender.
What's up, Pierre?
We were actually talking about you earlier.
All
the best LD people are here. Well, now that you're here, that's true.
No, now I'm embarrassed that Pierre's gonna be like, this is a stupid idea. And you should feel.
Don't judge us.
You should feel stupid for thinking of it.
Let me just zoom in on the most important part of our brainstorming.
Yeah.
We'll just replace both with Pierre Vender. Whatever those baguette eaters, whatever they use.
How you doing, Pierre? I'm assuming you're also taking part in the game.
I certainly hope so.
If you are, have you finished your game already? Because you're just that good.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got his idea and he's already flying through it, and it's a combo entry.
Well, of course.
Let's see.
You've been listening to the Last of Us soundtrack? You trying to depress everyone?
No, yeah, well, I didn't realize.
Making the build right now.
Wow. Yeah, I'm a little behind schedule.
Pretty slow for me these days.
I'm noticing how we're doing the same thing where like the later stuff we type is way bigger than the stuff we were typing earlier.
Are we?
My
we did do it.
Like slowly we started getting bigger and bigger. And
I guess because we were just like zoomed out and started typing shit.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. I guess you could do that if you wanted.
The wonders of Miro.
Guess what you couldn't do in the other one.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, what up, David? Yeah, the theme is delay the inevitable.
It's not the best theme I've ever seen.
It's not.
Yeah. Well, it's very deliberate. It's very much telling you like this is the game.
But we're Rumpelstiltskin in it.
Yeah.
Spinning gold out of shit.
We did talk about shit a lot. Poop
we did.
Came up.
We came dangerously close to making a game about poop.
There was
Morticians and poop, but Morticians.
The Mortician has survived. We just shoved him into a submarine and put him inside a human body. We just magic school bust him into a human body.
Hell yeah, we did.
Mortician's got a
magic hole bus.
Excuse me.
Is this not about poop?
Be the change you want to see in the world, Pomo. Make your own poop game.
You can make a poop game.
I'll support it. I'll back you up.
We just won't be your poop competition this time.
All right. Any other things that we might be concerned about? Like if you visualize this end product, something that you visualize that would make it good that might be either hard to do or something that we haven't figured out just yet. Like obviously we want the communication of things is for sure. Like teaching the player for sure. Luckily the idea of it is simple enough that it doesn't take a lot of teaching, I think.
Yeah.
At least of what the tool is. But the more layers we add on top of Twister, the more it gets complicated.
Hang on. Whoa, that's so big.
It's a big hole.
True.
I don't want it to be blood. I think
blood just seems a little too like gory almost. I
don't want it to be a gory.
It's hard to think of like what the fluid would be, but we'll see.
It could still just be water.
It could still just be water, and we like think of a different kind of kooky thing that is involved with it.
Bile.
I'm not budging on the Mortician.
The Mortician stain.
Mortician is involved. Zach.
Go to bed, Zach.
It's going okay so far.
Yeah.
Bad theme, but what else is new?
I'd say we're coming up with an idea pretty quick though. This is taking what, 2.5 hours?
Not bad.
Yeah. Like we've latched
something that we're all kind of cool on.
We latched onto an idea that I think we feel good about an hour and a half in, or a little less, and now we're just trying to like be critical of it right now.
I came up with another idea for like a random event, like
a temporary blackout,
where you can see the water coming in, but you don't know what key. You know relatively where the key is.
Yeah, like compared to your other fingers, but you can't see.
That's a cool one.
That's cool.
Just wanted to write it down so I didn't forget it. But.
No, that's good. I do think that the random events are what make this game exciting. Like there's the fun of the mechanic, but to make it exciting and engaging, I think we need those random things to happen.
I agree.
So that's one of my yikes is being able to get to that.
Sure.
No. We're not very good at making our games accessible to people.
You're lucky you're even getting a Zerdy Pure Vendor.
Yeah. Well, you might not even get that.
in fact, don't count on it. But if anything, we alienate most players who use laptops most of the time.
We're not using any mouse controls this time, so
we're not using any mouse
just a keyboard.
Which is it's a first since Knitworth, actually.
That's true.
Is it? Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, I definitely like the random events.
Endless mode for tryhards.
You can just say
endless
Nick.
Mode.
Instead of me and Nick.
Well, it's pretty. Well, I didn't realize Pomo said it.
He's that's what he was saying.
Well, so here's
Rude,
the thing,
Jared.
Pomo, is that like the level itself is going to be endless by default. You have to.
Yeah, it's
see how
always
long you can
endless,
make
so
it.
it's up to how good you are to last as long as possible. Which is the idea at the moment, at least.
Yeah, we just definitely want to force it so that it's not a game about patience. Because I've seen those games on LD where it's just whoever had the most time in the day.
Yeah.
Like just has a high score on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I want to be able to track points if possible, like for the amount of like water that you're preventing, if we can get to that point. But that would imply that we have hole quality.
Quality.
Because otherwise it is if all the holes pour the same amount of liquid, then time really is the only thing that matters, like the amount of time you stay alive.
Yeah, I definitely think like differences in holes would be a good thing. Which I guess is why it's number 2.
Well, it could still be like time based, and it's just like obviously your ship will fill up faster if you don't plug the heavy flow holes, you know.
Could this be the first jam we do a leaderboard? That's a
Figure
dream.
it out, Jared.
It's a dream. We don't have to.
I want an online leaderboard that you do it.
If I
just have it ready.
Yeah, I'll have to see. I'll have to see if there's any like.
If we finish everything Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like if this is a Knitworth part 2.
Because I would love that. At the very least, we could just do what we did with Dude Ranch and keep your highest score there, you know, for the
just record it
for the session.
That would be good. That would be good enough. Like that as a minimum, it would be good to achieve that.
And another nice thing, like if we wanted to encourage replayability and keep it local, is have rankings that like if you reach this amount of time, you're this, but you were this close to reaching this rank.
Oh, the ranking.
Oh yeah. I think we were going to do that in Higher Desire at one point.
Oh my god.
Before
bring up
I have to because it's true. But before we were just like, all right, it's just gonna be you just go from A to B. It was like, oh, you're going godliness and like different levels of enlightenment.
We're gonna have a cutscene for when you reach Nirvana.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! Don't talk about this stuff.
Can we have a seamless transition from the menu to gameplay in this game?
Nope.
Now, in my mind, I can see it being really cool.
Yeah, imagine us going into the submarine,
like through a window, and then you're looking at the wall.
Yeah.
Fuck
Till
that.
the water pours out of the wall.
Yeah, we're the water.
All these females drown. But we censor the bad parts.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we say
blank damn.
Blank damn.
Blank damn. That's the only thing that we censor. All right, anything else that we're concerned about? I'm definitely like Steven, like when we talk about the style, I guess we'll get into some of the difficulties that we're presented with. I think that there's a lot of visual parts of this that, because of how simple the game is, it needs good, strong visual stuff to tell you and satisfy you when you're doing things right and when you're doing them wrong.
Yeah.
What if you make it look like children's cartoons like the Magic School Bus?
Oh my goodness, we actually just go full Magic School Bus style, and we
Magic School Bus.
UI elements are kind of like humongous entertainment style. Oh, the new Magic School Bus style.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Quick.
Oh,
What
no.
the fuck? What the hell?
It's like a picture frame, but they put their kids in it. This is terrible.
And the actual like drawn
kids.
kids look awful.
They do. Look at how wide set their eyes are.
They look budget. Jesus Christ.
Look at the chameleon. I forget the name of the
Izzy
lizard.
or something like that. I think.
Liz? Yeah, I think it's Liz.
Is it just Liz?
I think it's Liz.
It's Frizzle and Liz.
Yeah.
Short for Lizard.
Yeah. Fucking gross, this.
What the fuck?
New Magic
Why'd they
School
make
Bus.
her? She was way hotter before. I had a big crush on
Kids' foreheads, free real estate.
Big crush on the frizz. Oh, I think I had this one. Inside the beehive.
Oh, we could be
this like drawn
bee.
style.
Fucking yikes.
No, this new animation style it's cheap animation.
It
cheap
is.
2D animation.
It is.
Yeah, they made a like modern Magic School. I think it was like on Netflix or something.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It was like Netflix or Hulu or something. Wahoo! Are these the authors? I have no idea.
Just some old people.
Couple of nobodies.
Who cares?
Right on. Oh.
I bet they're dead.
Oh, it might be.
No, look at these costumes. Ew, and they have like new versus the new. See, like I could almost interpret the old Miss Frizzle. New Miss Frizzle, that could be Daphne.
Yeah.
That could be literally anyone with red hair.
Are you serious? This is anybody. This isn't a character.
That's lame.
The bus is electric now. Of course it is.
Yeah, there is a new Magic School Bus Ninja, and it looks like this.
That's got to be the author of Magic School Bus then.
Oh, that lady, yeah.
Stupid lady. Oh, they met each other. Wait, is it her daughter or something?
I think it's like her niece or something.
I never bothered to care, but also look how fucking just like blocky the Magic School Bus is, where this thing was like fucking like bending and morphing all around the place. Like you compare that to fucking damn, there was.
Look at this thing.
It literally just like bends around and does crazy shit. There was one in particular that I wanted to.
Well, it's animated, but this card looks like it has eyes, which makes it creepy.
That's it. I hate new things too. Change.
Kids are ruining this country.
Yeah. Down with the kids.
Okay. Anything else before we like start to just write down? We go through the
end to end.
We make a document and then basically list off the MVP of what we need to do.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So just like dig through the game in your mind and look for things that like what sorts of things are on the wish list that really should be almost part of the MVP, and that makes this harder.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there anything else, Jared, that you perceive technically that would be difficult to do? Like even level design and stuff. Is that kind of a yikes? You know, how to actually create the curve and...
It might be a little bit, like the timing, if it's like slightly procedural. I mean, that's going to take some consideration and logic and tweaking. Keeping track of all of the holes that are open shouldn't be that bad. It's just going to be a list of things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that will be, you know, slightly dynamic with the level curve, right? Because we're going to have the frequency that holes open up, what kind of hole opens up,
True, yeah.
and when those events happen and things. FX and sound design might be a pain. Yeah, we'll see.
It just needs time. We need
it's
time
definitely
for it.
our Achilles heel.
It's not a last minute thing.
Yeah. I think, like, sound effects and things are going to be, they can be very good indicators for conveying information, which there's going to be a lot of things happening all at once on the screen. So,
like giving senses of urgency and completion as well as danger. Like there's different emotions that we have to trigger with different sounds.
How does a player know when they can safely let go of a hole?
Yeah, like you need to know the whole quality. We need visible hole quality.
Even when it's plugged.
Yes. A plugged hole is not an invisible hole.
Mm-hmm. Plug 'em up, plug 'em.
Hole plugs. We just leave out the important part.
You have to go and plug those holes.
Plug those holes.
Well, here is suggesting having drips while you hold and no drips when it's finished.
Yeah, we'll have to. Yeah, that could be a good idea.
Get the hell out of here, Jeremiah.
Jigs tell me I have great hole quality.
So also, what is it going to look like when you are plugging a hole? Are we going to have like fingers be doing this and they're all scattered around, or is it just going to be like an invisible, like the hole is obscured by something now?
Oh yeah, are we?
Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, thank you, Kangaroo.
For some reason, when I was imagining
it.
this, it was almost as if we were playing on a touchscreen. So I'm like, oh, your finger's gonna cover up the hole anyway. So.
Yo, we got a shout out for Pop
Kangaroo.
Shove It. Thank you.
Oh hell yeah.
Gotta pay the troll toll to get into this boy's soul.
This boy's hole. Gotta pay the troll toll to get in.
So when you plug a hole and you hit one of the keys, the submarine just goes, ah.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, actually, well, if the holes are actually in the body.
He's riding a body submarine inside another body.
He's in a body inside another body.
Yeah.
But he's still a mortician.
That part
I cannot stress this enough. The man is a mortician.
Yes, that's important
It's
information.
extremely important. This game falls apart if he's not a mortician. So.
And a dude in a ranch. In a hidden valley.
Ooh.
Okay. So if that's it, what I'd like to do, if we feel good about it, is take a break.
Yeah.
Eat something. Think about it while we're eating.
Fuck. All right.
We did not eat.
Brainstorming on an empty stomach.
Well, it was starting at 6, which was an awkward time for us.
That is pretty awkward.
So, but I would like to step away from it for a second and just do like a final gut check on everything.
Sure.
And then when we come back, like we write down basically the final qualities of this thing and the steps.
Yeah.
So that we can actually kick off tonight.
Sounds good.
Is that cool? So are we at a good point where you think, okay, this is descriptive of what we intend to make. We kind of know what we're scared of and what we think is good. Let's step away, think about it for a sec, and then come back to it.
Yeah, I think we're at a pretty good stopping point here, and it's a developed enough idea where there's I don't think there's a lot of holes in our idea.
However, we've not made even though we brought up holes, we haven't made one single holes reference.
Is this going to be a game about holes? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen unless we force it. I'm not gonna force it.
I won't. I
It has to
refuse.
be
I
organic.
refuse to force it.
So it's gonna be one of those things where, yeah, we're making a game about holes, but we make no holes references.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
We'll sneak Shia
So-
LaBeouf in here somehow.
Now,
And then someone will say, "Oh, you're really lacking in holes references," and then I can't even say a reference that would be a good response to that because, you know,
even though I have one and I want to
have
say
one.
it
Just right
it's
off the
ready to
bat.
But yeah, no, I think that's a good plan.
Is that an okay plan for the next little bit?
I think so. Yeah.
And then if you're intending to still stay at your computer, and if you want to do something, you can face that most critical part, which is how many inputs we can have.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably at least stand up and walk around for a bit.
I would recommend that you also stop thinking about this for a second and then come back with fresh eyeballs and fresh holes.
Earballs, good holes,
Fresh
good
eye holes.
Come back with
untouched
your
holes.
holes cleared out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What time do we want to reconvene?
Depends on what we're doing for dinner.
What are we doing for dinner, Steven? If
you want to just go get fast food, or
if we're feeling good about things and we're not feeling like we're in a pinch, I will go get food and bring it back.
Yeah,
and then
I
eat
think
it.
you
And
can
if we
do
do
that.
that would still only take like hour tops, probably
45 minutes to an hour, basically.
I think that's fine.
All right, let's call it that then. So we'll either be back at Pacific time 9:30 or 9:45.
Okay.
We'll be back when we're back. Okay.
And you just deal with
Your
it.
damn head.
Keep working.
Keep working and entertain the chat while we're gone.
I'm getting up for a bit. I'm just turning basketball on and leaving. I'm just
Hell
turning
yeah.
basketball on and then turning on an hour's worth of.
Oh, dude, please! For all the people that think they're just gonna sit here and collect J-Coons all weekend without being punished for it.
Here's what you do, Jared. You open up a separate Miro board that they can have access to.
No.
And they can type whatever they want in it.
I'm not going to leave an unsupervised chat with the ability to draw whatever they want on my stream.
How bad could it get? They can't
it could be
and
that
post
bad.
whatever images they want on the stream.
Oh, that is
true.
bad.
That could be bad. Well, you just gave them the idea. They weren't gonna think of it.
It was gonna be the most
Say it.
wholesome thing ever.
It was be all puppies and holes.
People of different ethnicities holding hands and world peace.
Yeah, that's how we would have done it. What if we promised to only draw holes?
I guess if you're only gonna draw the best holes, quality holes.
Quality holes. We don't want bad holes here.
Okay, we're gonna get going.
We
so waste any
gotta-
time, but
we gotta do it now. But
we'll be back in 45 to an hour.
I'm not even gonna leave the Discord. So if you hear anything,
No, I'm just
don't
muting. Well, actually, I'm not gonna mute. I'm
alarmed.
gonna turn my camera on, so if you see something, it's on you.
And I'm gonna have my butthole just sitting there, even though I'm going to eat dinner.
Fair. Perfect.
All right, we'll be back soon.
Sounds good. Me. Alrighty, so I am going to get up for a little bit, stretch for some. I do think it is a good call to not think about this for a little bit, so I'm gonna take a little bit of break. I probably won't be gone for like 45 minutes, but maybe like 20-ish or so. Maybe I'll pop around other people's streams or check out the Ludum Dare page as I do it, but I'm definitely gonna stand up for a bit. So what are we going to leave y'all with? I think we're gonna do Hotline Miami sounds good. How loud is it though? That's very loud. Oh no, that's not that loud. Okay, cool. Fuck it, we'll leave the jackpot one up. Why not? But we are going to go here. Whee! Ugh, I'm gonna need to change this. Let's see. Ah, not that. Body, 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 body. And a little timer. Well, let's just set it for 20 minutes for now. Alrighty. I will be back Eventually. Alrighty. Woo! Actually, I want to change something here. No, we can do it right here, actually. Let's add a text component. Center up. I think while I'm waiting for the Reds and trying to avoid thinking about the game, we're just gonna see what some other people are doing. See how our boy Jitspo's doing.
Get our simple damp function here.
Oh, I got some nice Hoji chat. I'm happy.
Hey, what's up, Kozlowski? I mean, I've got a rocket launcher.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Shut up, Diesel.
Rocket this thing around. Whee!
It
It doesn't have visual rockets on it yet.
Rocket chair. Fucking wonderful.
But, you know, we got something going on here. Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's fun to race it around on the ground.
Yeah, it's kind of just like slipping all over the place. Oh, that's pretty great.
But we haven't gotten proper flight in there yet, so I don't know exactly how that's going to work.
For anybody who is not...
Probably like that.
Oh, does this work? It does not. I don't have my bot up, but go to Jitspo's channel. Let me post this real quick. This is what we're watching currently. He's a cool dude.
Into it. It could be a really groundbreaking game, right?
Hang on, I'm
The
curious.
start of a TF2 meme video? Could well be. So,
oh boy. Burpee.
Yeah, I want to make the camera actually follow this thing.
Camera follow, fun. I've never really used Godot. I have no idea how to use it or even start it. What's it even written in? It looks like it's written in its own language. Hang on.
And
GD scripts, yeah. Okay. So GD script or C#, C++. Oh, okay. Interesting. It looks like he's using GD script though. Yeah, this is main camera.gd.
Set that to
interesting.
Maybe 3 meters. Exactly, that's what I was saying, Nate.
God bless him for making these physics games. I'm not brave enough. We did it once with...
Well, I was thinking that you get launched into the air and then you've got limited fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to keep the lawn chair suspended as long as possible.
Ah, I see. So it's like a distance sort of thing.
Before it inevitably crashes into something. However, who knows where we'll end up.
Sure.
Racing it along the ground is kind of fun.
This is very interesting how he seems to go about his game jam games. Is like he'll come up with some sort of simple idea, make it, play around with it, and then decide what kind of game that he's making in the process, which seems so scary to me.
GitHub page.
But it seems to work out for him. He makes some pretty awesome stuff.
every crash increases the fold factor, and you inevitably end up sandwiched. Yeah. Kind of, sort of, but I was imagining something more with like continuous thrusts.
I don't even know if you guys can hear him.
Checkmate, Ludum.
He's a little quiet. There we go. That should be better.
Yeah, I think that's cheating. Ah, man.
God bless this man. He has some patience.
All right. So, desired chase distance.
What's our boy Outfrost up to? Boink. Isn't it late for you, Outfrost? Hey, Google. What time is it in the UK?
The time in the United is 5:16 a.m. Saturday.
Fucking Christ. I'm not even sure if he lives in the UK, but he lives around that area, I think. That's so late. What are you doing up this late, man? Huh. Yada, yada, yada. I don't care about your ads. How you doing, Outfrost?
Think of like some kind of music to go with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he's still brainstorming. All right. It seems like he's got a partner.
That's the easiest thing I can think of right now. Maybe if you want to do SFX, there could be like a robot arm moving around type thing.
Robot arm, you're gonna want like an electrical motor whir thing. You're not gonna want it.
Oh, is he talking with a sound designer?
It's gonna be a mix because you're gonna want some that are lower pitched for the larger motors, but then you're gonna want some that are higher pitched for the smaller motors. If that makes any sense? That might be too vague.
Okay.
Oh, it sounds like he's got a team going. All right, so because he had a team with
basic side of it.
that barista game that
so
he
is
made,
Bio
right?
coming in also during the weekend, or is it all
I will
me?
ask. I will inquire. For now, we're assuming. She can pick up like whatever is like needed in the middle. If we, whatever we're not working on, I guess.
Okay.
We'll have
What
to
does she
figure
do?
out
Does she do
integration.
art or programming? or-
Mostly music.
Oh, okay.
So we'll have to figure that out. Oh, hey Jared, how's it going?
Jared.
How's
that Jared?
how's your the other Jared? How's
Oh yes,
how's the
the
jam
one
going
who I
for
keep hopping in on.
you? Okay, yeah. So I'm
I
going
like your idea for a zombie twister.
I'm going for a break. I'll come back, get the quick concept. We'll talk about splitting coding work, and then I'll go set up the project and like sound related stuff, and we'll go from there. Savior,
Damn, is he planning on pulling an all-nighter?
go over the stuff that we have under stage 2 for the.
This guy's more my speed in terms of planning a game.
And
Like it's like all written out
everything's,
first.
like, accurate.
Jitspo seems to fly by the seat of his pants, which is so impressive to me, but so scary.
Yes, we must write down gameplay elements.
So if you can just check through to make sure things make sense in here, then that would be amazing. And I'll be.
If anyone's interested in
do you need
checking
me to stay
Outfrost
here
stuff
for
out,
the, implementation.
he's
and
right here.
then
He also
the
makes some
rest
really
time
cool
get
stuff.
the bag, or should I just start working?
Very
on the
chill
other?
dude as well.
Up to you, really.
Okay, I'll start the work then.
Give him a follower some views. He deserves
I
it.
don't mind, like, I don't think we mind either way. Like, go with what suits you. Feel free to pop in and out.
Okay, assembly line, block supply. What kind of game you making, Outfrost?
Alrighty, I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna log off for now.
Use
Some
me.
work. Good luck, guys.
All right,
bye.
Boom. I need a better BRB screen. Mine is just a random image of the Cabbage Patch that I'm probably not even allowed to use, but you know what? I'm too small for anyone to care. See what's going on the LD page, hey? Concept lock-in, engine progress. Wait, hang on. This dude's making an engine for his game?
A huge ant trying to sunbathe?
Oh, boy. That's insane. So is he what? Is he making like an Etch-a-Sketch? It's almost got all the required functionality so I can start focusing on the game that I'm actually going to make. Damn, man. That's kind of insane. What are you doing? Wow, what is this written in? Visual what is this? JavaScript. Ugh, I do not like JavaScript. More power to you, man. These people are more engineers than I could ever be. I'm like an engineer out of necessity just because I want to make the things that I think of, but I don't really dive that deep into the technical know-how. I don't know what this is. Is it a rocket orbiting a planet? Yeah, I really feel bad for a lot of the EU folks because I know that this is a pretty EU dense jam. And for like the April jam, it always starts at like 6 p.m. Pacific time, which is like, it's like 2 in the morning their time, at least in the UK. That's insane. Meanwhile, in October, the timing is slightly different, but we're only just starting 3 hours earlier, so it's like, great, the EU gets to start at like 11 o'clock. It's tough. Looking for a person to join our 2-man group. Who are you looking for? That's another thing. It's just like, being able to work with random people seems so challenging for me personally. Like I lucked out with the Ruds in terms of like we're always on the same wavelength and we have a pretty good idea of how to we've had enough experience brainstorming with each other to the point where like it seems like absolute chaos, like, and to be fair, I mean it kind of is, but you can see like it starts like this insane of us just like putting whatever we want on the screen, and then eventually it starts turning into like these more organized lists, these drawings and diagrams, and then like a pros and cons of what's left. So like we've got a pretty solid system of just like how we kind of come up with this stuff, and it just kind of happened naturally. Like we didn't really set any ground rules or anything, because I do think like this kind of thing right here is critical for a brainstorming session of literally it's just like word vomit, like words on a page, see what sticks, see what makes you laugh, see what gets you excited. And then once you start getting excited, it's weird, like the brainstorming becomes less and less chaotic the more excited you get, because now you're focusing in on the idea itself. And it's honestly very fortunate that it works out like that for the Ruds and I, because if you just have like one person on the brainstorming team that's not like meshing with the team, or is just like not really adhering to some sort of process, you can easily just spiral into a very unproductive brainstorming session, where nothing really gets decided on or chosen. So the worst thing you can have as somebody who's on your brainstorming team is somebody who's constantly preventing this from happening, this chaos here of just like, no idea is a bad idea, just put it out there, don't pick holes into it, just say a random thing, sing if it sounds fun, see what sticks, and then just go with it. if somebody is hampering this process, you're not going to decide on anything, man. Like, it's not going to go well for you, in my personal experience. So I'm very glad that I have a team where everyone's sort of on the same page in that. Papa Bird, hello. I think I've got a good idea after doing actual real brainstorming. But I woke up early today because I was excited, even though it was hours before yeah. No coding till tomorrow for me. I think that's smart. Time to relax and let my ideas simmer. Yeah, I like that. Papa Burb's a cool dude. Dudette? I actually forget. Oh, Gesundheit. That's what they made. Great stuff. I think they normally do things, solo. It's pretty nuts. Man, I haven't played Hotline Miami in forever. I cannot believe that some people make their own engines to go through Ludum Dare. I can't believe that some people, I forget what team it exactly was, but I'm sure I'll see them around during ratings. They like to make like Game Boy ROMs that can actually be loaded onto a Game Boy cart and played on a Game Boy. It's insane. Holdable objects. Yeah. Peace out, Diesel. We will be right here when you wake up, I'm sure. And if we're not, then it'll be very soon after you wake up. Second time in this, a little bit drunk because I had friends over till now. 4:30 in the morning? Holy shit. Since I got so many great comments on my last entry, LD48. Let's see what you did there. Looking forward to today. Yeah, I didn't vote for Delay the Inevitable either. Delay the Inevitable, it's a fine theme. I certainly think they could have been worse. I do think it can be maybe a little bit limiting in terms of ideas, but I mean, I can find a million different ways to poke holes in any theme that comes out, so it's like, who am I to say? They made a fishing game. Oh, this was the deeper and deeper Ludum Dare. Okay. Just how you doing?
Ready.
Outfrost, you around?
Transform equals global transform.
This is a interesting language.
Dot is action just pressed. Resets.
Okay, there are types, but he just likes to use var. Okay. This is probably like the least riveting content ever, but it's always fun for me to watch other people's process. What is this language? There's no brackets. Oh no, is this like Python where it's just like white space matters?
Move around here and inevitably flip it over.
I love the spins that this thing can do.
Oh, well. It resets the position, but not the velocity.
And very, very typical in Jitspo fashion. Like, his whole idea is just centered around a pun, right?
Skills.
A rocket launcher. God damn it, Jitspo. Hey, thanks, Chris. I didn't even know you were lurking. Well, I hope you enjoy it because this is going to be our entire weekends. We have until, I believe, Monday at 6 p.m. Pacific time to finish a game. So I don't know how long you've been around, but I'm just taking a quick break. The Reds are out to get some food. And then we are going to finalize the idea that we have for our game.
I just wanted a quick way to just reset things.
And then we're going to get cracking. The Reds, as you might be aware, are two artists. Steven's a 3D artist and Andrew's a 2D artist, and I'm going to be the only engineer. So that'll be fun. We're always looking forward to this. Ludum Dare is one of our favorite times of year. and it happens twice a year. So like we love being able to like stretch our muscles like this as well. Unfortunately, we generally follow up this weekend with so there's a rating period once the game jam is over where everyone plays each other's games and they give ratings and stuff like that. And that's a big time for streamers in the Ludum Dare community to like ask people to submit their games, and then we'll play them live on stream and like talk about them, give feedback. Usually we're kind of just clowning around in our normal
There's one problem with this camera.
in our normal fashion. But people seem to enjoy it. Unfortunately, we won't be able to do that next weekend because we're going to be in Wisconsin for a wedding. But hopefully people will still be around the weekend after, where we'll be trying to play as many games as we can, because it's always just a lot of fun interacting with other people who have made games in this competition, because you meet a lot of really cool people. Jitsbo's a really cool dude. He'll pop into my stream occasionally. Outfrost is also a super cool guy. Yeah, we've just met a lot of really cool people through this just by making games and chatting with people. It's a great community to be a part of. But yeah, glad you're here. Glad you're enjoying yourself. This is ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus Christ.
Brutal.
It already seems like a good sign, like promising this game, just because like even though everything is just like a white box and you just have a static lawn chair that's moving around, he's having fun playing with it, right? And that's the important thing. It's just like whatever the player's doing the most has to be fun. Even if it's like the smallest thing, if it feels good to do and it's fun to mess around with,
Brother, please help me.
everything on top of that's gravy, essentially. But it's proof that your core concept there is worth pursuing, you know? So this looks pretty promising right now. And he's, God, it's it's crazy how fast he's able to pump out stuff like this. Like, it's pretty nuts. But he has been doing this for years, and is in the middle of publishing his own game right now. So I guess it's
like full-blown
no, it's still surprising to me. This dude's
soft
nuts.
body physics. Just crumple this lawn chair to oblivion.
That's exactly it. And that's exactly what you need to focus on, Chris, when like you do a game jam like this. Is like you need to find that one very simple thing that's fun to do and then just polish that to a shine, because that's all the time you have to do it, you know? Turbo dismount is wildly fun, even if the central concept is basically nothing. Turbo dismount, I don't think is that a... Let's see here. Turbo dismount. What is this?
Tony Hawk lawn chair.
What is this? God, why is Steam's audio always so loud? Is it basically like it's like a crash simulator thing? That's just so satisfying to do. Like, watching carnage like just play out on screen, it's just fun. It's in the similar way of just like as a kid building up like towers of blocks and then just knocking them over. That's why Boom Blocks was so fun. So this game is basically just like, watch what happens when physics. And that's great. Yeah. And like they have all of these, so everything I'm seeing here is always the same. It's like something happens with physics and then just carnage ensues, but they have so many different scenarios in which that plays out that like they get so much mileage out of just like the simple idea of physics-based carnage, and then just like, well, what happens if it's a bunch of circles? What happens if we have turbo boosts? What happens if the things are bigger? Like all these tiny little things that you can tweak and mess around with to get a lot of mileage out of just a simple idea. Yeah, that's absolutely like, especially if you're looking to scope small for a game, that's what you have to look for sure.
So,
and that's why for us, like we're hoping that like the finger twister that you're going to be having to play on the keyboard when you're plugging up a bunch of different holes in a wall is going to be fun, because like the idea of it is going to be like, you not only are you having to like keep your fingers in these really awkward positions, but you're gonna have to like, I need to like stay in front of my mic, but you're gonna have to like peek around the keyboard and your fingers to try and get to another spot. So there's like a physical component there that'll hopefully be really fun. But we won't know until we make it. So what we're gonna be doing next once the Reds come back is we're gonna be going through like a step-by-step plan of what the game looks like from start to finish. What engineering tasks need to be done for MVP, what art tasks need to be done, and then we're just going to be cruising, going to town. I'll probably work on it for a couple of hours before heading off to bed, and then come up early in the morning to get started. Saturday is going to be a long day, and then hopefully we'll have most of the game by end of Saturday, and then Sunday will be polished tutorial stuff, making things interesting and understandable for the player. Because we really skimped out on that, or we didn't skip out. We didn't have time to do anything like that for the last game, Jam Game, Pop Shove It. We had a lot of really complex mechanics, and we got them all in there, which was great. But because it was so big and ambitious, we didn't have time for any sort of like tutorializing or making things look and feel super duper nice, like extra polished. And some players seem to really still like it, really like the idea. And then a lot of other players, a significant portion of the players, were pretty confused and frustrated with the game because we didn't have time to play test either. So it was a very difficult game. And we didn't expect it to be a rage game, but it turned out to be one. Using a familiar input in an unfamiliar way is also a clever design choice. Even seasoned typists get lost when using the keyboard. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the hope. I'm not sure if you were around for the brainstorming part where I mentioned like we'll know we've done our job well when the player is like constantly in a panic. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it sounds promising. We always like to try and incorporate some sort of unique control scheme, which gets difficult if you do this for long enough. Like this is our 7th time doing this as a group. You start to run out of ways to use a mouse and keyboard, right? Like there's only so many buttons. I mean, the mouse has a lot of versatility in terms of like the continuous axis input, but like a keyboard is just like a matrix of buttons. Which I guess you could do a lot with, which is what we're trying to do now. I'm just like doing a little finger twister stuff.
Plan to do
So we'll see.
compo at the moment.
Compo. Goddamn, Jitspo. You fucking machine. So I'm not sure if you're aware of the rules here, Chris, for Ludum Dare. So there's 2 different kinds of competitions that you can enter. One of them is the Jam, which is what the Ruds and I do, where you can get a team of any size together and you have 72 hours to make a game. You can use third-party assets. You can use third-party music if you want. So like the Ruds and I, we don't do music, so we'll just find something like royalty-free and put it in there. But the other competition is called the Compo, which is much more intense. You have to do it solo. You can't use any pre-existing assets. So even if you made them yourself, you can't use them for the Jam. If you made them yourself earlier, you can't use them for the Jam. Everything has to be created within not 72 hours, but 48 hours. So you have to turn your game in on Sunday, do it by yourself, and make all of the assets, which is nuts. I've done it like once or twice, and it's a lot of fun, but I've not made anything nearly as impressive as what I've seen some people do in the Compo. It is intense. It's very intense. But it really challenges you to pick something small, get it done in like a day, and then just spend the last day just polishing it up. Like it's the ultimate challenge, one would say. But yeah, so really the only reason that the Reds and I do the Jam is because that's the only one that lets us work as a team. I think we could probably get something done in 48 hours, mostly because like everything that we would just have to scope smaller, but like everything that we put into a game for a Ludum Dare Game Jam, except for the music and sound effects, that's the only thing that we can't really make on our own, is made in that weekend. So we don't use any existing third-party assets. We always make all of our assets from scratch on the weekend.
Compo's like hard mode.
Yeah, he's talking about jam and compo stuff now.
Make everything during the jam.
So it's like we could probably get creative and find ways to like not need music for our games or not need sound effects. Or there's a couple of like sound effect generators that we can use and stuff. So we could find a way to maybe like completely make a game with original assets in 48 hours. But because we want to work in a team of 3, we're automatically placed in the jam bucket. So we kind of just lean into it. We'll still make all of our own assets, but we don't have as many qualms about finding like royalty-free music to use in our game. Just because there's no reason to push ourselves like that if we already have the ability to do so, you know. I'm running out of words.
Interesting stuff we can do with rigid body.
Yeah, Godot looks very interesting, but I just know next to nothing about it. Oh, Frost is still out. No worries. Do you find the compressed timeline in service of creative design? The old theory of restriction fostering creativity. 1,000,000%. Yes, absolutely. So there's a couple of opinions that I have about that. So absolutely, I do think that some of your most creative ideas will come from a jam, mostly because like it forces you to, well, it'll be a learning process. Maybe your first jam won't go so great because you'll have all these big ambitious ideas and then you realize just how hard it is to make a game and how short 72 hours is. But over time, once you get used to like that, how much time that you tend to have, you know exactly what size of a game that you could make. And that really starts to, you really start to compartmentalize like, all right, what's possible, what can be done, what's simple. And you really like, you start to focus on those little tiny moments that make a game fun. And I think those are the most important parts of making a game. So if you can learn that and hone that in a game jam, you can expand that out into a longer project. Where I think that might go a little bit too far is dependent on the theme that you get sometimes. So like, let's see. Do we still have themes here? Ludum Dare 50 theme. Right. So I'm not sure if you can see this, but I could just read them off to you. So these were the themes that made it into the final round. So the theme is voted on by the community. And there are some that like, I feel like really limit the amount of games that you can make. Like a single resource is, all right, so you're already making a game where like the player's collecting resources and things to do something. It's, I don't know. I don't like themes that kind of like imply that you should make a certain type of game and then you have to work harder to avoid making a game like that. And this is my own opinion, right? Like some people are really happy with the theme Delay the Inevitable, and I think I downvoted it. Yeah. So like I didn't really like that one all that much. Space is limited. Also kind of like it's hard for me to articulate, but there are some themes that I see where it's just like, okay, you're sort of, the theme is already implying what like the genre of the game is that you should be making. And then you have to challenge yourself to work outside that genre, which, I mean, to its credit, still pushes you to be creative. But yeah, sometimes like I think restrictions can be a bit too restrictive to the point where like you're trying desperately to think of an idea that doesn't sound generic when the theme is constantly pushing you to come up with a generic idea, you know? A single resource will inevitably yield to a similarity between some entries because inherently describes a mechanic. No, exactly. And you'll still get that with games like even with this theme. With every single theme, the first thing that the Reds and I try and do is identify what the main theme within that theme is going to be. Like what's going to be the main motif of all of the entries that show up. In this case, we think there's going to be... Oop, I lost connection. There we go. We think there's going to be a lot of games that are focused around death, for sure, because death is the most inevitable thing in the world, and getting old and stuff like that. So there will definitely be things like that. But the reason that I think I kind of like this theme a little bit is that the number of generic ideas isn't as high as most of them. So that's kind of nice. There's going to be a lot of like time-based games, like time trial games, where like you collect something and it gives you more time to do something. Maybe some apocalypse stuff will be there. But yeah, I think we might see some pretty unique ideas from this theme, which is nice. But like, let's see, what were some of the other themes that we had? So this one, the theme was deeper and deeper. So we saw a lot of digging games and a lot of deep sea games, because those were kind of like the first things that popped into our heads in terms of like, what things do you normally associate with like deep? And to its credit, like there were a lot of actually really good like digging games and deep sea games, but there were also a lot of really generic ones. So this will happen with whatever theme that gets picked, really. For us, we decided to go the route of deep tissue massages, which we tend to get dinged on the theme score pretty hard just because we intentionally try to avoid picking something obvious. Like we want to use the theme to challenge ourselves to think of something that's actually like unique that not many people will see as they're like rating the games. But that ends up being like, we'll use the theme as a jumping off point, and then we will develop whatever idea gets us excited. And if it happens to fit the theme or not, we don't care as much. We just use the theme to try and get the ideas going, right? So, yeah, the theme is notoriously always our worst grade, but we don't care about it, really. Are you doing some reference research, Jitspo?
Let's see, what do we want to do? I need like a...
You'll be in awe of redneck engineering. What the fuck? Oh, he just googled redneck. Yes, we want to make something that players remember for being fun, that not that they remember for being super into the theme.
Oh, you know what?
Holy shit!
We could just do like the
That's fucking cold, Pierre. Why is that? Jesus Christ!
Appropriate-ish.
It just started warming up out here in the States. And by warming up, I mean like, what is it? Well, I don't know what it would be in Celsius, but it's been getting up to like 50, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Hang on. Hey, Google. What's 9 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? This would probably be just faster to actually Google. What the fuck, Pierre? What the why? Why is it that cold? Holy shit! Good God.
That doesn't give us fingers, but maybe that's fine.
Alright, let me see. Let me do some research here. Holding multiple keys. How many keys can we hold? Multiple keys down event. When holding left control and pressing D, the keyboard does not actually send the control and D key codes. It actually sends a key code for control. Ah, whatever. Yeah. That's not what I was looking for. That's fine. Oh, I think I Googled the wrong thing. They're wanting like to see if two keys are pressed at the same time. That's not what I care about. How? Just bought my house, moved in, but there's no good heating and crappy insulation. Dog, holy shit. Sometimes. Oh my god, man. Do you have any like space heaters or anything? Blankets? Something? Holy shit. That's so... Christ. Yeah, I would hope so. Good lord. Get some layers. How do I want to phrase this? Keys at once. Unity. I'm just doing some cursory research here. So we don't want to get like the get key down. How can I check if multiple keys are pressed down at once? I'm working on an input manager system. Yeah, he still was doing hotkey stuff. Yeah, so one of the hesitations that we have right now is the fact that, like, for just the technology of keyboards, the hardware itself, it can only recognize a certain number of keys being pressed at the same time. So I think we're going to try and get around that by, instead of checking to see if each key is being held down, when the key is pressed for that first frame, we'll just like store it in a list saying like, these are all the keys that have been pressed so far. So even if like we don't have any register of like this is still being held down, we'll know that it's still there. And then we'll keep it that way until we detect a let go event from that key. And I'm hoping that let go event will still trigger. That's what we're gonna have to try and figure out. And I don't think I'm explaining that properly, but it'll make sense once we actually make it. Try it. Yeah, I'm gonna try it once the Reds get back and we finalize this game design. I'm trying to take it easy for now and not think of the game too much so that we can come back to it with fresh eyes and then finalize the stuff and then get to cracking. Isn't it late for you over there, man? Isn't it like 4 or 5 in the morning? Must be damn cold in there then. Okay. 7 a.m. Did you wake up early or did you just stay up? Because I feel like you were also here a few hours ago. I forget when you first showed up. Whew, man. More power to you. God. That's a rough sleep schedule.
Back.
Oop, hang on. Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
I was just about to get up to take a piss, and then I'll be right back. So give me like 2 minutes.
All right. Got it. Oh, we went and got Taco Bell, which might have been a mistake for
Chris
working on stuff, but it's the choice we made.
I just wanted it. I wanted Taco Bell, and I wanted at least 3 items.
No more, no less. But we are also talking about where things stand on the jam right now, so we might throw a wrench in the whole thing. Who knows? We'll see. How bad could it be? That rushing hole lifestyle. Like, well, we're gonna make a game about holes. We're gonna it's gonna turn into a bad hole. Taco B hole, exactly. Our new game is just gonna be us trying to plug our buttholes to make sure the Taco Bell doesn't come out. Yeah.
My Taco B hole.
Luckily,
Chris, what are you up to right now?
Just hanging out.
Just hanging?
Whoa, fancy taco.
I'm hoping that when I bring this up to Jared,
not a huge
kind of cool with it.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
either that or we try to really nail what we already have.
Well, that's like I said, either I'm just not seeing something clearly and I can be convinced that everything is good, or make my grandpa character hit stuff with his cane. See that sounds great. Whatever Pierre Vander's making is going to be.
I'm looking forward to it.
Pierre Vander, are you doing a 2D or a 3D game?
2D pixel art. Nice. There he is. There's the boy.
Moshi Moshi.
All right, Jared.
What's up?
How are you feeling right now? Because I may or may not throw a massive wrench at you.
What kind of wrench you got?
Okay, so
a Black & Decker wrench.
Ooh, good brand.
Stanley, actually.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Classic.
Trying to be as critical as possible of the game that we're making before we set out into it.
Sure.
I'm not fully convinced that that this is the most innovative game that we can make.
Okay.
I think that the Twister input, I don't have a lot of criticism for the game as it's defined. I think that just fundamentally, it's not something of a thoughtful quality that we would normally do. I think that we can do a little bit better.
Okay.
I think that what we're doing right is the simplicity of the mechanic and trying to reduce it down to the kind of input that then just gets a lot more utility out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that we basically stopped there. Like the input is interesting, but what we're doing with it isn't exciting enough for me. It becomes too it's too easily monotonous, and it requires a lot of randomness and change outside of the mechanic to keep it interesting and keep it alive.
All right.
So that's where my head's at right now.
Sure.
Like basically, if you put this game on a spectrum between Masusi Loose and Pop Shove It in terms of innovation, it's much closer to Masusi Loose than Pop Shove It. And I just think that we can maybe edge it closer towards innovating and trying some new things and using the interesting input to do something more exciting instead of stopping at just interesting input. Does that kind of make sense?
I think so. Yeah.
So I want to, based on how you're feeling, I want to give you a chance to respond to that. But I also want to let you know that, like I brought this up to Steven and we talked, and we have a possible pivot that like we feel good about. Should you agree? But I'm also open to talking more into what we have, and maybe there's just something that that can be refined in it or defined better that still keeps it simple, but also brings back the innovation that I think is missing.
Sure. I would be interested to hear y'all's idea first, just to see what y'all are thinking.
Okay. So the idea is kind of like I'm pointing out that just the input is solid and it's simple and it's interesting, right? Just like plugging holes, and that the keys are holes. But what I want is that next level and using that to control something rather than the game just being the like hitting the key. You kind of, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So, something like Steven and I played that around, and Steven mentioned something that I liked. He said, imagine if it was like the holes you're plugging are actually in a balloon. And what that made me think is well, if we're plugging holes in a balloon and the air is the thing that's getting out, and you're having to plug these holes up in whatever way we tell you to do it, instead of trying to keep the air in strategic ways, maybe you're trying to let it out in strategic ways. And this idea of inevitability, like a balloon is always like any air that gets let out is not coming back in. So you only have so much to do this. And the way that you plug the holes, whether you plug almost all of them or the ones that you release and then return to, sort of change the movement of the balloon. So the balloon moves in a vector against whichever hole that you open up. So if you imagine like you're invisibly plugging all the sides of a balloon with your fingers on the keyboard, and when you let off a finger, you open a hole in the balloon and it moves like away from that direction. If you open up all of them, it kind of like, you know, it's competing all those vectors against each other.
It wouldn't move much, but it would deflate faster.
But it would, yeah. So the idea being that you strategic hole selection is actually using it to maneuver this balloon, and then having to also have to return back to these holes to close them up should you want to change the pattern of movement.
Yeah. I really like that idea, actually.
Yeah. And also if that like sparks any ideas of like, not necessarily like the balloon exactly.
It doesn't need to be exactly this, but that
like
genre
the fact that our plugging of the holes is interacting with a third thing.
So I like that. I think if we do go for a game like that, I think it would be better suited for like a level-based game rather than an endurance-based game.
Endurance, okay.
Yeah, because like you're expending a resource to essentially traverse a level, or you're traversing like obstacles, right? And then we would then have to think about how would we like score that system, because like, is using a lot of air a bad thing? But you need to use the air to do some stuff. Like, I think the interesting thing about a mechanic like that is that it's interesting traversal in the game, and getting from like point A to point B is a fun challenge, rather than, because I do think it would probably get monotonous if you were just like avoiding the same couple of obstacles for as long as you could until your air ran out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, I like So basically they'd be keeping their fingers on the keys like all the time and then letting go of specific ones to try and move it around. I think that would make for some pretty hilarious fuck ups.
Yeah, because then we definitely have like the panic of, oh man, I got to move my fingers.
Yeah.
But it won't immediately connect which finger to like put up or down. So you have to sit there and think about it. So you might do the wrong one and blast yourself right into a wall or something.
Yeah.
This is the thing that I picture, like when you make like the basic just code version of it, you could be playing with and already having fun.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I think it would be a blast to just like try and master moving around a balloon on an empty screen. I think that would be kind of fun to figure out. And that, I really like that.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to be clear, like I didn't want it to be too much of a pivot, and I really liked Steven's idea. So I kind of latched onto it. And I just want to make sure that before we depart from anything that we've been doing, that this is more of an evolution of something we already like and not like a total shift. You know,
it is. So one thing that we are probably going to miss out on is, I mean, depending on how we orient the keys, right? The twister aspect is not going to be there. But I would be more than happy to seed the twister aspect for something that's more active, you know,
more dynamic.
In terms of like maneuvering that. I think that's a very unique, because I agree with you in a sense of just like it's not. I agree with you in the sense that this is more of like a Masusi loose kind of game where it's a pretty safe known quantity. And I think we probably could have made something that was still pretty fun and engaging.
It would have been. It can still be solid.
Yeah.
I think.
But I think
generally
what gets us more excited to like push through this weekend is when we're working on something that feels super unique, right? So,
yeah, absolutely.
So I'm more than happy to pivot to something like this, because I'm already, pretty this already sounds pretty promising. Like I can imagine what I'm doing, although I don't necessarily know what keys we'll be using yet. We can figure that out.
Same.
Well, because if we really want to bring the twister back in, you could really just fuck with the keys where it's like E, S, and X is one side, O, L, and like comma the other side. You have to like put your fingers sideways basically to like get them.
Yeah, the way you plug it up could still be kind of goofy. And I don't know, like I don't know if you've looked into how many like inputs we're going to be restrained to. I mean, it could be that you have a total of 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to look into. I was doing some cursory research before you guys came back, but every time I tried to Google something, I'm like, holding multiple keys in Unity, it was always people trying to do like hotkey sequences, like Control F and stuff like that. So I was like, I don't need to know how to do that, and I already know how to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if we are. Yeah, so I guess long story short, I'm fine with pivoting to something like this. This does sound interesting and not too big of a leap from what we were going to originally do. There's some physics involved, but it is very simple physics. So
yeah, like
that was going to be the
like force is like kind of moving the direction. Like that's not like a crazy thing.
No,
it'll be 2-dimensional.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be like side to side. Obviously, we're not gonna make a 3D.
It'll be side to side, and most importantly,
like a 3-dimensional world where you actually are having holes in 3 dimensions around a sphere, and then that would has to move around.
Crazy. No. But you know, let's think about it just for a second.
Let's just consider it.
Second over. That's a no.
Oh, all right. Well, that was short lived, but I am glad we did it.
Yep. I think it was worth our time. So if we want to make a similar list for this game that we did for like the good stuff and the yikes stuff for this,
yes,
that'd be great. The first gigantic yikes that I have for this game is that I don't know how we're gonna incorporate a mortician.
Hear me out.
Okay, I'm glad you already immediately have an answer.
There is some sort of. It's not. I mean, it's a contingency kind of.
I'm gonna say that it's airtight.
All right.
So,
that's a good name for the game.
I mean
airtight. I mean that is actually a pretty good game. Airtight.
Well, it could still be S-hole-S, but
it could be.
So we brought up before the idea of gases leaving a human body, correct?
Oh my God.
The balloon,
Chris, I
is
swear to
a
God.
decaying body full of gas. And the person using this vessel to get around is the mortician.
He's just like hugged around this thing.
Yes, exactly.
Hang on one sec. There's another thing that I'm imagining right now. This. You'll see.
Yeah. That's kind of what was in my brain as well.
It's just a blown up man.
So I was mostly joking about the mortician, but if you really want to go down,
I actually am not joking.
Okay,
I think
all right.
that
as long as you're not pursuing this line of thought because I made an offhand joke and you actually want to pursue it.
Steven, did we talk about this earlier?
We did.
Okay.
It's not just you.
No, I fully believe in the mortician. I'm not letting go of that. And Steven said that the mortician's name should be Morticia.
Oh, perfect.
And we just need to come up with a last name for her.
Yeah, like what would her last name be? Morticia
Hole.
Something. Morticia Hole. Girl, that's Morticia Hole.
Trisha Morticia?
Trisha Morticia.
Of the Morticia fortune?
They invented morticians. Strategic hole opening.
So on the slightly serious side of things, the only big yikes thing that always sticks out in my mind is level design.
Yeah,
we haven't really
I wanted to ask one last thing. Morticia Gale, airborne mortician. I like the airborne mortician part.
What do you want to say?
Chris had said something about like thrusters on a spacecraft, kind of like a moon lander. There is the possibility of, instead of having multiple levels, you have one large level with different areas in it.
Sure.
And each of them have like a difficulty of points or whatever to achieve getting there and landing. So we don't have to have like puzzles to get around. You just have one area with more and more difficult things to navigate around to get into.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also just like an endless pathway of like how far you could get. But I tend to like the uniqueness of going around like unique obstacles in an area to land.
Uh-huh. But we're not landing anywhere, are we? Like we're constantly floating?
Well, the idea is the balloon is going to run out of air eventually, right?
Right.
Like the inevitability is that this balloon will eventually not sustain anymore. Like you're going to run out of air and then it falls.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So you would want so I guess we could assign a point value to that in terms of like it's essentially your distance from the starting point, right?
Yeah, so you can either do like just how far away you get for sure.
Yeah.
Or it could be the maneuvering that you do to get to a special area that is higher points. Because in this respect, the amount of time that you stay aloft is not the importance, because everyone would have the same amount of air. Like the idea isn't to plug up all the holes and just stay in the air.
Yeah.
It's to use that air to get somewhere.
Well, I feel like if you plug up all the holes, the only direction you'll go is up, right?
Oh, Pierre just made like a really interesting suggestion.
Did see that.
Yeah,
That is very cool.
Go through small spaces.
That's a very good. That's a very good idea.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of which direction would be more skill based. If you had like an open area that you could explore, or if you had like a challenging level that you had to traverse through, and there were like hornets or spikes that you had to like avoid. And then if you died,
yeah, I was imagining like spike walls or like cactus, like just sharp things that are no spots. But then there's also just blank walls that you can bounce off of, but they're just gonna get in your way.
So what? How long do you expect the gameplay to be? Right, because if we do have spikes and stuff like that, would it be too punishing in a long level to just immediately kill the player if they hit them? If they're like, halfway through this gigantic level, or not necessarily like gigantic, but
yeah.
Or is that just part of the challenge? Like the further you get, the more risky it gets.
Well, like if we do levels or if we do like an open thing, it'll be more of like you're further in the game, so you're aware of the mechanics. Obviously, like we're not gonna throw spike walls in when you first start.
Sure,
so you're just immediately dying constantly. But
then,
I was for a second thinking like, oh, we could just have it open more holes when you touch it. But that just sounds like a whole other beast.
Oh my god, no! Holy shit!
Strategic hole poking.
Yeah. And you could go faster if you poke yourself, but creating additional things that weren't there before based on where it connects with the wall.
Yeah,
definitely.
What was I gonna say? And certainly, as far as level design is concerned, I do think creating one long continuous level is going to be much harder than a handful of short levels. So we'll have to keep that in mind as well.
I'll say the short levels I can imagine just like fairly simple. Like they're not going to be super long, but like a continuous one with different areas might be more difficult.
Yes, which is not to say that we shouldn't do it. It's just something I wanted to highlight in terms of effort.
I'm okay with that
if you're playing the it's not like Pop Shove It where like if you mess up you can still continue on the level. But if you mess up in this one, you have to restart. Yeah. Which, if you're towards the end, might feel really bad. And you have to go through the whole thing again.
It might, or it might not. It might not. Like if we're judging the player based on how far they get, it could be like the further you get, the more stressed you get. Because if you mess up, you might die. But also,
like it could be just a difficulty length thing.
Yeah, but we would also have to make sure that the beginning of the level is interesting enough to where, like, if a skilled player dies near the end, it's not a slog to get through like the first half of the level.
Oh man, now I have to do all of this all over again.
Like hopefully they'll be able to in some way speed run through that beginning half or something.
Yeah.
Like once they're skilled enough to get to a certain level, it's not they can just breeze through the early stuff. Like we'll have to be very intentional with the design of it for sure.
Yeah.
So those are just some of the hangups that I have about the long continuous level. I do think that it probably stands to be the more interesting of the two, but it's definitely it's going to come at a cost, like challenge in design. It's not going to be something that we can do like what we did with Pop Shove It, where like Steven put the levels together like the last day.
No, yeah,
Right.
that's like a very much like
This
a
is gonna
main part.
yeah,
of
this is gonna need some design and playtesting and redesign and iteration to make sure that it feels fun.
Okay. So then the name of the game is keeping the basic thing, the balloon movement, as simple as possible without any frills, so that we get to level design much faster.
Absolutely, yeah. And we would also have to think of like, what are we populating these levels with? Is it just going to be a collection of platforms and spikes, or is there going to be anything else
static, or is there?
Are there going to be like wind
obstacles?
channels maybe that will like you can ride?
Dude.
I mean, that would be really cool.
Are there going to be any like pickups where you can slightly refill your air amount or something like that?
Oh my goodness.
Like there's some
things that progress the decay and get your body to fill back up again.
Yeah. So those are the sorts of things that we can think about once we get like the core mechanic down. It's like, all right, what's going to go into these levels?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So we'll also have to be pretty intentional about the color, the visual language of the objects as well. Like we need to make it very clear that if you touch this thing, it's a death, and it's not like you're going to bounce off of it. So like making everything that could kill you like red or something, like something that's very distinctly clear that it'll happen. I really do like Pierre's idea, and we might steal it about
I'm taking
balloons
it.
Smaller.
If we have time, I love that idea.
It's really cool.
That's a very cool
That's
idea.
an ingenious use of something that was inherent to
it's already in there, yeah.
Yeah.
And what I like about this idea right now is just like there's so many other ideas that are popping into my head right now that really don't change what I need to program. It's just it's just how you use it. And that's exactly what I was looking for in our last game. We're just like, all right, we can hold the key and we can release the key. What can we do with that?
Right.
I feel like we were kind of struggling with the last idea in regards to like we had like ideas for like, oh, we'll have like events and stuff, but it was definitely harder to just kind of like,
It
oh,
felt
what are
like-
some add-on things?
Yeah, it felt like we were stapling
trying.
things onto it rather than
Yeah,
figuring
exactly.
out what the implications of what this mechanic might be. So I think this is definitely a much more promising direction to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I
feel a lot better.
It really does just take like getting up and walking away for a bit for those ideas to start flowing sometimes.
Dude.
Because sometimes you really get like we've fallen into this trap before where we just get stuck in the weeds and then like your brain's just fogged up, right? Because you've been pushing it for so long.
Yeah.
Turn your defoggers on, everybody.
I've definitely learned the value of stopping to think about it for a second and then coming back. Yes, thank you, Taco Bell.
Is that where you guys went?
We did get Taco Bell. That way we drove a little bit.
But this was the idea was before we even ate the Taco Bell, but the trip to Taco Bell and seeing the Taco Bell people is what did it.
Yes, being asked.
You see all these bloated people, and it's like,
exactly. I'm like, what if I released air from them? Would they go somewhere?
People shouting at us if they can buy weed off of us from the.
Oh yeah, there's like a homeless guy like, can I buy some reefer off you? I'm like, no, we don't smoke.
We are good kids. We don't smoke, sir.
Yeah.
Get a job.
Probably saw my long hair and thought I was a stoner.
So, okay, I might get some heat for this.
Okay.
Hit me, please. We're dishing that right now.
I think that this game will have a much larger audience and have a lot more appeal if we kept it cute rather than morbid.
Oh,
in terms of mortician.
You mean ditch the mortician?
I'm sorry.
It could be like he's in a hot air balloon. He's trying to get to somewhere, but so only we know that he's a mortician.
Sure.
But
like
yeah,
I'm thinking like I'm sure a lot more people would connect with the game and have a fun time with it if it was like a hamster hugging the balloon and like letting air out or some shit.
Okay,
not necessarily that, but like a bloated corpse with a mortician. Like
it's it's a bit dark without like any of the comedy.
I think it's pretty funny, but like I think it lacks the
balloon is an ad for a
mortician home.
There you go.
Oh.
Like a lot of the humor from our games is weird, but there's always like something
Kinda
that people
wholesome.
can connect to with it, right?
And there's usually a reason for it most of the time.
Whereas like this is
just
I'm worried that the
definitely-
mortician with the bloated body is just going to be an inside joke that people are just confused about, like the cheerleader camp in Higher Desire. Right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we can't
Point
make
made.
our old mistakes.
Point made.
All right.
Higher Desire. And you got it. Oh God, never again.
Listen, you know how to make a point, sir.
That negotiated class is really paying off.
Hey, I'm missing another one next week for the wedding.
Woo!
Oh my goodness. Okay, so then in terms of sort of the dressings for this game, my only recommendation is that we base whatever the face of this, the aesthetic of this, off of something that feels like a delay of the inevitable.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
So if we can draw something from anything that we've already talked about, I'm just like quickly like looking over here. Something that we can bring in to sort of theme out the idea of the balloon.
Have you ever seen Junji
Are you
Ito's
looking at
hanging
Junji
balloons? Hanging balloons?
Is this supposed to be less scary?
I thought we were going for cute, Jared. What the hell, man?
When you popped up with like delaying the inevitable, I was like, this is the most inevitable thing I can think of. It's if you haven't read this story, dude, check it out. It's the fucking strangest apocalypse you'd ever. It's horrifying.
Shit.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I'm kind of like gleaning just from the images what it might be about.
It's very creative and very horrifying.
Classic Junji.
But let me think here. Just so delaying the inevitable, that's what we want, like the aesthetic to sort of be like, right? Or like it should imply something like that.
The theme, like it should match the theme of delaying the inevitable. It should have something to do with it.
Uh-huh. Oh, I
Like,
think
in what
where I
way-
got
in
to
what way are we trying to delay the inevitable in this, the narrative of the balloon?
Yeah, I think I started looking at Junji Ito stuff because I pictured like the balloon was like a face or something. And it would just get sadder and sadder as it like, or just like shriveled and old.
Oh my God.
Jeez. That's super morbid though. So it was just a train of thought that I was running that I didn't really want to pursue. Delaying the inevitable.
For the most part, this the mechanic is coming first, right? Like
Yes.
the balloon and moving around,
Which I think is good. That's the most important thing.
Well,
Yeah, so we don't need to.
We're also gonna have the thing where like the balloon will deflate to a certain point where you just lose, like you'll drop because you can't go any further. You don't have any air.
The balloon's
So, like,
going
that's
to run
like-
out of air.
That's the inevitable thing that's coming.
Yeah, like so. But I do still think that just for the sake of consistency, that whatever imagery we choose isn't sort of proving itself. It should be proving the theme that we're going with in the mechanic. I just think that'll make it more solid.
Okay.
So whether that's like something like age, like I don't know.
if,
These are two.
What if it's like it's like more of a top-down thing, and you're on like a circular inflatable raft, and there's holes in that all around in a circle, but then there's sharks in the water, so you're trying to make sure that you don't sink. Like, the sharks are going to come and eat you at some point if you fall into the water, but you're trying to get away from them.
But eventually you're going to die out there.
Yeah, or you make it to like safe ground, and that's the end of the level.
No, you're going to die.
Okay.
No, you
fair enough. Fair enough. You got me.
Well, I think the inevitable should be that like you're gonna fall down eventually. Yeah, this is much cuter. I'm not opposed to the idea of like the top down. Like I'll keep that like whether it's top down or from the side.
Yeah.
And then what that could change and control.
Like if it's top down, there'd be less of just like a floatiness to it. It would be more of like you're actually just moving.
I feel like
instead
I kind of like the
balloon, if you-
floatiness though. Maybe.
Yeah, like the idea of like holding all the things for the balloon and slowly like drifting down is kind of cool. Like, or whatever
I do
direction
like
you were
that.
already going is nice.
I like the ballooniness.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, teens getting pregnant.
Ooh, perfect.
How does that work?
You're not a balloon, you're a condom.
You're two teens
you're
on
a
a hot air balloon ride, and you're trying to have sex before it deflates.
Run out of time here.
Oh no! What am I gonna do about this penis-shaped hole?
Oh God!
This penis-sized hole.
Is that a good hole? Is that a good hole or a bad hole?
Depends on the quality.
Oh.
Let's see here.
Strategic holes. Whatever your selection.
Like it's something that we can continue to think about after this if we want to just like iron out what the game is, because
I think so. Yeah,
I'm trying to think of where that stuff comes into play and what that's going to affect in the core like MVP of the game right now.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's not affecting it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's something that's more of we kind of hash out as I'm like making the core function of it.
Yeah, I
think so.
I'm kind of okay with just like let's iron out what this game is, and we can hold off on the visuals of it. Like, and Steven and I can kind of dig into that and like bring ideas to you. If that sounds okay.
That's totally fine with me.
That way we can get moving on things without because we could sit here thinking about that, and then you're then making no progress on planning out your coding side.
Do you remember Etriel Jr.'s boat game that we played last Ludum Dare?
Oh, last year. I was actually just thinking about that.
That's
earlier.
the sort of aesthetic that I kind of picture for this.
Because the mechanic of it's so simple, you almost want the environment to match that.
Yeah, and it feels like, especially if we're like focused on like the balloon of it, that has like a sort of like childish nature to it.
Growing up.
So like a coloring book sort of thing. But maybe as you get further along the level, things get darker and more oppressive because that's life.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's like Wayward. Well, I actually did, like when you said like children, like a child and like growing, this idea that like it is inevitable that you're going to grow up and the balloon is going to deflate, like kind of the magic goes away. I mean, if we want this to be a little more serious, you can start to change the aesthetics like further off from the point zero. Like the further away you get from the origin, things just start to get more rigid. It's kind of like Wayward, honestly.
A little bit, yeah.
It is very. It's like it's definitely a Wayward type.
It's
idea.
It's like a mix of Pop Shove It and Wayward.
Oh,
the collaboration nobody asked for.
But that aside, I think I agree with like not necessarily that cuteness isn't the right word, but definitely that like that welcoming feeling is probably a good way to explain it.
Playful or whatever.
Playful is good. So let's park that for a second.
Yeah.
And let's really iron out what this game is, what the MVP is, what's good and what's bad, so that we can start to put down the next steps.
Yeah.
And let's make our plan, like our strategy for the weekend, basically.
Sure. All right.
So we've already put some yikes things down. I just want to like give that one more chance, and then we can do the good stuff after. I just want to know what we're scared of first. Like level design is a big one, right? Like,
that's probably the biggest one that I'm scared of. We're gonna need to nail that.
And that's just time. Like we need time to try things out.
And I think we're keeping the mechanics simple enough to where that's going to be possible. Like I get the feeling that I'll be able to crank something out for like the balloon movement. It is a little bit late. Maybe before I go to bed, or maybe even like
you don't have to commit it tonight. But like
I'm just
early tomorrow or whatever, or just have some like general idea of like what you're gonna do.
Right.
Like,
and I'm not even thinking about like pushing myself to do it. Right. I think like with my current skill set,
what you already know in your head,
what I'm able to do, I don't see the core mechanic taking more than a couple hours.
Okay.
I like that.
Yes.
I like you saying that. Saying that makes me feel good.
It makes me feel good about this.
The only tricky thing is like figuring out how to keep track of multiple keys being held down. So I'll look into that, and then we can decide based on that how we want to move the balloon. But I think like even if it's just like the 5 keys that we had seen before, we could make it work.
Yeah.
So I know it's possible, and I'm not too concerned about the ability to do that. I get the feeling I can have a balloon moving around with that control scheme in like a couple hours. Certainly at the very, very, very latest before lunch tomorrow. But that's like ridiculously late. So, yeah, I don't
That's
have
good
any...
though. I mean that means scope is reasonable, at least in our minds. Like we're not scared of anything in the core mechanic right now.
Yep. And it honestly, like once I get that down, it would be super cool if I had the time to polish and like add some like wobbly physics, like when the balloon hits something and it's like like that'd be cool.
That's the polish that I would love to look for, and like the fun stuff on Sunday.
Yeah. So
great.
Yeah, I don't have any issues about that at all.
So right now, like our biggest concern is just level design. Is there anything else? Maybe there's subsets of level design that we're concerned about. Visual communication. There's nothing that's like frightening me like until Steve and I like really talk about the style and stuff going on in here.
We'll still have.
So I think I agree that level
ahead.
design is the most for the visual side as well.
We'll still have to. I think we can challenge ourselves to find some intuitive way to teach the player the controls in some way. That I mean that's always going to be a concern in any game we make, is making sure that the player understands how to play it. But we can try and think of some interesting way to do that. I mean, worst case scenario, we'll just put keyboard icons next to each of the holes that could possibly open, and then move it.
Quick question: is there a high score in this, or is this just level completion?
It can be a high score. I think the simplest way to do something like this is to judge their score based on how far they get from the starting point. And that what's up?
Oh, so the levels don't have like an end to them?
So are we talking about making multiple so you're talking about making multiple levels in one continuous scene, or one long level?
When you said like shorter levels, I thought it would be like you complete a level and then go to the next one. Is that wrong?
Yes, no, that is correct, but I was also under the assumption that we were leaning more towards the longer level. So if it is going to be a level per level thing, then yeah, there's probably not going to be like the high score would probably be like the time it takes for you to get to the end of the level, like a speed run.
That's just like a speed run type thing. Which
I don't think we'd need any like. Well, we could probably make it a combination of like how fast did you complete the level and how much air did you have to let out to do it. Like what's the total air left in your balloon?
Yeah,
when you complete it.
Yeah.
So like if we're doing like a short
whenever
level,
you get to like the end spot, you basically let your fingers off and you go and then fall down.
Yeah. Or maybe there's a special green needle that you need to pop yourself on. That's the finish line. So yeah, that's how I would do something like that. If we want to do like short level things. Otherwise, if we're doing like a long level, it would probably be something along the lines of like, how far did you get? Pierce me, daddy.
Shut up, Pierre. Get out of here, Pierre.
Go finish your build.
We wanted it to be playful.
Yeah,
cute. Then you hit the little needle at the end and it just goes, ah!
No, he's saying Pierce me daddy, like his dad's name is Pierce.
Oh.
No, he's talking like Tarzan though. Pierce me daddy. The balloon's name is Pierce.
Oh, the balloon's name is Pierce.
Pierce stays with Tarzan.
So yeah, what were you imagining, Andrew? Were you still on the short segmented level sort of thing, or are you thinking more
yeah, well, in my mind when you explained it, it was like,
yeah, it would be a couple of like obstacle courses. Yes,
you would have like level 1 and then like level 2.
Yeah.
So is that what we're doing, or are we doing long one?
That's kind of what I'm asking you guys. What would you prefer? What you're drawing out here is exactly what I mean by like segmented levels.
Yes.
But would you want to have one long continuous level where like the scoring is based on how far you get? Because there's pros and cons to each. Because I think it'd be interesting to have different high scores and time like scores for each level so that people can compete on like specific levels if they want.
On specific levels, yeah.
But I also
especially like having accessible like easy levels versus hard ones.
Yep.
Like someone wants to get really good at the hard level.
Yeah, and then this also prevents us from having to design a level that's just as interesting in the beginning for newbies as it is for experienced people. So that's why I said like a long level is going to be much harder to design for.
Because we don't
gotcha.
We don't want it to be just annoying to have to restart the long level.
But at the same time, if you do think that the longer level is the much more interesting one by far, then we can look into pursuing that. We just need to understand that it's going to be significantly more work to do.
No, I mean, even just seeing.
I think design-wise, like I feel like the segmented levels will be easier.
It's going to be much easier to design for the segmented levels.
Because then it's just like, all right, come up with like it'll be easier to like kind of gauge the difficulty of the thing. It's like, all right, how many things do you have to avoid in each level? We'll just increase that as we go.
Well, and I think we've pointed things like this out before. The more bite-sized it is, the more you get excited and you play it again. And if we do that and then also have multiple levels and the mechanic is fun, I think this gives us the best chance at having replayability. Yeah.
And we can even have another interesting thing that we could do with like a segmented level. So like this tiny little channel thing, I'm assuming this is for this hard level, right? I'm assuming this is you saying like, make the balloon smaller to get through here, right? Or something like that.
Exactly.
So what we can do is like, this could be the top half of the level and then the bottom half is a little easier. And then whatever finish line you hit, you'll get more points for it. So like we could have like two different finish lines in a level and say like, hey, you can go this way, but you're gonna need to drain a bunch of air to get there. Yeah, so like we can get creative with stuff like that as well.
True.
So yeah, these shorter levels are definitely going to be a lot easier to design for, and yeah, I agree. I think they're going to be maybe they're probably a little bit more fun to play. Hello, who just fucking played a fart? Jesus Christ. Hi, Roka.
Roka, get out of here.
Who else?
Don't you have a game to make?
Yeah, what the hell?
Bring your farts into our chat.
Like a fart.
So it all depends.
Plug that hole.
I'm at work still, Roka. What?
Wait, are you actually at work still, Roka?
Jesus.
10:30. Tell your boss you got a game jam to do. That's more important than work.
So there's a bit of a dichotomy between the two ways that we can design levels right now, and the fact that they have two different, essentially like design pillars that they focus on. So these shorter segmented levels focus on mastery of the mechanics and like acute traversal sort of thing, whereas the longer level more emphasizes like exploration, I feel like.
Yeah.
So it depends on what direction that we want to go with that, because both of them are equally valid like directions to take, but they have very different purposes towards their design.
I feel like exploration is a hard thing to nail. So I would kind of want to steer away from anything where it's like a long thing where you kind of have to like find interesting things that are happening.
I think we'll be able to emphasize the novelty of the traversal with these shorter, deliberate levels that force the player to be to experience those things. You know,
we can kind of. I mean, it's only like one mechanic, but we can kind of help you learn a lot easier, like how to play based on how the level is. Just like, like you need to use a lot more like backwards motion for this one, so you know that you don't just go forward the entire time and up and down, basically.
So we can be sure that the players have a certain experience with these shorter levels than we do the longer one. But that's mostly why these are mostly the reasons why I would be more in favor of a shorter level. But do you still have anything you want to say for longer stuff, Andrew? Because I'm open to hear.
No, I actually agree with everything you said about the shorter levels.
Okay.
So I feel good about that.
Cool. Sweet. In that case, the level design is a much smaller font for me for the yikes stuff. It's still important. Like
it's still
the thing that still the thing that I'm most worried about, but significantly less if we go for like the smaller levels.
Yeah, then it's just up to us to like how like is it the number of them that we come up with, or is it the the detail of each one that makes it better, right? Like, is it like 3 levels, but they have a good amount of thought into them, or is it just making lots of unique levels and they don't have to be super thought out to be different?
Like,
I would be interested to see if we could fit each of these levels on a single screen. Who knows?
That's what I was thinking. Like single screen levels, simple, but there's like a decent amount of them, and each one requires a different type of like skill to do.
And we can probably make them pretty darn challenging to where like even if it's a single screen level, like the player could be spending a long time on it just to like get the maneuvering
we could
down.
literally put we could literally put an actual just maze on the screen that you have to traverse, and like there's dead ends and shit that you might
god!
go
Oh,
down.
dude, that'd be hilarious if they waste a bunch of air to go to a dead end.
Yeah,
It's
like, oh fuck.
So yeah, I think there's some interesting things like, and we can even like dim the lights and put a spotlight on the balloon, so like you're kind of like feeling your way around and stuff.
Oh yeah,
and this is what I mean in terms of just like there's a lot of different ways that we could put a twist on the mechanic without changing the mechanic.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah,
So
I feel good. I feel good about all of that.
I think that's immediately what I'm putting in the good stuff right now. Is just like very elegant mechanic. Lots of uses without changing it.
Yeah, I'm pleased by the flexibility and the versatility of it.
Yes.
So can we are we at a point that we can like define MVP and start
I think so.
Putting down the steps, like what we need to do?
Yeah.
I would probably say yeah.
Okay. Do we want to move over to a document for that?
That's probably a better thing to do, yeah.
We can do that since it's gonna be like more of like a list, constantly editable thing.
Do you want to make one of those, Jared?
Sure, I can do that.
That's just Google
like
Doc.
a Google Doc.
Yeah. And I will be sure to share it on the Discord and not the chat.
Good
Are you sure?
call.
LD.
Just imagine how much good stuff we would get from the chat.
Nothing but good ideas, I'm sure. You know?
Yeah.
Copy
Oh,
link.
dude, we should have a level creator.
Oh,
make your
People
own
can create
dude.
their own levels.
All right.
Well, there's our dream thing that won't happen.
There's a dream thing that won't actually happen, but it would be really
Now,
cool.
I still would love to get active leaderboards.
I would love that as well, man. Dude, if we could have like a leaderboard for each of those levels, that would be
each of the levels
sick.
shows like each level has like the like top 5 like times or
Yeah.
something of like who made it through the
Mario
fastest.
Maker, you can see like multiple levels with the person who beat it. So it's not one person is the best at the game unless they're the best at every level.
Mm-hmm. Oh baby, hang on.
And then because then it's just like like someone could be really good at one level or the other one, and it's not
Or they
gonna be-
even just get lucky and happen to nail one. Requesting. Oh, hold
access denied.
Access denied.
Request sent. I sent a request, so we'll see if
No,
it
there's
just.
no way.
hold on.
Anyone?
I'm in-
Anyone from the University of Michigan. Fuck. It has to be everyone. You don't have to send a request. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Copy link. Baba Booey. Let me delete the other one.
Hey, I'm in there.
Do it.
Anonymous. Steven, are you anonymous?
Yeah, we're both. I see an anonymous otter and an anonymous.
Oh, we're both
cormorant.
anonymous.
Everyone's
Okay.
anonymous.
Yeah.
Because I'm signed in, so I wouldn't.
I am too. I don't know why it's showing up as anonymous.
I'm not sure. I never know.
It's probably Jared's weird settings where he doesn't know how to set up a Google Doc, and
I never do. I never know.
That's never gonna change.
It's just as big as it gets.
All right, so let's go ahead and define MVP.
All right, so where? All right, here we are.
Most valuable primate.
Oh,
That's
which
what that
one?
means.
There were like 3 movies or more.
It's true.
Yeah, I actually, when I think about it, it's kind of funny that we were watching those movies as kids, and at the tail end of the monkeys are cool generation.
That's true.
when they were still making movies where a chimp was the star.
Yeah, they don't make chimp movies anymore. Who would have thought?
Well, like I feel like our dads grew up in the generation of like, oh, imagine owning a monkey. That's the coolest thing. Like they had this weird love of monkeys.
Yeah,
I guess that was before people, but that was the generation that started owning chimpanzees as like a pet or a friend, and then they started mauling their faces off.
Oh my god, so many just horror stories of just people getting their faces torn off by their pet monkey because it's a wild animal still. Scary.
Am I missing anything with the balloon stuff?
6 holes. Like, do we know for sure that it's 6 holes?
No, but that's
an amount of holes.
So
An amount of
So
holes.
what I'm imagining is that there's 3 holes on either side, 2 on the left and right, and then basically 2 on each corner. So there's like a diagonal that's going upper right, a diagonal that's going upper left, and then down left, down right, and then left and right. That's what I'm kind of trying to picture.
I almost imagine like I don't know. We'll have to maybe we can noodle on this a sec, but it'll kind of come down to how many inputs you can do simultaneously and how all that works. But I think the more holes, the more chaos like the control is, which might be fun.
The only thing about that is like if we have a hole that's like in the upper left hand corner at 45 degrees, and then another hole that's 30 degrees instead. Is the player going to notice a difference? Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's a good point.
We could experiment with that, right? So I'm keeping it at like 6 for just like the cardinal directions essentially.
6 is a good. That's MVP, right? Like to be able to control the balloon.
Yes. So I'll just put X holes that are plugged by the player, and then when you let go of those keys, it'll open up a hole and it'll propel the balloon in that direction. It should be able to bounce off of harmless walls and pop on spikes. Am I missing anything? Oh, it should deplete, right?
Yeah, so it should shrink down like a limited amount of air.
Okay. Cool.
And if the balloon moves up on its own naturally, like if it has buoyancy, should it then also fall down at a certain point?
Oh.
Or do you want to not have this idea of like
I would say it only falls if it's out of air.
I think so
like
too.
It just drops down.
Okay, so then the balloon should the balloon not move up on its own?
Because I like it moving up on its own. So then you have to sometimes let down some like downward air if you start going too high. Like it adds like another thing you have to keep track of.
Okay, but the balloon will never like even when it's down to its last dregs, it won't fall unless you let.
It won't fall until all the air is just out of it or you pop.
I understand that like in the physical world that doesn't really make sense, but like I think in the in the players
in the
world,
game I think it's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I think it'll actually be better just because like
the
player is not going to really know when that state changes. Like what quantity of air is the balloon going to start falling
that switch being flipped could really like fuck you up and not in like a fun way probably.
We'll see. It's still something that we can experiment with.
Okay, yeah, I'm
I just realized I typed shrink.
Some kind of slur.
Well, you're shrinking the word.
It sounds very slurish, doesn't it?
No, shink is like an onomatopoeia. It's the sound of a sword being unsheathed.
I was gonna type shink into Google and see what comes up.
Oh God, I think it's like an animal or something, right?
No.
I know Shinx is a Pokemon with an X.
Type in shink pussy and see if anything bad comes up.
So
stop saying this shit when I'm in the middle of taking a sip of something.
Apparently, according to yourdictionary.com/shink, it means to pour or serve wine or beer to skink. That's
what is this real?
Is there a sentence that you can use?
Use it in a sentence.
Or does it come up with a sentence?
It doesn't. It just says from Middle English schenken to pour a drink. From Old English sinken. I have no idea what it's trying to say.
Okay.
But Urban Dictionary says is to take a shit in someone's sink
like,
and leave it.
Yeah, this is like
I
almost
accept
like
that
German.
Yeah, it's take a shit in someone's sink and then you leave it there.
Perfect. I mean, how would you not leave it there? You're not going to flush that. You're not going to like shove that thing down the drain.
I mean, that's true. You might.
You could try.
If it's a small turd.
Or if
Maybe
it's,
it's a
or if
very
it's like
liquidous
a
shit.
yeah, a runny shit.
And they have a really good garbage disposal.
Oh, I was picturing a bathroom sink.
Oh.
A garbage disposal will do all the work for you, man. Like that's a no-brainer.
That's true. Why don't toilets have disposals? They would never be clogged again. Just saying.
I would be so worried about putting my dangling ball something so close to a garbage disposal.
No. It's down in the. It's down in like the under part.
So I'll only
It's
have
not
to worry
like-
about it. I'll only have to worry about it when I get older.
Exactly. If your balls are getting sucked down into the toilet, then you would have to worry.
Goodness. Just imagining what like like being close to a vacuum where you start to feel things vibrate because it's getting too close, it's starting to suck it in. And then it finally catches it and it goes
Toilets with shredders exist. Oh,
that's disgusting.
Oh my god. I wouldn't want to clean those shredders.
Chris is suggesting something about being able to blow air back into the balloon. I think we want to avoid airing it back up.
I think if we were doing some sort of checkpoint system, that would probably be good.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Like if you hit a point and like in that point you could actually air up and go further.
Yeah, like I would say if we were doing long levels, like some small checkpoints would be cool where you get to air it back up a little bit.
But
like it's a minimal use thing, but
with these shorter levels, I think it's nice to know that you have like the quantity of your supply is what it is.
Yeah,
and there's
I
not
want it to
variable
be
of adding back.
I want it to be eventually to be like fairly easy to fail the level where it's not just like, oh, I have ample air every time and it doesn't matter type thing as well.
Yeah.
Depending on how hard we want these levels to get, because we could make them fairly hard.
That definitely sounds like a fun way to expand the game past like a jam thing, though.
Exactly.
Yeah, if we ever want to work on this after the fact, that would be a good idea.
Alrighty, so I mean, I guess like a finish line trigger.
Yeah, something that tells you that you've completed the level. What are the death on? Oh yeah,
depletion.
Death on depletion. Death on pop on spikes is death as well.
Yep. So this is just like the MVP. So we can still add things like wind channels or like air refills and shit like that. But like in terms of just like what the core gameplay is, am I missing anything here?
Do you include
as far as just like the movement of the balloon and how a simple level will work? I think that's
like this is working on just like a one level thing.
Yeah.
And then we can.
Does MVP include anything that we need to track, like points or anything like that?
I don't think so for now. I think the player can still have just as much fun getting a balloon.
If we're just completing the level, if it's just like
certainly a very important thing, but it's not critical for the game to work.
It's not MVP.
It's probably one of the top priorities. I would certainly work on it before. Okay. Well, would I work on it before we add like different obstacles and stuff? I'm not sure, but it's still a very high priority. I would love.
Okay.
Because I really like the idea of like wind channels and stuff. Like I think that's semi high priority too, aside from MVP. But.
Yeah. So for like MVP, this is basically I view it as just like proof of concept. This is a game and it's fun. And then we'll add more fun things on top of it outside of MVP.
Fun just don't stop.
So anything else?
Not for MVP.
Yeah, I think this is it. And this isn't gonna take too long, I don't think.
Cool.
Do you want to list off from an engineering side what you have to do?
Sure, let's see here. It's gonna be pretty similar to the MVP list here of just apply constant physics to balloon when hole is open. Keep track of which keys are being held. Let go, or whatever the word for that is. Collision between walls and spikes. Keep track of current air levels. Map air levels to balloon size. Ba, 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 ba. Trigger end of level event when you cross finish line. What else? Kill player and restart level on depletion or pop. Bounce physics on walls. I'm not quite sure how this will work yet, but there's bouncing things built into Unity, and it's not that big a deal.
It also wouldn't be considered MVP though.
Yeah, I agree.
That's true.
So I think instead of like bounce off of walls, it's more of just like
collide. It's just
collide.
collision.
Yep.
Collision of walls, yeah.
Collide with walls. Collide with walls, pop on spikes.
Yeah. That's MVP.
Yeah. That's pretty much it in terms of engineering stuff. So I'm going to keep this for MVP. I'm just going to keep this to a single screen. But if we want to make bigger levels, I'm just going to have to add in a camera follow script, which we've already done for like Dude Ranch and Wayward. Like,
yeah,
I can pull those. Those aren't difficult to do, especially with. It's going to be even simpler than Dude Ranch and Wayward because those are orthographic cameras that require me to do some like projection and things and make sure that the camera stays at a certain angle. Whereas this is just going to be practically orthographic.
Yeah, just head on.
Yeah,
not having to worry about it.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Exactly.
Head on.
Apply directly to the forehead. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. All right.
I couldn't believe how many times they say it right. Like.
It's way more time than you'd expect them to say it.
Head on.
Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
Nightmare.
Yeah. But I think this is it.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, wait. Apply. Oh, upward force.
Yeah.
Yes, since we're floating upwards.
Yeah, just a.
We might.
A constant, just slight upward.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what would be the better way to do this if we just like fake that this is 2D and just have it like a top-down view with a balloon floating around on a floor, or if I actually like turn off gravity and make it so it's actually moving on the XY axis, because there's like a default gravity for Unity. We'll see. I might get up to some perspective shenanigans, but it's fine.
Okay.
It'll feel the same way regardless for the player. I'm just engineering thinking of what might be
once you start making the balloon, like I think you'll probably find some things that you would prefer to do once you start. So I trust you to just kind of like follow that path.
Yep. Yeah.
Follow
None of
your
this
heart.
is gonna be very hard. So Roka, and when I say we, I mostly mean Steven and Andrew, came up with
it is we.
Sure. No, it's okay. It was mostly Steven.
The idea is basically Steven's, and then we've turned it in.
And then Andrew and Jared latched on to it, trying to take all credit, and
we're ditching the plugging holes in a submarine wall idea, and instead we're going to be plugging holes in a balloon, and then you'll be strategically letting go of these holes. Like, it'll still be like you're holding these keys on a keyboard to keep those holes plugged, and then you'll let go of certain keys to release air from the balloon and traverse a level. So that's basically like the core idea of it, and the more air you let out, the smaller your balloon gets, so it'll like
over time
deplete,
and then it is inevitable that you will run out of air.
Another thing that we could consider is that the smaller your balloon is, the faster it propels.
That's true.
Yeah.
That would be pretty nuts.
So,
dude, I mean, because you could find ways, if you're someone trying to get high scores like Nick, where if you got the route down and you know how it's going to behave, you basically let a bunch of air out, like in an area, so that when you finally
let go of everything, so
and then plug the other side really fast, so it shoots you to the other side.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
So
that could be sweet.
I mean, yeah, I like it that there could be separate, like, it's not always just gonna be the same buttons that you're pressing. There could be like maybe you're letting go of certain ones and stuff all the time.
And I also like the idea of like, if you completely, we could toy around with this, but if you completely run out of air and you can no longer propel, like the physics will still carry your balloon corpse until it hits the ground. So you could maybe just throw your corpse over the finish line if you want.
I like that. Like it'll keep traveling however like fast you're going, but then it'll just like start dropping, obviously, like with whatever gravity that you put on it, and then slide into the finish line would be kind of cool.
Yeah,
that's legit.
And that makes sense. By wind currents too would make sense.
You're not a giant obstacle catching a lot of wind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're tracking all of these things like balloon size and stuff, we can use these to manipulate how the world impacts.
all I would have to do is just basically change the mass of the balloon, and then the physics will do the rest.
Wow.
Yeah. Dang. So
sick.
That's what I'm saying. Easy wins for a lot of value.
I like that.
Yeah, that's sounding really good. Okay, so if that's MVP then for you and like the engineering side, then Steven and I just need to determine what the motif of the visuals is going to be, and then the style of that, so that we can determine our MVP.
Yeah. Sounds.
But I don't want that to keep you from starting to look into things, because I feel like we're in a good spot and you already have an idea of how you want to get going.
Absolutely.
So what we can do is you can allow me and Steven just to keep talking, and you can kind of go off, and you don't have to write things down for us or anything like that.
Do you want me to make you like a separate channel in Discord where you can go as artists and chat about that?
I mean, I could just go into his room and
that
we meet
is so true that you could do that.
The separate channel is just Steven going out one door and into another door.
So we'll probably just do that, just like so we'll just be muted, then we'll come back to you with whatever we're talking about.
I'm so used to not being around anyone else. I assumed that it was the same for you guys.
So used to being alone.
We're not all alone.
Yeah, some of us have other people.
Yeah, Steven and I have blood relations.
In the most physical sense.
Make it extra bloody.
Well, as soon as I got HIV, I was like, Steven, we're brothers. And he's like, what? And then
you just like clasp, you just slit your palm and just clasped his hand. Alrighty, cool.
I personally didn't look at the themes, so I don't have an opinion.
I didn't look at any of the themes beforehand this time. I didn't do any
I was kind of interested in the theme of there was a folklore theme, which seemed pretty open-ended.
What? That seems like the most open-ended thing.
Yeah. Well,
Making Connections, I think, was the only one that I voted up for, just because like there's a couple of ways that you can interpret that. I was also talking to Chris while you guys were out, Ruds, and I was talking about how we normally complain about themes and how like we always try to identify what the main motif of all the submissions is going to be.
Right.
What kind of motifs do you see for Delay the Inevitable? The only one that I could think of was games that revolve around death. Are there any other like easy gimme ideas that you can think of for this?
Yeah, what's that? Just like the first knee-jerk reaction to this?
Like sinking boat. Like I think like our sinking submarine was kind of almost on the lines of things that other people are gonna make.
Delaying.
Because I know that Boats is making I think it's like a rowboat or something like where it's sinking. I don't know. I don't think he was plugging the holes. Cause I think
have you guys? Hang on. You guys are gonna piss your shits when you see this.
Might be like bucketing out the water.
Have you seen what Jitspo is working on?
No.
We're not gonna see it anymore. But so the name of his game is like, I tuned into a stream. It's like, hey, I made a rocket lawn chair, which is basically just a lawn chair with rockets on it.
Of course.
And he was showing me this static lawn chair, this piece of furniture that's moving around like a little gym with a bunch of like ramps, and he's like going off the ramps and doing flips and shit with this.
Oh, sick!
With this static piece of furniture around a skate park-esque arena.
Sounds like Pop Shove It.
Wait a minute,
you idea stealer.
What are you, Dane Cook, and we're just a joke to you?
it does look pretty cool though. Like it's actually going to be like a 3D game, so it's like moving around in a 3D space.
It's going to be very Jitspo.
And his original idea was to like launch off a ramp and see how long you can stay airborne. But as I was watching him just like play test around and like he would like be doing like sketches around like corners and stuff, and his table would be like spinning around like, oh, those physics look pretty dope. Yeah, there's the launch
He's already got all for his game jam so far.
This man is absurd, and he's doing the combo.
How does he already have?
I don't know.
He already have that?
I don't know how he does it. So here's the thing about what I'm noticing about his process is that he'll think of an idea that makes him chuckle. Generally, it'll start with a pun of some sort. And then his creative process, rather than planning out where the game looks like from there, is he just makes the thing and plays around with it and thinks about what kind of game he could make with this. Which is
like he just starts making the thing first.
Yeah, it's absurd to me that he would. That's his process, but it works for him.
I can't work that way.
Yeah, it works for him.
I'm
but like,
impressed
goddamn,
by people that can work that way.
Mm-hmm. So that was fun to just see. But like, yeah, he looks like he's working on a character model now. But during the break, I was just watching him like skate around on this little lawn chair and doing flips. I'm like,
That's incredible.
People in the chat were saying things like Tony Hawk's Pro Chair. I'm like,
we got there.
That's our thing.
It's fine. I just thought it was funny.
We're the furniture skating guys.
Wait, Roka says I had some. What theme would you? Oh, yeah, right. We were just talking about this.
For road
you got some good idea for road trip?
I
forgot that road trip was a theme. I've talked about this with Roka before in terms of just like despite thousands of submissions being made every single Ludum Dare for themes,
the same ones show up.
There's always
year.
like the same like couple dozen that you see every year, like Mutation, Shelter, Echoes.
Rigged.
Yeah, like how does that happen?
I don't know. There's a lot of people who it didn't happen last year, so they want it to happen this time, so they do it, and then a bunch of other people have the same idea, so they vote for it.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
But anywho, I'm going to go to the bathroom and probably get to work on this. If that sounds
great.
good to y'all.
Soon we'll break off and figure out style and aesthetic.
Yes.
Sick. All right. I'll catch y'all on the flippity flip. I'll just mute myself.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, so I am going to go to the bathroom, brew some more hojicha, and we're gonna get cracking on this. Let's go. I'm feeling good. Good luck, boys. Thank you, Chris. Got some Undertale playing. Hell yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. Let's go. Hey, now I can listen to my music too. Y'all have probably been hearing music in the background all stream, but I've had it muted, so we've been brainstorming in silence. Turn this on, baby. What am I feeling though? Let's see. Wow, we have monkey ball. We're gonna need something a little bit more upbeat. Oh, here we go. We're going Persona. All right. Hang on, this might be a little loud for a sec. Okay. All right. Volume levels sound good. Yeah, they sound pretty good. Okay. Maybe I'll turn it down a little bit. Why you did it? Every morning about it. Tell me why you did it after the promise. Unity. Oh, baby, I need you. If there's any tea enthusiasts in the chat and you're looking for a nice any time of day tea with minimum caffeine, might I humbly suggest hojicha, a roasted green tea. A tea so low in caffeine that pregnant women can drink it. Or so I've been told. Don't take that as the gospel truth. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do here before we mess with any sort of physics is we're going to get the key inputs down. So let me think about how I want this to play. What would be the optimal key configuration here? What feels normal? Okay. See, this feel like, do I want to prioritize comfort or make it a little bit challenging? Let me see here. Because right now I'm thinking... If we want this to be kind of skill-based, I'd like it to be a little bit comfortable. Yeah, that's a little... Ideally, I'd like a mix of both, right? Because, like, if I do something like IKM and RDC, like, it's technically a semicircle around the balloon, and it maps well to what holes you'd be unplugging on the balloon, but it's a bit... It feels uncomfortable. So RDC and... Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm not sure. IKM. And like when you think about like you have to press these in and let go of them. Because like I think ideally I would want to make sure that the player's using their index finger, middle finger, and ring finger for the left and right side, because those are the ones that are mostly used on the keyboard. So if I were to do something like this, I think I can leave it. You know what I can do? What I'm probably gonna do is that maybe we can let the player map the keys themselves. So like they'll have to pick 2 keys on the top row, 2 keys in the middle row, and 2 keys in the bottom row. That way they can comfortably put their hands wherever they want and do that. So like that way Yeah, they can kind of do whatever they want that feels comfortable. Because I know what feels comfortable for me in my piano hands won't feel comfortable to someone else. And it'll still feel like you're hugging a balloon because like you have 6 keys at 3 different heights wrapped around each other. Yeah, so if you were to comfortably put your fingers on 2 keys on the top row, 2 keys on the middle row, and 2 keys on the bottom row, where do they stand? Because for me, that's RU, SK, and then Z period. That's what feels comfortable to me. But that might not feel comfortable for someone else. And that's such a weird control scheme, right? EDC OKM. Oh. That actually feels pretty good. You know what? I think you made the decision for me. I think you made the decision for me, Chris. Thank you for that. That's pretty good. I like that. And maybe I can even do like RFV IJN. So they're a little bit closer. Or maybe like, no, that, I like that orientation though. I didn't even think to put my hands like that. That feels good. That feels good. So I might do some orientation like that. EDC OKM feels good. Maybe it would be like WSX OKM. Let's do EDC OKM. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to need to make sure that I can track all of those. So what we're going to do, let's just make a... How do we want to do this? This is fine. We'll make a... Da, 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 da. Let's just do this in UI first. So let's do a panel. Boop. Do. Let's just make it opaque. Oh. Okay. So now what we're gonna have is let's get a picture of a balloon, shall we? Okay, I guess I'll have to be... Da-da-ba. This is fine. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This'll work. Oops, fuck. Okay. We're gonna go to Unity projects. LD50. Where's 50? There, it's right at the top. We're just gonna put it right into temp assets here. Alright. Baby, don't worry, 'cause we're alone. Image. You are going to be a sprite, sir. Boink. Bloop. Make it bigger. That's big. Alright. So now we're just gonna have like 3 labels on this thing. Text. Best fit, please. There we go. So unfortunately, this is probably where game dev is at its most boring to watch because I can't do art. And it's just going to be a bunch of temp assets that prove the concept works, and then the reds make it look pretty. But this is basically how I'm going to be testing that the key inputs will work properly. And I'll basically just be changing the text to say either open or plugged. There we go. All right, so we are going to add a new folder here. Yoink. Scripts. And we will just make a C# script here called, like, I don't know, key manager. Let's open it up. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I guess we could just have the key codes. No, hang on. We'll need a dictionary of keys that are currently pressed. So it's going to be key codes and a Boolean, essentially. Balloon keys. And we're going to initialize this dot create dictionary. All right, so oh, you semicolon, you sneaky little bastard. Balloon keys dot add key code. We're gonna do EDC, right? So key is going to be false, and then we're just gonna do this with the rest of the keys. D C. Goddamn. So this is what's going to keep track of which keys are pressed and which keys aren't. So now we're just going to do... Oops, still got caps lock on. So now we're basically going to be checking every single frame if we get a key down on any of these. So input.get key down, I think it is, returns true during the frame the user starts pressing the key, and then get key is the one that is as it holds down. So we don't want the hold down one because that might not always be the case. If they're holding 6 keys, if the keyboard doesn't register all of that. So we'll just do get key down. E. All right. Oops, fuck. Balloon keys at key code E. is going to be equal to true. And now we just repeat this for the other ones here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. E, D, C. Hang on. What I want to do instead of actually like deciding that these are the hard-coded values, we're just gonna do we're gonna map these to key code E. So I'll put it into a variable. That way, if I want to change what keys they are, I just need to change this one spot instead of like 15 different places in the code. This is O. Right, this is going to be key code K. And also, I don't need to remember after I do this what ones respond to what. I'll just do upper left, left, lower left, upper right, right, lower right, and then I won't have to care about. It's like, oh, was it like OKM and EDC? Okay, and I have to keep remembering to do that. There we go. So now we're just gonna have to replace these. Sweet. So now let's just start this from scratch again. Oops. Can't get my mind. Just the anal semantic in me. All that this is. All right. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. Lights on the lace down, they fade away. Lower right. Oh wait. Lower left. Oh god. I got a bit jumbled there. There we go. This will be right. Right. Lower right. Lower right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got confused. I'm just like, how did I already get to lower right and I'm already halfway through here? Upper left, 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 lower left, upper right, right, lower right, lower right. But also thank you for confirming that my code is readable on stream. Because the first time I did this, I think my my font was at like the default size that I could read, but like people had to squint to on stream because you're watching it on a smaller window. Okay, so we got these, but now we need to do the exact opposite. Do I want to do else's with this? No, I think we'll keep in that if, because there is the possibility that you can hit 2 keys in the same frame. So we'll just keep it like that. Oh, great. That's good to know. All right, so now we need to do the get key ups. Boink, 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 boink. And we're just gonna set them to false. All right. So this will be called, update will be called every single frame. It'll update the dictionary with the most recent input. So what I think we'll do here is we'll just have, yeah, list of text. Sure, we'll just call it temp. We'll call it something better than that, but let me just, oops, fuck, nope. I didn't want to build, what are you doing? All right, we're good. I want UI library. Uh-oh, did I? You're right, thank you. Okay, okay, so what we'll basically do is just, I guess we'll put it on the canvas here. No, we'll put it on the panel. That seems fine. Key manager. All right, so now we just need to populate this array of button indicators. Boink. Hopefully I did this right. Where do you go? Nice, I did. Okay. Sweet. 3 goes here, 4 goes here, 5 goes here. Cool. So now these are all mapped to this array. So now what we can do here is we'll just write a temp function here. Update button indicators. Boop. And we're basically going to go through the whole dictionary here. I guess we can iterate through the dictionary. I think that's possible. Update button indicators. Right, that's the function I got? Okay, cool. I always forget how to do it though. That purple link, I'm sure I've been here before. There it is. Thank you. Boink in this dot button. It's that balloon keys. All right. Oh, fuck. Here we go. You upset for each? Why? Oh, because this is a string. Nope, we want it to be a string bool. There we go. Are you oh, no, it's not a string. It's a key code. Okay. If entry dot value equals true, we will update. Oh wait, no. Yes. Ah, shit. I guess we can't use a list for this, can we? I mean, we could. It's really just semantics. How do we want to map these to... I guess we do have to make a dictionary of this instead. Fine. Wait, no. Ah! I guess we won't iterate. It's fine. It's just a test thing anyway, so we'll just hard code it. So we'll just do if this dot balloon keys at upper left is true, then it'll be this dot button indicators at 0. Dot text is going to be plugged. Otherwise, it's going to say open. This is gross code, but it's temporary code. So now let's do this 5 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. I think it'll be easier for me if I separate it a little bit. Okay. So now it's going to be this one. Left is true. And this is going to be the first index. First index. Lower left. Ugh, I hate writing code like this, but just want to see if it works. I'd be much more considerate about the versatility of my code if I knew it was going to stick around, but this is not. This is going to be replaced by a physics call function once I confirm that this key input stuff works. Lower right. Alright. What up, Bam Boy? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Are you doing Ludum Dare stuff this weekend? Okay. Alright. Let's see if this even works a little bit. No, they don't, because we hitting null refs where? Balloon keys. Hang on. Let's see what's going on here. I shouldn't be getting a null ref on balloon keys. Collapse this. 27. Oh, fuck. I forgot to make the dictionary. Oops. Equals new dictionary. There we go. That'll do it. All right. There we go. All right, let's see what happens here. Plugs. Oh my god, we can hold them all at once. Oh. That's so great. All right, well, we got that. Look at that. I'll be damned. All right, well, that's one thing working, I guess. Fuck. Shit. Let's go. So there's no issue even with like the number of keys at all. Oh, sick. Because that was right here was the biggest thing I was worried about. I wasn't sure if we could do 6 keys at once, but we totally can. All right. So one thing that we're probably going to want to do to like get the player to start the level is to put their fingers on the keys and hold them, because otherwise when the level starts, the balloon's going to be draining immediately. So, oh, that's great. That's perfect. Let me just ping the Reds about that. Hopefully that's not just my keyboard. We'll have to see about that. But it's working right here, so that's good. Bum, bum. All right, so let's go back to the drive here. That's not the drive I was looking for. Where did that... Is it here? Here it is. All right. Keep track of which keys are being held. Let go. That's done. Dun, 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 dun. Strike 2. Oh, you've just built it. Maybe check up the 8 holes for full compass, rotational, directional. For compass, full compass, rose directional. I mean, I could, but I actually do kind of like the ergonomics of like the 6 here. And I think there's going to be an interesting challenge for the player that like if they want to move up in a direction or down in a direction, they have to do it diagonally. So they'll have to like wiggle between the two if they want to actually like go down. I think that might be a neat little wrinkle instead of just letting them go straight down or straight up and sacrifice like the ergonomics of what we have. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good idea. I am honestly curious to see how many keys that I can hold at the same time, but I might try that out later. Because I want to get this balloon moving as fast as possible just so I can see how it feels, you know? I get the feeling it's going to be kind of fun. Okay, so... Physics time. Get out of here, you balloon. I don't need you anymore. Alright, we're gonna do a sphere. I don't know why you made the sphere so fucking far away. There it is. I'm very curious as to what the Reds are going to be doing for art in this for this jam. Because unlike Pop Shove It, this is a much simpler game that requires fewer assets. They'll think of something to get creative with it, though. Maybe Andrew would get excited about making another cutscene. He just fills it with those. But I'm curious as to how they're going to split like the 2D and 3D work. We'll have to see. Okay, so we're going to want another script here just called like balloon physics. So what, well, first of all, let's make a folder for prefabs. Oh, nope, I didn't want to make a prefab. I wanted to make a folder. My bad. Folder, prefabs. Balloon's gonna go right there. Boink. And let's work on it here. So this balloon needs a rigid body in order to have physics work on it. It's not gonna use gravity. It's gonna use my own kind of gravity. Oh, hi, Alicia. Did you just wake up? What time is it for you right now? How is it going? Sorry, I had to just recover from that. Good lord. Did you wake up at that time on purpose? Probably. USB keyboards were generally limited to 6-key rollover. All right. Looks like nearly all KB will allow... Hell yeah! That's what I like to hear. Thanks, Chris. What? Alicia. That's insane. if I wake up at like before 8 without an alarm, something has gone very wrong for me. I needed to know the theme. It's delay the inevitable. What's Dan doing right now? Because I'm pretty sure that he's planning on participating, but I don't know. This seems like such a rude time for Ludum Dare to start for EU people, you know? Although I guess the UK is no longer part of the EU. But you know what I mean. Breakfast? All right, yeah. Because I figured, like, I wouldn't suggest that people across the pond start Ludum Dare when it actually starts. Because that's like 3 in the morning. Naturally, this is my surprised face that's happening. I'm looking forward to it. Are you going to help out in any way? Are you going to contribute design docs or perhaps a snail asset? Or are you helping book snail at all? Are you doing anything for the jam, Alicia? All right, so we have the rigid body. That's fine. So now we're going to put the key manager on this thing. Key manager. And we're going to just get rid of these button indicators because we know they work now. Oh, fuck. Balloon physics. So the key manager now, instead of having these button indicators, is just going to have a reference to balloon physics. Balloon physics. We'll just call it B physics. That's fine. I don't know what Snail is doing. Dad wanted me to do advertising or promo or something. Well, I feel like you get. Well, you're just now. Well, not just now. You're dipping your toes a lot more into video production, right? With like your TikTok and things like that. So that could be cool. But I feel like you could. Yeah. What did you do for Shoot. I'm forgetting the name of the game that Dan made. What is this? Oh, green worm. Damn it, Pure Vendor. Stop making such good-looking things so fast. You did all of the art for that strategy game that they made? Oh, that's right, because Dan kept telling us to like pan around the map. What was it called again? Fellowship Manager. You did all the art for that? Gotta go fasty. Stop being so talented, Pierre. So you did all the art for this. That's crazy. Oh, they didn't have Spacey for this one. Ah, so you had to pick up a lot of the slack then, eh? Oh, Johnny Feed, what's up? You woke up at 5 a.m.? Oh my god. Y'all are crazy. I mean, granted, it's weird. I can stay up to 5 a.m. a lot easier than I can wake up at 5 a.m. Spacey was on vacay. I feel that. Well, it worked out. The game looked great. I loved the look of this. But yeah, I hope you can contribute something on some of the games. I feel like you have talents to contribute other than just marketing and advertising. Even if it's just like a tiny little thing. Even if it's just like a voice or something. All right, so this we don't need anymore. What it's going to be instead is... apply balloon physics. I might need to get some blood sugar in me, or some sugar into my blood soon. Getting a little lightheaded. Actually set an alarm for 7 a.m. But my body decided, what is up with y'all's bodies waking you up at these early ass times, man? I can't. Even if I'm like conscious, I physically can't move my body out of bed until like... Yeah, I'm doing good. I think it's just mostly I'm not used to talking and thinking and coding all at the same time, so my brain's kind of just like... But I might get a late night bowl of cereal. Yes, we're very excited about our game actually. So basically what it's going to be is that you're going to be controlling a balloon with 6 different holes that are like punctured in it. So like the top corners, the bottom corners, and then the sides. And you're going to have to hold down 6 keys. Right now we're looking at E, D, C, and OK and M. So you hold those 6 keys down to like plug all 6 of those holes. And then your goal is to traverse around a level by strategically releasing some of that air to propel the balloon in certain directions. Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit of like mind-bendy, like sort of like get used to the control scheme of kind of like keyboard twister in a sense, but then using that to direct your limited amount of air to get to the end of a level. And there's a lot of cool implications that come with the character being a balloon, because like we're thinking like the smaller the balloon gets, maybe the faster it propels, and like the smaller the sections it can go through and things like that. So it'll basically just be like an obstacle course for this balloon to like fly through. We will always try to incorporate some of our previous characters into the games. Yes. Yeah, we did that with Masusiu Loose, but not many people noticed it. We had like the golden dude in there in Masusiu Loose. That was probably the most obvious one. But we also had the Mama from Serial Dater was one of the backs that you would massage. And then also Granny from Knitworth was another back that you were massaging near the end. Did we do anything? Oh, we had a lot of Easter eggs in Pop Shove It for our games. All of the graffiti that you were seeing around was either a reference to Ludum Dare or a reference to one of our previous games. Like we'd have little characters from Wayward, some of the wisps in there. Yeah, that was a fun one. God, that was so much work though. Jesus Christ. Any word from the Reds? Nope. Okay, we're good. But yeah, we always like to try and sneak in Easter eggs from our previous games. It was really hard. And honestly, it was really hard because we had so many mechanics that we wanted to have in the game. And it was far out of our comfort zone of like working with physics and stuff like that. So we were working up to the bell, just getting the main mechanics down. We didn't have any time for polish and teaching the player how to play, and just like testing and designing different difficulties of levels. So that's why it ended up being so hard. But now we're trying to keep it super simple, but still fun to mess around with, so that we have plenty of time to polish it and make the game understandable and playable, essentially. Small scope. Absolutely. Okay, so apply balloon physics. Maybe this is just going to be... So, hang on. I need to open up balloon physics. Doop-de-doo. Also, I don't know if I told you yet, Alicia, but sad news is that we're not going to be able to stream games on the first weekend of ratings, which is like primetime streaming Ludum Dare games, because we have a wedding to attend to. All 3 of us are standing up in a buddy's wedding. I know, we're so upset. Obviously, we're so happy for the guy who's getting married, and we're going to be happy to see him, but like, damn, if it just happened like 2 weeks later, that'd have been perfect. So we'll be around for the second weekend of ratings, but a lot of people tend to tune out. Oh, man. Yeah, everyone just has to get married. Okay, so... how do I apply forces again? I think I need a reference to the rigid body. Who knows how it'll go with extra now? We got married on a Thursday, day of the results. Was it like I forget, did you guys have like an actual ceremony and reception, or did you guys just like get the paperwork signed? I think you guys had some sort of ceremony, right? I think I remember seeing pictures. Yeah, you're right. Who knows how it'll go with extra? Because like the Ruds and I, when we stream, some of our favorite streams of the year are always like Ludum Dare playtesting streams. So we're really sad that we're gonna have to miss that first week. But I hope that interest still is around for that second week, and maybe we'd even play some extra games. Who knows? Oh, that's great. That's very nice. First in happiness, first in timelessness, first in joy. 1733rd in theme. God damn it, Chris. We can never win. Okay, so what we're gonna want to do is so we're gonna have a apply balloon physics, and then I think we're just gonna have to pass the no, how do we want to do this? Okay. Let's instead have a key code or a direction. I guess let's pass a key code here. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And then we'll make key manager, we'll make these static so that we can reference them outside the script. And so what we're gonna do is, oh, whatever. Get rid of the thises. I don't care. It's fine. I don't even care. I'm not upset about it or anything. I'm extremely upset about it. Okay. They're all over here too. Ugh. You know what? Just get rid of all this dots, please. Woof, that would have been a lot. Okay. All right. Physics. So what this is going to do is now we can actually iterate over that dictionary. Fuck, I need that web page again. Ugh. Nope. There it is. Key code. Cool. Okay. So now we'll basically just call, we have a reference to balloon physics, right? Yep. Cool. Nope. Oh, B physics is what we call it. Okay. Apply balloon physics, and then we'll just send the key code over. Well, oh, hang on. If entry.value is equal to true, then we send the key code over. Ooh. And then this will be entry.key. There we go. So we'll go through all of the ones that are currently open. Well, hang on. No, we want it to be false. If entry is false, that means it's not plugged. Yeah, I think another thing that happens when I just drink a lot of tea is that it escalates my appetite. So that's why I probably am feeling a little jittery right now, even though this isn't caffeinated at all, or it's very, very minimally caffeinated. Okay, so we're going to want... Huh. I guess I can just list the vectors here that we want to have for the balloon. So, yeah, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to list the vectors out so I have them as convenient variables, and then a magnitude of how far they're going to travel, or a magnitude of the force that's going to be applied to it. And then I'm going to have a bowl of cereal so I don't pass out. So, first of all, how do I want to label them, though? I guess we'll just do like down rights. So this will be 1, 1. Hang on, let's look at these axes again. So, yep, Y is... Okay, so we're going to do this on an XY plane. 1.0 F, negative 1.0 F. Nope, nope, nope. Yes. Hang on. I think... Yeah, it's going to be negative. So going down is negative Y. Okay. 0.0 F. All right. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. This one will be moving right, and it'll just be the X component. Oh, fuck. And then upright. Boop. Right? Yeah, we'll see. This will be down left. So negative 1x, negative 1 there. Cool. This will just be left. And this will be up left. Okay. So these are the vectors that it could possibly move in. Just the, not necessarily unit vectors, but close enough. Floats, force magnitude. I have no idea what this should be, so we're just gonna set it to 1 and see what happens. All right. Let me just commit this real quick, and then I'm gonna have a little bit of food and then come right back. Unity, projects, LD50, there you are. Get add star, get status, that's everything. Key presses working, preliminary. Physics, oop, started. Get some fuel, keep cracking, and call when you need to. Decent early push. I'll be checking in early tomorrow. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I still got some gas in me for sure. I just need to defog my brain, but I'm wide awake. So I've been having a pretty sleep schedule as it is. Let me just ping the res to let them know I'm going to be AFK. Eat noms. I'm going to eat noms. I'll just turn on basketball while y'all wait. Anywho, I'll be back. How long should this be? I don't know. We'll just give it a 10-minute break, but it'll probably be less than that. Anywho, be right back.
searching all along, confessing while and on without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked, where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, what else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dark. Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I find an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need the mask. I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me, just a cage of bones, there's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Here's another one.
Something true now, I'm not looking anymore. The times of thinking, love up through now, sharing real connections, what we're made for. Come on, let go of the remote, don't you know you let it on a jet for that. Try to put the phone double cooking on a go, but I know use. Hey, I'm gonna go in.
And a whip with a flow, double trouble on a go poses. Kick pose and opposing against these foes. Please know I'm the roses that grew out on the concrete jungle.
Not a day goes by without me thinking about that way the world's the big motion. When you walked into my life and we connected like we share the same ocean. Couldn't help
And we're back. Oh, I guess that was 10 plus minutes. Well then. Alrighty. Time to do some physics. All right, so I was thinking, well, let's start with the directions
Jared?
first. Oh, hang on. What's up?
Hello. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
What?
We have some, I guess, thoughts or / concerns about L art.
Okay.
Oh, we need input to
input
direct
because
us.
we're kind of struggling a little bit.
Okay.
Elijah. Yeah, I think we
What's
saw
up?
that you were in there talking to Jared. Are you not participating in the jam, or yes, participating in the jam?
But anyways.
Yes. Anyways,
Mm-hmm.
so the collision that we're running into here. Oh, maybe. The collision that we're running into here is that level design is a critical part of this game.
Yes.
And if that is the case, do we need to first design levels to be able to know to be able to know what art assets need to take that space, or should we design a flexible package of art assets that can then fill a space, and then we play with those set objects to design a level?
I think the latter would definitely be easier for sure, because then we don't have to. Because the thing about designing the levels is that it's going to be pretty iterative. Like our first design of a level might not necessarily be a good level, and we don't want to waste a bunch of time making assets for that, right?
Well, I mean, like the levels that we make would just be out of primitives, so it's like you don't really waste any time. You just drop squares.
Exactly. Yeah. And if you think that that's too aesthetically boring, then we can try and like front load the level designing with primitives, and then once we figure out like a solid design for it, then we can put unique art assets on it. But that is going to put you in a bit of a what's it called? You're gonna have to wait for all the game mechanics to be in before we can start doing that, right? So you're kind of gonna be stonewalled until then.
That's the collision that we've run into, right?
Yeah.
So if you can kind of see these awful doodles up here. There's things that I really want to avoid. I really want to avoid this.
What's that?
Sorry if you zoom out. You
I can see it, but like what exactly am I seeing here?
Is the red line? Okay. I want to avoid just this flat, like mini clips, super two-dimensional maze map. It's just, it feels unrefined. It feels weak.
Sure.
To me.
Okay.
And like the next version of that is like this. Like the next level up is just more geometric, but still very simple.
Yeah.
I don't think you can tell a lot with this. It's not extremely memorable. So again, the mechanic is the thing that comes forward the most and should be forward the most. I just want to try and get depth and some excitement out of this world that you're having to navigate through.
Yeah.
So like in an ideal world, you know exactly like the type of shape that your level needs to be. And you know like what the obstacles are, like things that are going to pop your balloon versus like bounce your balloon. And you build that all out of primitives, and then you know, once you know that, then you actually build, you know, unique 3D assets to basically fill in that blank. So then you get to do 2D artwork in the background and 3D artwork that forms the obstacles in the foreground, but they fit cohesively and they feel like they tell something while at the same time creating obstacles, instead of feeling like, yeah, we put squares here so that you hit the square and you can't go through it. It doesn't just feel like a block. It feels like part of the world. So in an ideal scenario is that you have the time to design levels, and then with the levels designed, create art assets to follow it up. That's me saying an ideal world. I don't know that that's where we are right now. So I don't know how this process even works in a gaming studio, if that's technically correct.
Yeah. No, you absolutely do like primitives first. And then once the level is solid down, then you replace all of like the cubes and shit with actual physical art assets, and you just basically whatever primitives were there now just become the colliders essentially. The only difficulty with that is that that's usually done at a point where like the game's at the very least like the player character's movement and like limitations of what it's capable of doing are already implemented and solid, and so people like level designers can just mess around with primitives and see what kind of levels they can make and then hand that over to the artist to make the assets. So I get we could do something like what you said, because I agree, like making the level itself feel more like a world instead of just like a bunch of primitives and shit is probably the better way to go. But do you guys have anything to do in the interim while I am implementing the game mechanics is the thing. Like, I don't want you guys like twiddling your thumbs for like a half a day waiting for me to finish the balloon move.
I know.
You know?
Well, and I am also going to be a little cautious about it. It's scary to just be like, we're going to hold off starting any art assets until other things. That's pretty scary.
Yeah.
So I know that the safer bet is just to create that like suite of shapes, basically pop shove it, right?
Yeah.
But the only problem is we don't exactly know what all those shapes are.
Sure.
Even.
Like, can you make some shapes that can like be used to create different shapes? Probably not. I don't know.
I mean, technically, yes.
So if you think of something like the original Mario or like Sonic, the 2D Sonic games, like they have like a couple of assets for the world that they use in a bunch of different ways to make something that looks cohesive. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do something like that, but
this is an interesting jam because
I think to do that it would be a lot of like things that would fit in like a square grid type thing, but like there's like a slope on one of them, so you can make like a big like slope thing, but everything's fitting into a square grid, so it'd just be a lot of extra
like a bunch of like tiles
put around.
Things. I see.
Yeah, it'd be just more tiled stuff.
I see.
Which I don't know how good that would look in a 3D type.
I'm coming at this purely from like aesthetic standpoint.
Yeah.
That's really what this is. None of this is going to harm the mechanics. It's just the visual reception of the mechanic.
I understand.
So I would love to elevate beyond basically the platformer equivalent. Like your entry level platform, like Game Maker's toolkit, just pull out the parts and screw them into place. Like that's the way that we could start right now and just make pieces. I'm struggling to commit to that, but I'm also struggling to commit to waiting for level design, so I'm really torn here.
So at the very least, what you could probably be doing, Andrew, is making 2D backgrounds, because that is not really dependent as much on the final level. I guess it could be, depending on what's getting included.
The only problem is like it kind of is, because
it kind of is, yeah.
Ultimately what we need to choose is, are we going to build like pieces, or are we going to like design assets?
So
depending on which one of those we do, that would alter the style that I would choose for the entire execution.
Yeah. Here's another thing too, is like, I feel like if we do like those pieces instead of like the customized 3D assets and stuff, we'll be able to create a lot more levels quickly, instead of like designing like 15 levels and now, oh man, we need to make 15 levels worth of assets for this.
Right.
So that is one benefit of using like those sorts of shapes.
Yeah, like a
But in terms
a
of how
package of assets.
But in terms of how to make that look interesting,
Well, we'll start with step one step at a time. And the first step is to choose, do we wait for level design
Yeah.
before we basically put this off until late tomorrow, if not Sunday, to start art assets?
Oh.
It's scary to me because I just don't know. I don't know these things.
I don't know. That seems a bit rough.
I think I'm on team like nice looking geometric shapes, just because like you guys can get to work on that immediately, and also it gives us the freedom to create a shit ton of levels if we have like ideas flowing, right? Like because if we choose the customized 3D assets, we're going to be more or less limited by like your guys' bandwidth of like what can you accomplish, because you're also gonna have to think of unique 3D assets for each of these levels and
it was tearing me between if we were just making this a game, what I would do from an art perspective versus
if we had just like all the time in the world,
versus like the jam process and like the best way to kind of go about that. I think we have like such a cool mechanic. I don't want to weaken it with like a flat visual experience. So
I don't think
whatever we can do to like pump more out of this, I'll try to do.
Sure. I don't necessarily think it'll weaken it, because like if we use simple geometric shapes like this, it'll also add some like visual clarity in terms of like there's not going to be a bunch of things that the player has to like pay attention to. There's not a bunch of things vying for the player's attention, right? Like they're
learning what they can add with and what they don't.
Ideally, they're mostly going to be looking at the balloon almost at all times.
Yeah.
So
Roka has been released.
Hey, now you can start the jam.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, those are my thoughts there.
I pretty much agree with all of that.
And then I'm gonna have to leave it up to you guys to figure out how to make those geometric shapes look neat.
I think we'll just figure out like what sorts of shapes we think that we can get. Like it's
sure.
So, and a lot of things, like if we mash things together and scale them while we're making the levels, like they'll technically make separate shapes and whatnot, depending on what they look like.
Rotate them around and stuff.
Yeah. So we will see.
Adios, Roka. I know exactly what you're about.
Good night, Roka. Get some rest, bud.
Good luck, Roka.
There it is.
And thank you.
LD hard code mode.
Get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
And one last thing then. We're fairly committed to this just being just straight up a balloon. We toyed around with the idea of like a character. Obviously I drew the grossest faces, like kind of on purpose. But I just think that the face complicates like I like the idea of shrinking and stuff and the size being part of the design. And if that's the case, I wouldn't want I kind of like Steven's idea to have this like balloon head guy, kind of like the Junji Ito thing. It could be a fun character.
Yeah.
But then the body like needs to shrink too. And then the body, for it to look good, the body would need to be like floppy in the wind. Otherwise it would look kind of dopey if it was just kind of T-posing through the world or A-posing through the world.
Sure.
Just a stiff.
And then same with like putting like a character like on top of the balloon or hugging the balloon.
Yeah.
It just felt like it was holding back the mechanic, which is the strongest part.
Yeah.
So same with like the body hanging from the guy. Like if that gets in the way of it fitting through a hole or something.
Yeah.
So we're kind of set on like it's just a balloon. Which kind of steered us towards this like let's just make things really simple but really pretty.
Yeah.
Which is why I started to like doodle out these like, oh, what about just like a nice world with like nice world objects, and it's just a balloon and there's nice music and stuff.
Yeah.
But if we go this sort of non-specific shape route, we'll have to come up with something to make this again just feel special. Like if there's not like just an explicit narrative, that there's like a feeling that's pretty consistent throughout that keeps you engaged with it, or at least that you enjoy navigating the space. But what's your take on Balloon as a character?
I like that. I like keeping it as simple as possible is probably a good call.
Did you have anything in your imagination? This is like when nothing is finished, so
yeah.
Like we can dig more if you have something in your imagination that you would love to give a shot. Like the idea of making, I mean, it's keyboard Cowboys, right? Like we like to have a character represent the game.
Exactly. Yeah. Is there a reason that you guys steered away from like this one in the center here with like the face? Not necessarily
the
like,
face.
What this looks like.
Only because like the face like shrinking. I drew like what would happen if that face shrunk and it turns into that like goldfish balloon.
It could just shrink uniform like while like the same. Like this thing is just getting smaller.
And then if we wanted to, as it gets
like
smaller, we can
don't need
change
this.
like the facial expression. Like maybe he's starting to get more worried the smaller he gets and stuff.
Yeah, I think if I did this, I would do like a crudely drawn like Sharpie face or something.
Yeah.
Because like a realistic balloon face could either look creepy.
Yes.
Or just just by the nature of the shape of a head, it has like this alien quality.
Yep.
So I can play with this a little bit. Maybe it's like just a drawn on face, and then that drawn on face has different characteristics or changes as it shrinks.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how we would do that. Is it shrinking like uniformly, or is it going through states?
It's shrinking uniformly, like in a continuous, it like gets small. There's no discrete states, but what I can do is like I can check the current air amount in the balloon, and if once it reaches a certain threshold, I can swap the face out.
Okay.
So I can do that.
So I'll play with that a little bit because I'm reassessing the style anyways.
Yeah.
Since we're like playing with these non-specific shapes, so.
I posted a trailer for a game that I played a long time ago that I think I recall it has like just some basic shapes, and that's how they kind of like make their levels. It does look like they have like some unique assets and things like that, but it's mostly like silhouetted.
Yeah, where you just jam a bunch of stuff into like to make the silhouette basically.
Seems like it. But like this is kind of like how you can make like a stylized looking game with like simple geometric shapes. Maybe, I don't know. It's been a long time since I played this, but
no, this looks good.
Coming in 2009.
It definitely seems like the focus is on the mechanic and then creating an atmosphere for the mechanic.
2009.
God damn.
Can't wait for that to release.
Coming in 2009.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's kind of enough for us to go back and now I know we're gonna do these non-specific shapes so that we can start right away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reassess the character with Steven and then nail down a style for this. How do you feel about trying to inject any amount of narrative into this?
I would not be opposed to it for sure.
Okay.
It would definitely
even if
be,
it's just the atmosphere telling a little bit of a story.
That would honestly be the ideal way to do it. I wouldn't want any like sort of cutscenes or anything like that.
No.
Or, well,
no.
Unless you wanted to make a cut or like an intro cutscene, I'd be
Well,
fine with that. But I don't want like
yeah,
I don't want to have to make like
simple.
Yeah, I don't want to have to
between the levels.
I don't want to have any like in between levels or like text dialogues or anything like that. If we can just like tell some sort of narrative through just like the aesthetics, and the mechanics.
shape, sound, and like the levels themselves, and kind of just the fact that you're a balloon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was initially thinking like one of the ideas that I had is like this balloon is just like one of those random balloons that a small child accidentally lets go of in the middle of the street.
That's what Steven brought up the same thing, and I tend to agree. I think that's a pretty relatable feeling.
It almost has like a Pixar little quality to it.
Yeah, I think so. Which is why I started to lean into like the more like painted scenery, but I think we can do something similar, just not with as detailed, not like a Ghibli scene that I was imagining.
So.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
Sweet.
Let us break from that, talk a little bit more, and then just keep us updated if you're trying to like wrap up or something, so we can do a final debrief for the night.
Sure.
But otherwise, Steve and I are gonna really try to just nail down this direction before we call it.
Sounds good. You also my other Discord messages, yeah? 6 keys is confirmed to work. No problem at all.
Oh, hell
I already
yeah.
have that working, so like I can track
Boy.
which keys are open, which keys are plugged, and now I'm working on the physics to try and like push the balloon around as we do it.
You son of a bitch.
Hell yeah.
And you're back as well, which is good.
Yeah, I just
so
what's up?
good you're back.
I'm back.
Yeah, the snack I'm sure was delicious.
What'd you get for a snack?
A bowl of Oreo O's.
Oh,
a bowl of Oreo, like the cereal?
Oreo cereal, yeah.
Why would you get Oreo cereal?
Because it's Jared. He eats cereal no matter what the time is. And
I actually haven't been eating as much cereal as I normally have been, but when I went to my grocery store today, they had the giant boxes of cereal for, I think, General Mills. All the General Mills giant version.
The family size.
For $2.50 a pop.
Oh my God.
So I'm just like, all right then.
I mean, I guess if you like cereal,
you're gonna like this.
we did get some Honey Nut Checks that I'm looking forward to having in the morning.
That's probably my favorite cereal of all time. That shit.
It's a good cereal. I can't imagine eating Oreo cereal.
There's no
That's too
frosted
much.
mini checks, but you know.
Oh my God, yeah.
Frosted
Rest
mini
in
checks.
peace.
Well, they got rid of those because of all of the cases of diabetes going up the years after. Okay, let's break and we'll be back in a bit. Like I said, message if you have an update or if you're trying to hop off.
Sure thing.
And maybe we'll see your messages this time. Who knows?
It wasn't that urgent. I would have put them to you on Discord if it was important.
Well, I think we also had Twitch open, so I saw that you were away.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
I just didn't see the fact that you got the 6 keys going.
Yes.
Yep. All right, back in a bit.
Peace. Give me my music back. All right. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting pickle for the artist to be in, because this is going to be one of our first games that has actually had like an emphasis on level design. You generally just have like one level, and it would be pretty like bare bones. Like Dude Ranch was just an open octagon. I guess Pop Shove It had a pretty intricate level, but it was all just one level, right? This time we're going for a lot more of like a focused experiences on a level per level basis. Okay, so I'm in the middle of applying physics. So, okay. Key code. Oops. Case. We want hey, do these need to be public? Yes, they do. Here we go. A constant value is expected. Okay, fine. Public, static, const. Are you happy? Oh, I guess we don't need static. It just needs to be const, doesn't it? There we go. Fine. I know how to program. I've totally been doing this for like the better part of a decade. That's me. Okay, so oh fuck. Balloon, rigid body. Add force to position? No, it's just add force. Right. And it's going to be so if it's pushing from the upper left, it's going to be down right. Normalize times force magnitude. All right. Let's just try that real quick. So E should push. Woof. E should push the balloon down and to the right. Let's make sure that it's there. So we need to give it the rigid body. Da-na-na-na-na. All right, let's see what happens when we press E. A null reference exception immediately. What's going on here? Oh, key manager. What's going on with the key manager? What do we need? 102. Oops. Forgot to add the balloon physics on the key manager there. Zoop. There you go. All right. Oh, wait. Hang on. We're going to do this backwards real quick. It is moving, so that's neat. But let's see if I can make it move intentionally. All right. So it's not moving. Oh ho. Okay. Okay. All right. So it does move. That's kind of cool. Let's do the rest of the keys now. I get the feeling this is going to be pretty fun. Okay. It bugs me that these are consts and they aren't capitalized, but that's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Down left. One more. Brack. Break. Left down, right? No, left up. Up, left, right. Okay. Nice. Let's see what this does. Oh shit. No. Oh, this might be fun. All right, let's change it to what it's actually going to be like now. So it should only move in the direction if you let go of the right one. So let's try this. Oh. oh. Okay, stop. Go down. Okay. Oh god. No. That's kind of fun. All right, hang on. So what I want to do now is increase the force at which this goes. Also, we add force. No, that's fine. That's just gonna happen with maybe. So this gets input. We shouldn't apply balloon physics here. First and foremost, this should happen in fixed update. Thank you. This is where this should happen. So now this physics will be applied in fixed update. So it's not going to be frame rate dependent. Let's just up the speed on this thing. But another thing that I want to do is, so there's two things that I want to do. I want to add a max velocity to this thing. And also, well, hang on. Maybe I won't need to add a max velocity if I just put in drag, like air resistance, right? So how do I want to do this? Also, if maybe we don't need it to move up by default. We'll see. Okay. So how do I want to do this? Drag? Oh, physics. So I guess we'll have to add a force in the opposite direction. That's like, so force magnitude. So we're basically going to have to apply drag to the opposite direction of its current velocity. So I think. So what's the velocity of the... Vector 3. The drag direction is going to be the opposite of the velocity. And then drag force, drag magnitude. All right. Let's see what that does. Oops, fuck, double clicked it. Alright. Whoa! Hang on, what? Oh, it shouldn't go anywhere. Hang on. Oops. Wait, what's going on here? Alright, let's get rid of this. Right? And then just double check to make sure that the physics are still working. Okay. Ah! Let's bring this back to 1 here. Because another thing I changed was that I moved the force application to fixed update. All right. Interesting. Interesting that that happens. Why does that happen? Oh, I'm not hitting the right keys. Oh my goodness. OKM. There we go. Ah. Okay. So that still works. Let's modify these values a little bit. So this is going to be like, I don't know, 5. And then the drag is going to be 3. I'm not sure this is how drag is supposed to work. It shouldn't be normalized. The drag should be proportional to the velocity, I think. Oh god. Okay. And then the drag should stop it if I'm holding all the keys down, but it doesn't. So maybe I do need to normalize drag. Because it should come to a rest if I let go of it. Oh boy. Oh god. Okay. So I don't like what's happening here. I want it to be like floaty. Hang on. Let me get rid of drag real quick. Okay. Oh god. Yeah, this is kind of what I want. Oh fuck. Bring me back, bring me back. Whoa, Jesus. Danny, what up? How you been? All right, up. Right, so yeah, I kind of want it to be like floating. Oh, Jesus. I don't know how to play my own game. Woo! Yeah, that gets out of hand fast. Maybe the drag is just too big. Let's change it to like 1, I guess? Because I want it to be floaty is the thing. There we go. Yeah. Oh, okay. But also, it's not stopping. Looking forward to getting started. I feel that. Are you on the other side of the world there? Are you more in like the EU space? Because I feel like a lot of people might be in the same boat as you because it starts at like 3 in the morning for the EU peeps. So, okay. This is weird, right? Because like that's insane. Yeah. It's so weird because a lot of EU people participate in this jam. And like to have it start that late for them is kind of rough. Oh man. Well, I guess it's going to be a good exercise in keeping your scope small then. I'm going to be bad at my own game. I can feel it. Okay. All right, I feel like a big thing is we're going to need some sort of indicator. Oh, whoa. Okay. This is more what I was wanting for drag. So if all of the... Stuck my laptop to work though, so I might get something started. Do you have any ideas for what you want to do? Okay, so the problem right now... Oh, it's not applying balloon physics when it's all the same there. Okay, so this just isn't getting called when I'm pressing all of them. So it can't be done here. No, let's just in apply balloon physics, we're gonna go here. B physics, apply balloon drag. Yeah, planned out already. Just designed a game that would fit most of the themes. That's the strat right there. Would you like to share, or would you like it to be a surprise? So now I don't think the drag needs to be normalized. If I know my physics. Okay, there, now it's working. Oh god. Oh fucking Christ. Alright, so if anything... Oh god. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh fuck, no. Come down, come down, come down. Up! Oh. Okay. Very cool. I think this is a little much. Let's try that. Is the drag getting normalized? It is. Maybe it shouldn't be. Let's try that. So the faster it moves, the more drag there should be. That's physics, right? I know physics. I've probably done physics before. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. if I bring this back up to 5. It's a farming tower defense where your plants shoot enemies like Plants vs. Zombies, but plants can combine to change certain effects. Damn. That sounds pretty complex. Oh god. Okay. So this is an interesting way. Okay. We go like this, and back over here, and up. Oh god. Oh, this is mind-bendy here. Alright, I think it can go faster. Let's maximize this and see how it goes. Also, what kind of frames am I running here? Because if it's more than 60... Okay, cool. So this shouldn't be doing too much damage to the stream. Alright, cool. We're good. So our game idea... Hang on, let me just test this real quick. Okay, okay. Whoa! Down, up. Oh, God. I think this is going to be kind of fun. So our game idea is basically... You are going to be... controlling a balloon that has a limited amount of air in it. And what you're going to be doing is using the key. Right now, the tentative keys for it are E, D, C, O, K, M. If you put your index, ring, and middle fingers on those keys and you hold them down, it's like you're holding down 6 holes in the balloon. And when you let go of one of them, that lets some air out that'll propel the balloon in that direction. So the goal is going to be to try and strategically release air out of that balloon to get you around certain levels with different hazards and obstacles and things. So that's the main idea there. And it's looking kind of fun right now. Yeah, we're pretty excited about it. It's kind of it's a good combination of like a fun and challenging idea to like try and maneuver, but it's also super simple, right? Like I have the balloon working here in a basic form just to prove that it works. I think what I'm gonna want to do before I go to bed is add like some particle trails so that like you know which direction you're moving when you're holding onto these keys, so you have a little bit better feedback and understand where it's gonna go. Because right now I'm kind of just like trying to remember based on the keys I'm letting go here. But yeah, it should be neat. Okay, so I think that's what I'm gonna do next. So let's open up the balloon prefab here. Well, first actually let's commit. So I'm assuming since you have a bunch of work that you're doing over the weekend that you're going to be, excuse me, working on this project on your own, Danny? Are you doing a solo thing? Good there, cool. All right. We'll create an empty here. Propulsion, particles. I feel that. All right, let's see here. Create empty. All right, we just need a super simple particle system here. The shape. I guess it could be a cone. No, let's do a box. And then Is it over the Y that it... Hang on. Yep. Here we go. Okay, and then this is going to be, what, 45 degrees? Nope, not you. Rotating around X. Right, okay, cool. Negative 45. So that's what's going to look like there. Hey, you got it, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the lurk. Can't wait to try out your game. Good luck with it, dude. Okay, so these particles are too big. And ironically, this fucking text is too small for me. Alright, let's see here. Start size, let's have it 1. That's start speed. 5 is fine. Start size, 0.1. We're also going to want to shrink this thing. There we go. That's what I want. That seems good. All right. Okay. So we got that. Do we want to make this a little slower? That should be good. 100. So I don't want it pre-warmed, so that's good. What happens if we do 50? And then set the size. Oh, fuck. Nope. 0.1. 0.2. Can we add... Or you know what? Let's... That seems neat. Maybe we can add a little noise to it, too. Where's the noise? There it is. Ooh, don't quite want it looking like that. Let's not fuck with that right now. That looks fine for a prototype thing. Cool. And then we'll... So now basically we're just gonna... 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So this one, the emission shape, no rotation, right? Wait. Like this. Yep, cool. And then this one is going to be a 45. Yep, cool. This one is just going to be 90 degrees. This one, 90 and 0. And this one, 45, 90. So all of these are a bit long, I feel like. Let's see. Yeah, these are all a bit long. So let's shorten their lifetime to like... That should be good. All right, now let's turn all these off. Do. And now what we're gonna wanna do is for balloon physics. Yeah, we'll just make it a list, hey? You know what? We won't do it here. How do we want to do this? Okay, how about not activate balloon particles, toggle. And then cool. I think that'll do it. Oh, fuck. I forgot to assign them. Whoopsie doodles. Let's do this in the prefab, shall we? Three, 4, 5. We also have to reference them in the code, silly me. Right. Well, we have to write the function that's going to do it. Okay. Let's grab this switch again. And instead of this, it's going to be propulsion particle 0, set active. Active. And then it's going to be this for all of them. I mean, I guess I could have made a dictionary for this, but eh. Okay. All right, so we have that. Let's make sure it works. And then I think the last thing that I'm gonna do tonight is all right, hang on. I don't want it to stop like that. Instead, okay, so hang on. Let's go to these particles here. These are always going to be active, but they're not going to play on awake. What they're going to do instead is just play and stop. So instead of this, I want it to be like, fuck. Hang on. Okay. There we go. Okay, so what we want is particle 0.play. Okay. else. That makes it so much clearer, though. In terms of what direction that I'll be going when I let go of the keys. That makes a world of difference. Cool. All right, let's see how this works. Oh God, oh Lord. I forgot to set those. Right, type mismatch. You're goddamn right. Ah. Da-na-na-na-na. Oh fuck.
Rude.
What's up?
Hey, Jer.
Yeah?
You want to look back at the Miro board.
You got it, Chief.
We have grabbed some
Higher up, we've gotten some like reference for style.
Yeah, yeah.
So definitely, like, we're thinking of prioritizing silhouette stuff. So you start to don't some of these like that are more colorful in the front. Imagine darker silhouettes up front, but maybe we fade to color as we get further back into background and things like that.
Sure.
But similar to like Limbo or the game that you showed, where we prioritize level design. So using primitive shapes and putting them together in a way that benefits quick level design, and then fitting that into a world with just added atmosphere and then fading back.
Sure.
We can have we can have color in there if we want.
And
then Steven pointed out, you can see some of these like 3-dimensional like paper cutouts.
Yeah.
Doing something like this I think would be really cool, especially since so some of the narrative of this like idea of inevitability is growing up, like leaving childhood behind. So there could be something really neat about like almost like this children's cutout, like a children's pop-up book almost.
Yeah.
Like that medium being very very childlike, but then the stuff that you see is a little bit moodier and darker, which is this bridge between childhood and growing up.
Mm-hmm.
So that could look good. The challenge will be actually having to bring light in.
Yeah.
Unless Steven, you just like bake light on there, but like
probably could, but that would like I'd probably have to I'd have to have like all the stuff export out as like finished levels to do that. Just to make sure the shadows are baking onto the
we don't have to count on the paper cutout thing. It would be nice if we could get light to work in there. But I'm also fine to not rely on lighting, and similar to like kind of see like the series of unfortunate events, ending.
Yeah.
Just things stay pretty 2-dimensional, but we create layers with just layered backgrounds without any. The depth isn't the space between; it's the shade of the color.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the direction so far. And one idea that I'm getting with like this 3D paper cutout thing was something that maybe we could try to incorporate into levels if we think it's interesting, is adding like a foreground that will obscure some parts of the player or of the level for the player and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
I definitely like that idea, because we can also add some depth of field, I think, to this. I don't know, like
stuff has like
camera effects. Yeah, just to give you just again more sense of depth, so that this doesn't feel like an arcade flat screen. It really does feel like a rich environment.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think going for some sort of like silhouette style is probably probably best for like the way that we want to like parallelize this kind of stuff. And I think we can lean into it with the themes that you were talking about in terms of like growing up and childhood, like getting left behind. I think that's a neat theme to sort of go down, and it also kind of works with the priorities of how we kind of need to build this game in the limited time frame we have.
It is definitely prioritizing level design, so that the art is second to that, but there to support that look.
And if we can tie it to like a theme like that, I think that's like killing. That's the classic like solving multiple problems with one solution sort of thing.
Right. So I think that the cutouts are cool. We'll have to see if that works out in the end. But ultimately, what we will end up with is this idea of cutouts and flat backgrounds, but creating depth with shade, and like the illusion of fog, just because of like a atmospheric distance to the camera, and then any depth of field will just add even more of that.
Yeah. I like. I like this so far. I don't know if y'all had any other ideas that you were mulling over, but you have
we
my
kind
full
of
support
like
on this one, at
we've
least.
come around to this, and we've been trying to find ways. We thought of Limbo, of course, and I was just like, oh man, I don't want to just make. I don't want to just make Limbo.
Or like, oh, we just make basically Limbo with a red balloon. Like the balloon's the only thing that.
I mean, how easy is that to?
Super, just like, oh, all right, that's it.
And also, it's like people are gonna like that. People would go gaga for just a black and white mood with this little red balloon flight. I mean, they would love it.
The easiest art for us to ever make. People would like.
Yeah, I would encourage. I mean, that's your call to make. I'm more than happy.
We don't
if
want
you guys,
to do that.
Yep, I'm more than happy if you guys want to even spend more time mulling over different art style ideas until you find something that really inspires you or gets you excited to make things, because I don't want you guys to have to settle too much on like.
Well, no, we won't be settling. What we accept now is that we want to prioritize level design. I think that's a critical part of this game, because we have a good mechanic, and the best way to show it is with good level design.
Yeah.
So we need to prioritize that, and to that end, we want to leave ourselves available to support that with the art instead of making the art have to lead the level design.
Yeah. Cool.
And I think that we can pull off good mood here. What this does is it also allows us to focus on like level design first, of course, but when it comes to the art, like how we treat the background and the story that we tell with what you can see in the background and the depth that's there. Steven can even do some like animated pieces. Maybe there's like this wheel or like gear turning, or something's being like a conveyor belt, like carrying stuff in between.
Yeah.
I think like it's atmospheric and it's sort of like metaphors and stuff. What if we want to really like get into the narrative? But it's really just to create a mood, similar to like kind of how you see in like Limbo. It's really there just these 3D elements just create a mood, movement, particles. So the simplicity lets us just sort of add stuff instead of needing to build those things first and then have to figure out how to design a level around it. So this actually works better for us in a way. The only thing that we're kind of cornered with is that things have to be silhouettes, but if we're okay with that, I don't mind. There's still flexibility for us to kind of be creative beyond that. I just want to make sure that we get far enough away from Limbo that I don't feel like we just copied Limbo.
Sure.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, no, I like it.
That's why I like the paper cutout is that Steven showed.
That's a pretty unique aesthetic for sure. Yeah.
If we could pull that off, that would be amazing.
Like good shadows on.
So one thing to hang on one sec. One thing to also keep in mind is that we're going to need like visual clarity in terms of what obstacles are dangerous and which ones aren't, right?
Yes.
So that's something that we'll have to keep in mind.
Yeah, it should be. I think like a fair rule is that, and it's similar to like kind of how I see in Limbo. Is there like the deepest shade of black that's like solid edged is something that you need to be concerned about. Anything with like blur on it or a different shade is not going to affect you.
Yeah.
That's a pretty decent one.
This is just another silhouette level I remember where like
Yes.
The characters' clothes are at least like a bright red, so they have like a contrasting color on them that like pops out. So if we want like some sort of poppy color on the obstacles that makes them obvious as well, we could look into that.
Right.
Whatever you guys think is probably best for that.
Well, we'll definitely want good contrast with this style. And I think bringing in color is a decent idea. It doesn't need to be a range of color. The palette can be really limited, and like similar to how like the Donkey Kong example is.
You guys want to see something neat?
Obviously.
Something neat.
Check the Discord. Let me know when you're in.
In. Balloon!
Dude.
It's working!
We have a balloon!
It's working!
It's working!
Dude, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
So I think what I'm gonna do, this is probably where I'm not like tired, but I should probably sleep.
If you've reached like a point where
I would
you
definitely
feel
say
good, I would
like if you
take
feel like you
advantage of
need
it.
sleep, let's definitely get sleep, and then we start really strong tomorrow would be a great
But
thing.
what I'm gonna do first is I'll put together a quick build for this and post it in the Discord so y'all can start fiddling around with the controls and get a sense of what it feels like, where you might want it to improve, and stuff like that. Because right now all there is movement. There's not so it doesn't default to going up. I feel like we can experiment around with that to see if that's something that we want to do. We'll see if it makes things too complex. And then I'll also be working on depleting the air supply and making this thing shrink and grow, or just mostly shrink actually.
Yeah.
Sweet.
But you'll get a sense of how it feels to control these things. So right now, if you look at your keyboard, these buttons are mapped to E, D, C, and then O, K, M.
Oh my god!
If
you gotta like do a little like Ingo wing little like orientation with my fingers.
Well, no, if you do M, if you put your index finger on M and C, and then just let your other fingers rest, it's actually pretty comfortable.
Does EDC and
EDC
MKO?
and OKM.
Okay.
OKM. Oh, EDC and OKM. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's not too bad.
It feels pretty comfortable. So we might have to have like a diagram that shows how your hands are supposed to look when you put these on, because otherwise people might do some wacky gymnastics. But I wanted to do something that kind of felt pretty comfortable, but also a little bit mind-bendy. So it's still pretty complex when you try and play around with it, but you're not like hurting your fingers trying to do it.
Right, that's good.
So I'm gonna take a quick pee, and then I'll wrap this up in a build and send it off to you guys to playtest whenever you want. Send me your notes. Should it move faster? Should it decelerate faster? Whatever. Just tell me how it feels. Because hey, look at this. The core mechanic's done.
Huzzah!
Yeah. I told you I could do it.
That's awesome.
Nice.
All right. So.
All right. See you in a sec.
You got it. Be right back.
Let's go, Mo.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I think that we have a good direction on the visuals. So what I'd like to do is, like, I think I'm at a point where I'd like to start mocking things up. You know, just do like some test frames.
Yeah.
To see like what an end screen, like what an actual frame from the game might look like.
Right.
And then hopefully that gives us a sense of, okay, that's the level. This is foreground stuff that we might do. This is either 2D, this is 3D. These are things that we might want to add particles for. Like figure out what the baseline is, and then know we would add these things on later. So again, with that like minimum quality finishes.
Yeah. I think I'll probably just go into Unity and see if like the papercraft like shadow things just work super easily, maybe.
Yeah, I think
just
that would
on
be
a very
nice.
simple basis.
I'll probably say that like I'll be wrapping it up soon tonight.
Yeah.
Like we don't need to. I'm not ready to like start a bunch of stuff right now. I want to sleep and then get started.
I want to sleep and get started in the morning, and like I don't want to just get like started and then not finish, because I feel like the shapes are going to be just a thing I can knock out in one sitting type thing.
That's what I would like for us to both start in the morning, and you chase down like, is this style like a viable option?
Yeah.
And then I'll test out the just a look, like a style frame that we can then analyze together and be like, that's cool. We'll point out the parts that you and I would be working on, and then basically just set up our plan for the weekend tomorrow morning.
Yep.
So tonight, all I want to do is, if Jared wants to share his build, check that out. Give him a pat on the back for getting way more work done than us, and then which is fine, which is totally fine.
Gonna get more work done than us for the whole weekend. He's already ahead, so
yeah,
it's fine. This will definitely just be a different sort of experience than the jams have been, but that's okay.
That's okay. This is the first time that we're making.
It's rare that the
levels.
artists are in a bit of a bind for this one. Hey,
that's okay. That's usually what we want.
Well,
I
think we're in a bind because it's too easy for us. I think.
I see.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
want
the
you guys
bind
to be
was.
bored.
We were like, oh man, is this just gonna be done super fast? But then we kind of switched our thinking on it a little bit.
Our way of approaching it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in favor of you guys figuring out what's most interesting to you.
Yeah. Because at this point, it's got to be silhouettes. Otherwise, it'll either look really bad or take a long time.
Because again, a lot of this game development tomorrow and Sunday is going to be level design. So I don't want to hold that back I'm too scared to say that to plan a lot of art direction around finishing level design with primitives and then designing art assets from scratch. But then have narrative built in.
I think that's
cool.
Yeah,
but
I think that's a smart call to not do that.
I would not know how to do that at all. How does the balloon feel, Jared, to you?
I don't want to hype it up too much. But I'm kind of getting Knitworth vibes.
Yeah, just then share it with us. I think I was telling Steven, we both agree, we're probably gonna call it soon.
Yeah.
And our plan is, because we feel more comfortable with what this art style is gonna kind of be, what the components are. I need to do style frames now to sort of hone in what that's gonna be and identify what the components are.
Yeah.
Steven is going to then test the viability of some of the paper cutouts, and maybe introducing some lighting into a game of ours. Is that realistic or not?
I mean, we've had lighting in the games before.
We have.
Well,
I think if it's just a simple one directional light, that's it. It should be okay. Just can't add too many.
Something that we can't F up.
We'll just have to have considerations for WebGL, obviously.
That's the only thing.
But we've done lighting in WebGL builds before. As long as we keep it simple, one directional light's probably a good call. But we had lighting in Serial Data and Knitworth.
There was lighting in Serial Data. There was lighting in Higher Desire.
Oh my god.
Our Desire actually had the most
This is the most we've ever talked about Higher Desire in years.
Well, I know, because it's been coming up, but but Higher Desire also had atmospheric fog in it, which we don't have in anything else.
That's why it chugged on WebGL.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I uploaded the build to Drive if you guys want to check it out.
Okay.
Do you want to also push what you have to Git so I can just clean in that Unity file so I don't have to make a new one?
And pushed. I probably should have put the keys in the scene, but hang on. I'll just put them here. BTC.
I remember.
Yeah. And let me know if you can think of if you want to think of a different combination of what might feel good.
Oh, key combinations?
Yeah.
You gonna download or what?
Yeah, what happened?
Oh,
there it goes.
I hit download. It was it was scanning for viruses, and then it just took forever to actually start downloading.
Normally the files I upload like that to drivers, this is too big to scan for viruses. Want to download it? Yes, I do.
Yes, please. I would very much like to. Made with Unity.
Goddamn right.
It's neat.
Oh God.
It can get out of control pretty fast.
I lost it. It went off screen.
Oh no. Oh fuck. I should have built in a replay.
It's all good. I'll just Alt F4 and open
Yeah.
it again. Yeah, if I try to hit all 6 keys at once,
a
couple of them don't register.
Ooh, that's good to know.
Yeah, same.
All right.
If I do it all at once,
If I do it all at once, there's always at least 2, usually 3 that don't close up.
So when you say like when you press all the keys at the same time, or when you try to hold all of them down?
When I try to hold all of them down at the same time, like if I hold them all down at the same time to try to get them all off, it seems like it's always the hold on, let me.
And you're doing OKM, right?
Test that. Yep.
Okay.
OKM EDC.
All right.
yeah, even if I do one after the other, it'll always stop too short.
Okay.
Yeah, like they work individually, but mine seems to always be 3 of them don't work. It's the one that would be O, the one that would be C, and the one that would be M.
Okay.
Like if I hit them all at the same time.
So that okay.
But it's consistently those 3.
I can only do 4 at a time. So even if I do like EDC, OKM, like
and
one
then
after another.
And I just did it again, and then it was the 4 corners, but the left and right weren't working.
Okay.
So it's like
can you hold the 4 corners and those will stay plugged? Like if you hold 4 at once?
If I try to hit them, hold on.
Like if you do EOCM.
If I do it all at once, it doesn't register.
EOCM, it doesn't register. Even if I hit O and M and then try to hit E and C afterwards, it doesn't register.
Interesting.
If I hold down D and then hold down K, then that works. They cancel each other out.
Okay.
I can do D and K at the same time.
D and K work. Fine.
I can do C and M at the same time. I can do E and O at the same time.
It doesn't like the.
But I can't do D, K, C, and M at the same time. Oh, I can. Okay, I can do D, K, C, and M at the same time.
So you can do 4 keys at
I
once.
can-
Steven,
I
can
can
you
do
do
four-
any combination of 4 keys at once?
I just got one. It's kind of a little bit random. It seems.
Okay.
I just got one that was only C was open when I closed them all.
Okay. Only
But
C
it seems more consistently OCM for me.
Okay.
If I try to hit them all at once.
Sure. Okay. I can look into that.
It also seems like if I do the OK and DC, like that works fine.
Oh, really?
And then same with the ED and KM, like that works fine as well. They both like.
But you can't do OECM. You can't do the 4 corners.
I cannot do the 4 corners. One of them, like 3 of them, seem to stay on while the other one shuts off.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, so like most of them don't work if I do those 4.
Yeah, I get the same. Like at best, I can get 4 of them, but one of them stays on.
That's so weird. Because I have like.
Does that not work? Does that not happen for you?
I have 0 problems on my keyboard. So
weird.
So
What
it
could
might
that
be. It might have something to do with hardware. But if it's random like that, and you can still hold 4 keys down.
Yeah.
Huh.
Like if I hold DC, K, and M down, like I go straight down. If I hold down ED, K, and O, I go straight up because of the bottom 2 and the top 2.
Yeah.
And then
can you hold the three keys on the left and right side, like either or, like EDC?
Yeah, those work fine.
Okay.
Like each like side by itself like works fine.
Okay.
Like I can hold any combination of them if I'm only doing one side at a time. They work okay.
But you straight up cannot hold all 6 at once.
It's I think the diagonals while doing more than 4 is messing with it.
Bizarre. Okay.
Yeah, it's very strange. I don't know.
It might have. I'm hoping it has something to do with my logic, and maybe it's like a frame rate thing. Because y'all both have pretty beefy PCs, yeah?
Yeah. But I mean, it's not like yours is a slouch either, though. So
It's not. That is interesting. I'll have to check that out because that's something that we want to make sure that like it works on all machines, right?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
were you? Have you tested it on the build, or were you only doing it in the?
I'm on the build right now.
Okay, and it's working fine for you.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I don't know.
I mean,
unless
how often do you need to have all 6 of them closed at once?
Well, if you don't I guess, yeah, if you don't figure it out, you just run out of air and you die. But like being able to close them all is a good way to be like, oh, like that first time you play, look at all the holes. Like it would, I think
Like you'll
every
still
player,
float towards the thing, but it like especially at the beginning of the level, I'm gonna want to start with them closed.
everyone's gonna want to close every hole at the very beginning.
I got it to where all of them closed except for C.
Okay.
I cannot get to a scenario in which all.
But I
of them
can't
are
do it
closed.
all where I
sec.
can't do it to where I'm just like stationary with all of them closed. It's only
I
one
have
open.
a minor idea. Da. I'm assuming your guys' monitors are like uncapped frame rate, yeah?
My monitor is 60 FPS.
Oh, 60 FPS? Okay. Darn. All right. Well, that throws that out the window.
You think that frame rate would have something to do with this?
Maybe, because the logic of figuring out which keys are pressed and which ones aren't are dependent on if it detects a key entry on a frame. Like when you hit the key on that frame, God, words. When you hit the key, it checks that frame if that key has been pressed, but it doesn't confirm the frame after if that key is still pressed. It just checks for the one time frame. Fucking words. Jesus, I might need to sleep.
It's time.
It only checks if you've pressed a key for one frame, and then it sets whether or not it closes off that balloon like hole, and it doesn't check again after that frame, even if you're holding it down. So I'll sleep on this and see what could probably be causing that. I'm hoping it's not a hardware thing.
Where it's different for every computer.
Yeah, where it's different for every keyboard. So we'll see. I'll do a brief Google search off stream once I turn off for the day, and then if I don't find anything significant, then I'll just sleep on it.
Yeah.
Aside from that, though, like it's really fun to.
It's pretty fun to play around with, right?
Yeah,
it actually is.
Yeah,
like just flying around and like going all these different directions. Imagine trying to do this like fast through like a like a course. Yep. Oh my god!
And then also like there's the elements of like right now like I can almost just use these keys directionally and just kind of like tap on them to get direction. But if you do that, you're just going to run out of air really fast, right?
Yep,
exactly. Yeah.
So once you get to the point where you're actually having to save your air to do this, that's going to be not only like challenging and panicky, but really like interesting.
And also if you want to speed run a level and get the top score.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta get the top scores, man.
Well, yeah, again, like being able to like let all your air out to get small. If like, especially if you move faster, the smaller that you get.
Yeah.
And then plugging one side quickly and then shooting across the map.
Yeah.
Like that stuff's going to be pretty fun. I think in general, like I'm cool with like this key layout. We'll see if like further playing if we want to mess with it more.
If you think of anything that feels comfortable, what's up?
Here's another scenario that I'm running into is I'm holding down E, D, K, and M. So all 4 of those are off.
Yep.
And so C and O are open right now.
Yep.
If I hit C, nothing happens. If I hit O, it turns it off. So I can only go in one direction.
Are you serious? What?
Yeah. So like, yeah, it's not even like the timing when it's pressed. It's just like C just doesn't work at all if these other 4 are
okay. So
C doesn't work for you. So C works for me when I do.
Well, all right.
Fuck.
So are you holding down E, D, K, and M?
Yes. So I have the diagonal of O.
Of O and C.
And C.
And then you can hit C and O.
Not at the same time. Well, it's one or the other.
Yeah, one or the other. I can't hit C at all. It's
That's
just
so weird.
C is just stuck on for me.
Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I can
But
do
then,
one or the other, but I can't.
But then if I let all those go, then C goes back to working just normally.
Yep.
Fuck, that sounds
And
hardware
then
related.
And then it's literally just, if I do it again, it's the same thing.
Do you happen to know the model of your keyboard, Steven?
It's a Corsair something. Maybe I have the box somewhere. Let's see.
And I can't do OK, D, and C, like the opposite of that.
Let's see. Oh, you can't do that? Interesting.
Unfortunate.
Is there an easy way to check without finding the box?
I mean, maybe you can.
Yes,
maybe you can
look
like
up the serial number. Wait.
Maybe you can
here
like
it
take a
is.
picture of it and then
It's
reverse image search.
Corsair Gaming K55 RGB keyboard.
Okay, 55. You said.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Do not tell me that you and I have the same keyboard. Let me double check.
I'm pretty sure we do, because I remember seeing the one that you bought and being like, hey, I think I have that one.
What the this is a slightly different model, but it's based
but it's the
mine's a
same, like,
Corsair as well.
brand.
Yeah. Interesting.
So,
all right.
That's a bit weird.
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, I haven't had any issues with keys before, so.
Yeah. So this might be a hardware thing, but I can see if I can.
So yeah, here's another thing. So if I hold D, C, O, and K, so it's like the opposite corners.
Yep.
M works, but E doesn't.
So it's
but I can't do D, C, O, and K in mine.
Oh.
Fucking keyboards, man.
So it's different for everyone. I want to try plugging in. Steven, you and I should switch our keyboards and see if we get the same results or if our results change.
We could, yeah.
And then see if it's the keyboard. And then if not, then it's like a processor.
I mean, I have like
monitors
I have another keyboard in here somewhere that I could like plug in as well.
That might be worth checking real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me.
You got to figure out. Let's figure out first if it's the keyboards.
This fucker. Oh God, my cable management really coming not in handy right now.
Never planned to get back there.
No. All right. Hopefully that was my keyboard, not my mouse, because they look exactly the same. And
my computer just turned off.
All right. Let's see. I think I have a USB keyboard in here somewhere. Shitty like Logitech one. Here it is. Hopefully it has batteries in it.
Oh boy.
How do there are batteries in there? Where? Oh. It was a 2-in-1 mouse and keyboard thing.
Oh, geez.
I gotta find the mouse because it's the one that has the dongle in it. Oh wait, no, I should have. No, maybe I don't. Thought I had.
I think I'm just gonna unplug my keyboard and bring it to you, Steven.
Okay, that might be just easier. Cool? Yeah.
Runs multiple keys in the same region.
I thought this was gonna be easier, but it turns out it wasn't. Oh wait, found the mouse.
Are you good?
Hold on. It might just be completely out of batteries because I haven't ever used it probably, but let's see. I wouldn't get my hopes up, but. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, on this one, I can't hit E, D, K, or M. Or I can't hit, I mean, When I hit ED, K and M, K and M don't close.
Okay.
But I can do OK, D, and C. But then E doesn't close, but M does.
Are you confirming that it's different with a different keyboard?
Yeah.
Or is that the same as it was with your other keyboard?
I'm forgetting now.
Okay, memorize memorize this one and then go back.
Okay, that works. That works. I think I only have to test.
Look for the things that don't work.
All right. All right. So doing this, no E, but M works. Doing this just doesn't work at all. Okay.
I should come over there and be like your keyboard boy. So I switch out the USBs.
So, okay, I'm pretty sure it's different because I think before I was able to hit K, M, E, and D and it'd be stationary. But right now, if I do that, M doesn't close.
Okay.
Oh, what? Wait, okay.
Yeah, it did close?
No, something else different happened. It's what? That's really weird. Okay, so I did E, D, K, and M all at the same time a few different times, and it was different each time which one would not close and which ones wouldn't.
Fun.
So sometimes it's like E and D are the only ones that close. Sometimes it's just M and D that are the only ones that close. That time it was only D that was the only one that closed. That time it was everything but M.
Oh my god.
So I don't know what the fuck that means.
That's different for the keyboard though. Like the keyboard did change things, yes?
Yeah.
I wonder.
So I'm reading this thing here. Keyboards have some limitations on groups of keys you can press simultaneously. Most keyboards can handle more than 6 inputs at once, but also sometimes certain key combinations just don't work.
Okay, so it might be worth trying, Jared, just doing a different set of keys.
Yep.
Like
that's what I was thinking.
ASD and JKL and see what happens.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah, more flat lined up keys maybe.
And just see if that's what it is. If like it's the combination that it didn't like.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But I also wonder if keyboards intentionally won't let you hit letter keys overlapping. Like maybe you need to like get in some like the colon key or the alt keys or something.
Uh-huh.
If that changes anything, like AZ alt and alt question mark quotation.
Let me just real quick change these, make sure it works on my end. Thankfully, I coded these to be super easy to just swap out keys.
Huzzah!
All right, let me make sure it works on my machine first. Huh? Oh, whoops. This is S, this should be D. There we go. Do.
My Logitech keyboard was definitely worse than this one as far as like how many inputs were working, it seems.
Yep, all right, this still works. Let me build it up. Build settings. You get caught in the build settings.
Build settings.
Build settings. Ugh, and now I need to go through the process of zipping it and uploading it because Discord doesn't like us sending anything more than 4 megs.
Of course.
Discord.
Where's my Google Drive? Replace existing file. Even though it's called something different.
You can't do that.
It's impossible.
I just did.
I just renamed a file. Files explode.
What's that from?
Cars 2.
It should be uploaded now. So ASD and JKL are the.
Modified at 158. Should be good.
Oh, but it's 258.
Oh God!
Look who just saw the time.
I haven't seen the time for a while.
I want to point out that we still have not made a holes reference.
Shush. Don't draw attention to it so it can it's shy. It needs to feel like it can come out without people noticing.
So shy.
So worst case scenario, I can also program in a failsafe to where we basically just reverse the controls so that hitting something like EDC or OKM, like pressing the button is what opens up the hole rather than closes it. So that way they don't have to hold all 6.
So here's the thing. This one works.
Does it?
It
just works.
It just works.
Okay.
Just completely 100% works.
How about you, Andrew? And do you want to try your other keyboard, Steven?
Oh yeah,
maybe if we want to try like a really shitty cheap keyboard to see what it's capable of.
Well, I got that. Got this Logitech wireless 2-in-1 one dongle keyboard.
So my only concern with doing like ASD and JKL is that it doesn't cleanly map to what it corresponds to on the screen.
we should still look around, but now we know that
it's possible.
The keys that we choose could potentially affect whether it works or not.
Yes.
Yeah, this one works as well. So
sick. Okay.
Yeah,
it's definitely those specific control combinations.
All right, cool.
You know what? That it's keyboard specific.
It is very like I have no idea how to control this thing now though.
Yes.
Oh, dude.
I bet.
What a difference that makes though.
Right?
Come back.
It's gone. Oh no, I figured this out. I'm a genius.
It's stupid. I don't want to figure it out because it's going to be different later anyways. So
I refuse to spend the time to master this.
That's a good indicator of how important it is that we visually line up this thing.
Yeah.
There should be some physical reference.
It was definitely one of those things where like I was hitting things and I didn't know what to do to stop me from moving in one direction.
It was just hold on. You're like an elderly person that just committed to the gas pedal.
Exactly.
Oh, hang on.
What do I do? What do I do?
Just whatever it is, just do it 100%.
I got something for you guys to try out here.
Okay.
There is apparently a keyboard tester on this little website thing.
Link.
Yeah, I posted it in Discord.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can hold as many keys as I fucking want on this keyboard. Jesus Christ. So try.
Where do I do this?
So right underneath where it says keyboard tester by Eric Rosenbaum, there's a little green flag there. Click that and it'll open up a keyboard thing. And then try and hold EDC and OKM at the same time and tell me what happens.
It doesn't do it.
Okay.
I get EDC,
I get 4
blue,
or 3. Yeah.
Okay.
OKM.
Yeah, because like, do you have my stream open right now?
Yeah.
Check this shit out.
Okay, I see it. You're holding all of them. Yeah, I cannot do that. I get 5 at most.
Okay, so what we can probably do is if you guys wanted to like fool around with this thing and see what combinations might map well. Yeah. Like you can do EDC and OKM, those 3 on their own, right?
Yeah. You know what I can do? I can do WSX and OKM.
That was going to be my next question. Yeah.
Oh,
because for some reason, because the comma doesn't show up, so I don't want to move over to PL comma. But OKM and WSX would.
How about for you,
I
Andrew?
100% cannot do that. That's even worse for me.
Okay. How about QAZ?
I have potentially the shittiest keyboard here. I have one of those just like work keyboards like that you get out of a vending machine.
What's the maximum number of keys that you can hold, Andrew? Oh wait, you could
6.
do ASD and JKL, or yeah.
6 actually is the max that I can do. So ASD JKL, I can do all.
You can
6.
do that, but you can't do any of like the diagonals at the same time.
I can do 3 of them, but I can't do more than that.
Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. I just did QAZ and IJN.
How about you, Steven?
QAZ and IJN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't work for me.
Damn it! Are you serious?
Yeah.
We can.
That was the only one that worked for me. Fuck.
I wonder if we can calibrate this somehow. So
no idea.
So
Like, that's really weird.
Yeah. So you said you had like a really shitty laptop, Andrew, or a really shitty keyboard.
Well, I have one of those, like, it's like this Dell keyboard that you get out of like a plastic bag at work from like the work vending machine.
Oh my god.
There's nothing special about this keyboard in any capacity.
Huh.
I feel like it should be bottom of the barrel compared to what other people are using.
Damn.
It would be interesting for me to get my laptop and see.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why.
Yeah,
Why is it
I think it's
different
just
for
it's
every-
just the way that these keyboards are wired.
So these are just like shitty wired things.
Yeah, like different.
They didn't
like,
take the time to like wire everything up to one.
Right. So like some keys, they take up like a circuit, and then no other key can use that circuit. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's insane. And why did it have to be on the diagonals?
Yeah, the only one that works reliably for all of us is the worst one.
Yeah, as the sideways ones,
Yeah.
just because they know people are going to be hitting those simultaneously the most.
Even like WASD, you'd think at least.
Yeah, it seems like
I want to try on my laptop and see what
it
happens.
seems like TY, GH, and BN are like on their own for the most part on my keyboard. Like if I hold those down, the ones on either side of them don't work, and then the ones like 2 away from them sometimes work. It's very strange.
Absurd.
It's
Yeah, see, on my laptop, the QAZ IJN doesn't work anymore. And this is on my like an HP laptop.
What about Steven? What combination worked
ASD
for you?
JKL works.
WSX and OKM.
How about you, Andrew?
WSX and OKM.
Yep.
No, that does not work for me.
Damn it, Andrew. Damn it,
Dude, my laptop is the worst one now. Because at least
how old's your
at least
laptop?
QAZ AJN. This laptop's probably from like 20. It's from 2019 or 2018.
Wow. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, ASD and JKL.
Maybe
ASD and HJK.
ASD.
But not ASD GHJ.
ASD GH. Really?
Yeah. SDF JKL.
I mean, I can also.
As soon as like I cross the F and the G, like there's like a line.
It just doesn't. It does
Okay.
not like that.
It doesn't. Not
I can.
Like that.
Okay, so I can fiddle around with a couple of. Let me see what kind of key codes I have here. Because maybe I can fiddle around with some punctuation keys, right? And see if those are mapped to anything.
Yeah, because at least on this keyboard tester, it leaves out all the punctuation.
It does.
Punctuation.
If those are separate, then you could probably get away with like QAZ or the EDC, and then these like parentheses, comma, question mark.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find
It's just
launch the test.
harder to like direct people over there because it's not keys that they're used to like having to use. But
No, I don't want that.
Fuck.
why the hell did it have to be stupid keyboards?
Right.
Well, yeah, because like I can definitely do 6 inputs at a time on my laptop. I can do like the directional arrows and the WASD.
It's just
Okay,
it's just
let's try
easy to
this
me.
one. This one has all of like the punctuations and things too. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. It doesn't check. Wait, oh wait, sorry, I was typing gibberish into Discord.
Oh,
oh, that's not right.
Yeah. Oh.
I guess I have to turn them all on first.
Oh, if it
No,
works, it will
they'll
turn
highlight gray
red.
when you're holding them.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so no.
No, what? You can't do punctuation stuff?
No. Well, I can just like I'm gonna start off with QAZ as
Yep.
like the left side, and then I start on the far right with the right bracket apostrophe and slash or whatever. I don't get the middle one.
Me neither, but try the left bracket, semicolon, and greater than sign.
I don't get a or the period slash period thing.
Okay.
So
Let's try numbers. So 1 QA, 0 OK.
oh. No. It's one of those where it's like kind of random.
Damn.
Yeah, like once it's taken an input, it won't take the others.
It won't. Yeah, it's like very split second of like my fingers can't hit them at the exact millisecond, so it takes only the inputs of the ones that it perceives first.
Damn.
And it's only 3 of them at a time.
Man, this is wild.
But what does work is 2WS and then 9IJ.
Why?
I don't know.
But would you believe it doesn't work for me?
I
would believe it actually. I would very much believe that.
It's just ASD and JKL. Like, it only works in linear ways. Like the number pads up top.
Linear is, I mean, other than like the middle ones, completely fine.
Jitspo.
Oh no!
Yeah, dang it.
No, don't do that. We were trying to go to bed.
Hello, Jitspo.
Don't
you caught
come here.
us cursing
We're
how
having-
keyboards are wired up.
We're having
What?
keyboard issues. All right, can we do opposite diagonals? So like ZSE and like, I don't know.
Oh geez.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
I guess we could
really?
try that.
No.
No?
No.
Oh man.
Like it's
Surgeon
it's
Fred,
crossing. We're crossing this boundary.
We could do ZSE and NHY. That's like
No,
super
that's
awkward.
awful. That's awful. I know.
Terrible. My
It
hands are
sucks.
touching.
So, I mean, I guess so here's was our original idea, Jitspo. Let me show you the build here. Thank you for the follows, y'all. So our idea was that we had this balloon. Oh?
Oh?
Oh? Did my
Is it
keyboard
not
stop
working now?
working?
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Oh wait, no.
What's happening?
No, sorry.
Okay,
I forgot
okay.
that this is the one that's mapped to ASD and JKL.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come
So
on.
you
Got
have this
scared.
balloon, and then you're holding down 6 keys to plug up all its holes. And then when you let go of one of the holes, it'll propel it in that direction. So, but you want to be constantly like plugging up. Oh God, how do I? Oh God, this is,
That version is so hard.
It's
Oh
hard.
My god.
So we wanted to use it to like sort of navigate this balloon around different places. But we can't find 6 keys that are consistent to be held down across all of our keyboards. So, I mean, like I said, the other option that we have is to hit the key to open the hole rather than close it.
That's not
I think
as good though.
Yeah.
Or we can try and limit. We can have it be like a 4-banger, 4 keys
We
instead
might
of
just have
6.
to do that because 4 keys definitely works.
Yeah.
For everyone, but
Yeah, so
although
that's
were the
something that
4
we could
corners
do.
working for you,
Does
Andrew?
it? Oh.
I don't think the 4 corners were working for Andrew.
No way.
No,
Really?
I can't do. I can't do.
He can't do
four.
the. He can't do ECOM or whatever.
I can't cross I can't cross boundaries like that. Oh, I can do AZ and JN.
AZ and JN.
And AZ and HB SX. Okay, so this.
So the
Like, I can do the bottom
you can do
rows.
bottom rows.
I can't cross up to the top.
Hang on.
Or rockets. Oh, are you controlling rockets this way? Yeah. Well, if it's just 4, then you should be okay. It seems like.
Doing 4 rockets off road.
To a degree, because then see, but if I do M and K and S and X, it doesn't work. But J and N does.
Hang on, 1 sec. Can you guys do arrow keys and letters for 6?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I can do WAS, like WAD, and the directional keys.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I guess we could do something like that.
Trying to think.
Where it's like top half and lower half instead of right and left.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, like
A, W, and D are like the top.
A, W, and D are the top,
ones.
and then
the bottom, like left arrow, down arrow, and right arrow are the bottom ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you believe that I can't do that?
Are you serious?
Are you not? You fucking kidding me?
According to this, I can't.
Oh my
Wait,
god!
Hold on. Okay, so this keyboard
The
won't
arrow
even.
key should be completely different.
This keyboard will let me do. Okay, so this is only the directional keys right now. I can do left, right, and up all at the same time. I can't do left, right, and down at the same time.
Oh, on your arrow keys?
Just on the arrow keys. Like it's only 3 inputs, but I can't do down on it.
We just need to have people just map their own damn buttons on this when they load into the games. Like whatever works for you. I don't give a shit.
Because I actually kind of like dug the this is I'm holding the top of the balloon with my left hand and the bottom of the balloon with my right hand.
Uh-huh.
That made sense.
What about like WAD and then delete end and page down?
WAD delete end and page down.
It works for me.
Hold on. Okay, so on a laptop I don't have that I don't have that.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's right. I guess
we can't rely on all keyboards having a numpad.
I think if we can make it work on my laptop, then we're good.
Cater to the elite.
Cater to the elite. Well, that would
Mechanical
just be Jared's
keyboard
laptop,
superior
apparently.
race. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops! I just turned on Japanese and everything else on my computer.
Oh my god! This is madness.
Oh.
There we go. Look at all
Can't
these
handle
keys
this
I can
anymore.
press.
I'm really upset that I can't press right, left, and down on the directional.
Oh fuck! I did it again.
But just imagine if we all had really good keyboards, we would have never known.
We would have never
And
known.
then people
I
would
guess
be
that
playing
is true.
this
Oh,
and be like,
I would hate
can't-
to find
I can't
that
play
out.
Your game. At least we're finding out now.
And then tell
Is
them
there-
shouldn't have a shitty keyboard.
Is there a way that we could get players to intuitively map their controls? Like find a key
Well, you let-
combination that works for you, but like
Ooh, and then give them options, because we certainly, they shouldn't have to find out which ones don't work.
well, we don't know
And-
what options do and don't work. You
I
can't
know,
even
that's the problem.
find a combination of 6
takes-
keys that work on the alphanumeric part of the keyboard. Andrew.
It takes too long to figure out what combination of 6 you can hit all together at the same time for us to like let them map it.
Now I can do. It's basically almost like net worth controls, like WAD and left, up, and right.
WAD,
if we just say
left,
that,
up, right. Mm-hmm.
it's kind of unintuitive to say that up is down.
Yeah. It upsets me so much that you can't hold left, right, and down at the same time.
That is very upsetting.
Absurd.
I'm so sorry.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
What about ASD and left, up, right? Does that? I feel like up. I feel like the top half of the balloon should be the left side for some reason.
There's definitely some interesting things going on here, because I can't even press B, N, and M at the same time.
What the fuck, man?
Neither can I actually.
B, N, and M.
Yeah.
I can't press B and M at the same time.
Oh shit.
B and M.
Dude, the whole like bottom row except for Z, X, and C. If I try to hit more than 2 of them at once, they.
Ooh, here's a kooky one. I can do H, J, and K and M, N, and left arrow or left caret. I mean comma. So N, M, and comma and H, J, and K. I can do all at the same time.
N, M,
I cannot.
comma, H, J,
You
K.
can't.
I can't even do H, J, and K all at the same time. K doesn't work.
Try to find the most keys you can press before ghosting kicks in.
God, I hate this so much.
Why? Why does it have to be so inconsistent?
That's
like
so annoying.
Every keyboard is just gonna be completely different. Can't. God, this is the stupidest thing ever. I'm upset.
Fuck.
Man.
The core of our game.
Huh. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, our game is delayed than inevitable. You spend all the time playing the game just trying to figure out what key combinations work because you're trying.
Inevitably, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Inevitably, it's not going to work, and you're just going to get pissed off.
So what we can do is have a couple of options at the beginning of the game of just like, hey, before the game starts, hold down these 6 keys and look for a green light. Don't see it? Click next and go to a different set of keys that we know might work.
We can't do that. We can't do that. We have to find a common denominator.
There is no common denominator, Andrew.
ASD and JKL.
No.
I mean, yeah, but that's so hard.
Unless
it's
we
so
wanna...
hard to understand.
Oh, man. Unless we want to
W, A, and D and J, I, and L works, Steven.
What? Oh.
W, A, and D, and J, I, L. I mean, that works for me too, but it's basically the same as.
Does W, A, D, and J, K, L work?
W, A, D, and J, K, and L? Yeah.
So that's similar to the arrows, I guess, right?
And I can do J, L, and comma.
I mean, I can too, but that seems a little awkward. Finger placement wise.
Maybe. But you could all do that. A, W, D, J, K, L. Or J, comma, L. We could.
Yeah.
I can do, what about like W, A, and D, and X?
W, A, D, X? Like four fingers on that?
Yeah.
I mean, I can hit all those at once, but
it doesn't feel very good.
Okay.
It feels a bit weird because I have to have like my thumb on X.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm literally like using my index finger on X and middle on D.
Oh, I guess, yeah,
I
if you do it that way.
Like I'm rotating my left arm to like come in at a different angle to be able to accomplish that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, another thing that we can do is take away the. Can we find a combination of 4 diagonal keys so we can do like the top and lower corners of?
Wait, Steven, can you do Y, H, and N? Oh shit. And I, K, and M.
Oh.
Those?
Y, H, N, and I, K, M.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
fuck.
Yeah.
Technically, I can do that.
Oh, and also OKM and YHN.
That works as well.
Oh,
that's
that
a little
works.
more comfortable. Yeah.
Oh.
YHN
Wait,
and
so
OKM.
so does TGB.
Are you serious?
But that's where it
TGB
ends.
and OKM. Yeah.
That's where it ends for me. TGB and YHN.
I think it's split into thirds where like the middles will work together and the lefts and right will work together. But anytime you cross like the T to the T or the
Wait, so you can hold all 6 of those down?
I can hold TGB and OKM all down.
TGB, and also alternatively, you can also do YHN and OKM.
Oh. Okay.
So that's not bad.
Yeah, both of those work for me as well.
And you can
That's
even
the
do
first time we've seen.
IKM also works. Oh shit. Oh, I just started opening things. Yeah,
I mean, that's
OKM,
promising.
YHN,
That's
but you
the
can
first
also
time
get
that
away.
we.
I don't know if it helps.
That's the first time
And
we've seen a consistency between all three of us.
Yes. Yeah. Well, one that isn't ASDJKO.
Yeah. And it's like, it's fortunate that we all have vastly different qualities of keyboard as well. So it gives
Very
us
much
like
so.
a reliable sample size. I can change it to this, and I can maybe, like, if people come into the chat, someone like Pomo or something, like, hey, can you try and see if this works on your keyboard? We can like ask him and stuff.
Wow.
Wild.
That's pretty limited, like the options that we have.
I mean, I'd say this is still pretty comfortable. TGB and OKM.
TGB and OKM, like I'm not too close. It's fairly like comfortable resting here.
Yeah. Let me update the build, and then you can give me a sense of, like, you'll actually have an idea of how this feels to control.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And that's why we build and test early.
Oh my goodness.
Well, otherwise we would have never known.
You know, if we go,
you would have been testing it this whole time, just being like, this works great.
It's great.
And then me and Andrew would have gotten it like Sunday or something, Saturday night, just been like, this doesn't work actually.
I can't stop my balloon.
Help.
I can't stop my balloon.
This will be one of those interesting things where when people see what the control configuration, they're like, why these letters?
Yeah. You try and make
we'll
it.
have a story to tell them. Yeah, tell me how you would have done it. Unless we're like controller only and we do like shoulder buttons and
other
shit.
Yeah.
Right. But this is
everyone
pretty
who's
good.
playing on LD is gonna have a lap or a keyboard of some kind.
Yeah.
I would love to share this in the Discord. I don't know if everyone here is paying attention.
Oh yeah.
But anyone that's here right now, if you like share the link to the keyboard checker, and then ask them to try TGB and OKM, just try to hit all those down and see if they can do it.
I'll post in the general chat. Oh no, I'll post this in.
I feel like most people are snoozing right now, but that's
fine.
okay.
I'll post it for like anybody who happens to wake up.
Yeah. But you can also drop it in the Discord for anyone that comes around.
Yeah, that's what I was planning.
I wasn't paying attention. Did you update it already, or is it still?
It is uploading. It's updated.
Okay. Download. If this doesn't work, I'm blocking Jared, JSlot, whatever. Always likes to take its time downloading, which is always good.
Yeah. I believe that we found a 6-key configuration. I just need other people to confirm this now.
Yeah. TGB and OKM. Sorry, I'll post that in the Twitch chat.
Yeah.
It's working. It's working.
How does it feel to actually play the game that's working as intended now?
Pretty good.
Yeah, the vertical alignment helps so fucking much.
It changes everything.
Like having it horizontal was just breaking my brain. I couldn't do it.
Works for me. That is what I like to hear, Dandelion.
Thank you, Dandelion. I'm just gonna call you Dan. Thanks,
That
Dan.
won't make anything confusing.
We don't have enough Dans that show up to it.
Right.
How's it working for you, Andrew?
I downloaded it. Give me a second. Oh, I should. Yeah, I should do it on my laptop.
Yeah. But it's fun just to mess around with, yeah?
Yeah, it's cool.
That's what I'm saying.
I like it.
That's why I was getting
It's definitely one of those, like, it'll be pretty tough to be super fast at the levels, I think.
Uh-huh. Oh, Nick will find a way.
Oh, he'll find a way. I'm just saying for the average person.
Yes.
For a normal human, there'll be a bit of a learning curve, which is good. But it's not like crazy difficult.
So now that I'm playing around with this, I do think it might be worth having maybe a slight upward velocity when you're holding everything, because otherwise the player can kind of just like slowly just like tiny fart their way across the level. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. Having something external that they can't really control would be nice.
Yeah.
Well, Steven had like had something where he said there should always be at least one hole that you can't plug.
Oh.
So yeah, that was part of my initial idea.
Like his initial idea.
Yeah. Which would actually work with our keyboard.
Yeah. You never know which hole it's gonna be.
Oh my goodness.
Some
Bug is a
keyboards will
feature.
be more optimal than others.
I'm shocked that we were able to find a key combination that worked for all three of us.
Dude, come
Andrew was
on.
always the thorn in our side.
I'm so sorry.
Let me try that Logitech keyboard while I'm at it.
Oh yeah. I
case.
feel like that's the shittiest of shitty keyboards.
It is
that we'll
100%
have
the
to-
shittiest one that is here.
that we'll have to test out.
My laptop has been pretty disappointing.
I guess I
so
could
let me
test
give
my
this a shot.
laptop as well. Maybe I'll. Yeah, maybe I'll try and grab that real quick. Hang on, sec. Headphones off.
TGB OKM.
Wait, TGB OKM, right?
Yeah.
Oh God.
No. Don't tell me it doesn't work.
It doesn't work on your laptop.
No, it work. Okay, I'm good on the laptop.
Okay.
So the problem is this Logitech keyboard, just TGB by itself, like doesn't even work.
What about YHN?
Hold on, I got
That's our last option. It cannot get any more isolated than that. Oh, well, it doesn't work on my laptop, so.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it does not work. I can like I don't think I can hit more than like 5 keys on this
Okay,
on this
that's
keyboard.
fine. I'd say we're fine with like secluding a certain number of keyboards if they're like super old.
Yeah.
Should we have an option where we say if it's not working on your keyboard, you need to hit this option and it'll switch the controls to like we know this will work, it's just gonna suck for you.
How do we want to switch it? Do we want to do ASD JKL or do we want to do it like press the key to activate thrusters?
I mean, we could do ASD JKL, and they can they can just choose between the two at the beginning, and just like because maybe some people would prefer the horizontal method.
And yeah, and maybe we map that to be like left hand is top and right hand is bottom. Maybe that
I think that
easier.
would make more sense to me at least.
Mm-hmm.
Although it would change, like right now, the way you have these vectors, like it favors like a left side and a right side. It would have to switch them to be like a top and a bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Shit.
It would not be ideal.
Fucking
Does that seem reasonable? Like we commit to the TGB OKM because that. I mean, we can confirm this tomorrow with some more people who check, but
yeah,
at least out of like a small-ish sample size with various keyboards and hardware.
This keyboard sucks. I can't even hit.
How old is that keyboard, Steven?
Years. I don't know.
Okay, so let's keep going with the TGB OKM unless tomorrow when we ask people in Discord or the chat to try and they're all like, "Oh, it doesn't work."
Yeah.
If most people say it's good, I say we just keep going and then we wish list the option of an ASD JKL for people where it just doesn't work for them.
For what it's worth, TGB OKM works on my laptop.
Okay. It sounds like that's our most common.
It does.
I mean, our percentage is decent among this group of
I think
tests.
I think this keyboard's from like 2010 or something.
Oh
so
my god.
It's very possible that's
we're not going
the
to
reason.
support that tech.
No.
Maybe we leave a little message in there as well. If we don't get around to having like a backup option, we just put in a little message in the menu or something.
Get a better keyboard, nerd.
Yeah. Get a job, make more money, buy a better keyboard, stop being a failure.
Wait, what? Someone's selling this laptop, this keyboard and mouse combination on eBay for $2,000.
What?
Wait a minute, Steven.
Am I rolling in money right now?
This is a lie.
I just, but then there's also another eBay thing of like $20.
Huh? Was it like Bill Gates' first laptop or first keyboard mouse combo?
I have no idea why.
Who owned it?
$2,000. It's literally
so
the exact
funny.
same thing that I have. Who the fuck would buy this?
Maybe it's for smuggling cocaine and they're just really open about that.
It's the only logical thing.
It's just a keyboard filled with cocaine.
Yeah, but they're like, oh, this is fine, but yeah, it costs $2,000.
The way this person's trying to sell this thing is hilarious.
Oh my god.
Joke? Does it seem like a joke?
And no, it seems like some idiot who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Oh Jesus.
Like they've never seen
It's
a computer before and this blew their mind.
Like it's just like, oh, I originally purchased these wireless keyboards and mouse combos for my company's office expansion, blah blah blah. I said 98% of them were never used, so now I'm selling the extra equipment at a reduced price.
Reduced price?
Yeah, hell no, you didn't buy this for unless this is like some unit of like 3,000 of them.
Oh my god.
Maybe that's what it is. It's a quantity.
It could be a quantity, but it doesn't say anywhere on here that there's more than one.
Okay, that's got to be it though. That's got to be like he got like 300 keyboards and mouse combos.
That is the only explanation.
Okay. I do like the idea that he has this one shitty like out of the box keyboard and mouse from 2010.
Like this
and
is
he's
worth like
asking
$2,000.
That's about right.
That's easy.
Sometimes it's hard to judge ourselves. Okay, TGB okay on like that's we just have to move forward with that and see.
Yep.
We'll do some more testing with people tomorrow.
Yep. Cool.
Wow, what a
journey.
An hour of just trying to figure out what keys can be pressed on a keyboard.
Yeah.
Guess who's live for us to raid? Like ships passing in the night.
Dan. Yes.
My favorite raid.
Oh fuck! I need to end on an ocean, man.
Yeah, of course. Come on, dude.
I guess we're just doing the classic.
Well, anyone familiar with it that's here can get a love you, miss you, mean it from us. And if you're still paying attention, even if you aren't normal here, we love you and we miss you.
You're gonna wake up to a completely different streamer.
but it's so if these very American voices disappear and are replaced by a very soulful English one, you'll know what happened.
You were transported to a different country.
All right. Anywho, it is 3:35. Whoops. But until tomorrow, love you, miss you, mean it. Where's the raid button? Love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch.
Just keep saying love you, miss you, mean it until the timer runs out.
Love you, miss you, mean it. Love you, miss you, mean it. Love you, miss you, mean it. I can hit the raid now button, and that's what I did.
Oh.